Hey there, time travelers. Tonight we're doing something wild. We're waking up in the 8th century Maya civilization, and spoiler alert, there's no soft mattress waiting for you. Forget everything Hollywood taught you about ancient worlds. We're talking limestone walls that sweat in the jungle heat, sleeping mats woven from rough palm fibers that'll have you itching till sunrise, and a reality check so brutal it'll make your worst Monday morning feel like a luxury spa day. Before we jump in, smash that like button if you're ready for this insane ride and drop a comment. Where in the world are you watching from right now? I want to know who's brave enough to take this journey with me. All right, dim those lights, get comfortable in that modern bed of yours while you still can, and let's step through the portal. We're about to experience what life really felt like when luxury meant having a roof over your head and dinner didn't come from a drive-thru. Ready to wake up in a world you've never truly understood? Let's go. So you've opened your eyes in the Maya world, and the first thing you notice, before the humidity, before the sounds of the jungle pressing in from all sides, before the unfamiliar smells, is the hunger. Not the kind of hunger where you realize it's been 4 hours since lunch and maybe you should grab a snack. This is the kind of hunger that sits in your stomach like a stone, the kind that makes your body feel hollow and your thoughts slow down to conserve energy. This is day-to-day reality for the average Maya commoner, and unfortunately for you, that's exactly what you are now. Welcome to the bottom tier of one of the most sophisticated civilizations in the ancient Americas, where your social status is lucky to eat once a day, and your retirement plan is hopefully don't die before 40. Let's talk about that sleeping situation first, because you're going to be spending a lot of time thinking about it during the brutally long work days ahead. You're lying on a potate, which is essentially a mat woven from dried reeds or palm fibers, and it's placed directly on the packed earth floor of your limestone dwelling. Now, when I say limestone dwelling, don't picture anything remotely resembling the grand temples and palaces that archaeologists love to photograph. Those are for the nobility, the priests, the people who've never worked a field in their lives and wouldn't know a farming tool if it hit them in their elaborately decorated faces. Your home is a single-room structure with limestone walls that were probably shaped by your own hands or your father's hands, with a thatched roof that keeps out most of the rain during the wet season, most being the key word there. The floor is dirt. Packed, sure, worn smooth by countless feet over the years, but dirt nonetheless. There's no furniture to speak of, unless you count a few clay pots stacked in the corner, and maybe a grinding stone for processing maize. Your bed is that mat on the ground, and if you're lucky, you might have a rough cotton blanket that's seen better decades. The patat itself is about as comfortable as sleeping on a woven picnic basket, which, if you think about it, is essentially what it is. The reeds are thick and unforgiving, and no matter how you position yourself, you can feel every single ridge and bump pressing into your back, your hips, your shoulders. The weaving leaves gaps that allow insects to crawl up from the earth below, which they do with enthusiasm throughout the night. Mosquitoes are a constant presence, and your only defense is smoke from the cooking fire, which means you're choosing between being bitten alive or slowly suffocating. It's not exactly the kind of choice that makes for peaceful slumber. The mat provides no cushioning from the hard ground beneath, and after a full day of physical labour in the fields, which we'll get to in a moment, your body doesn't so much fall asleep as collapse into a state of exhausted unconsciousness that passes for rest. You wake up stiff, sore, with new insect bites adding to the collection you're accumulating, and the hunger that briefly faded into the background of your awareness comes roaring back with a vengeance. Speaking of that hunger, let's address the elephant in the room, or rather the complete absence of elephants or any other readily available protein source. Your diet as a Maya commoner is based almost entirely on maize, which the Maya called ixim and considered sacred. And they're right to treat it with reverence because it's basically the only thing standing between you and starvation. But here's the thing about a maize-based diet. It's not exactly what modern nutritionists would call balanced. You're looking at corn in various forms for breakfast, lunch and dinner, assuming you get all 3 meals, which you frequently don't. The most common preparation is a gruel called a tole, which is essentially ground maize mixed with water and cooked into a thin porridge. Sometimes, if you're fortunate, there might be a bit of chili pepper thrown in for flavour, or some squash, or beans if it's a particularly good season. But most days you're looking at corn and more corn, with a side of corn for variety. The thing is, corn by itself doesn't provide complete nutrition. The Maya figured out a crucial processing technique called nixtamalization, where they soak the maize kernels in alkaline solution made from lime, not the fruit, but calcium hydroxide derived from burnt limestone. This process, which probably seems like an unnecessary extra step when you're already exhausted, actually makes the nutrients in corn more bioavailable and adds essential calcium to the diet. Without nixtamalization, a corn-only diet leads to pellagra, a disease caused by niacin deficiency that can kill you in particularly unpleasant ways. So those long hours spent preparing maize the traditional way aren't just about following custom, they're literally the difference between life and death, though nobody in the 8th century understands the biochemistry behind it. They just know that this is how it's always been done, and people who don't do it get sick. But even with proper preparation, you're still not getting enough calories, not enough protein, not enough of pretty much anything. The average Maya commoner's daily caloric intake is somewhere in the range of 1,500 to 2,000 calories on a good day, and that's if the harvest was decent and the tribute collectors haven't taken too much for the nobles and priests. For reference, a modern adult doing heavy physical labour, which you absolutely are, needs somewhere between 3,000 and 4,000 calories per day to maintain their body weight and energy levels. You're running at a permanent deficit, which means your body is slowly consuming itself, breaking down muscle tissue to keep you going. This isn't a diet plan. This is controlled starvation with just enough food to keep you functional as a labour source. You wake up hungry, you go to bed hungry, and the time in between is spent thinking about food almost as much as you're thinking about the work you're doing. The hunger is a constant companion, a dull ache that sharpens into genuine pain by midday. Your stomach cramps, your head feels light, your vision sometimes goes a bit fuzzy around the edges when you stand up too quickly. Children in your household cry from hunger pangs, and there's nothing you can do about it except promise that food will come tomorrow, after the next harvest, after the next season. Sometimes those promises are kept, sometimes they're not. The Maya have a sophisticated understanding of astronomy, mathematics, and architecture, but they haven't figured out food security for the lower classes, and frankly, the people at the top of the social pyramid aren't particularly motivated to solve that problem. After all, hungry people are compliant people, too exhausted to cause trouble, too focused on survival to question the social order. Now let's talk about how you earn that inadequate amount of food, because nothing in the Maya world comes free, especially not if you're a commoner. Your life revolves around agricultural labour, specifically working the milpa fields, which are the cornfields that feed the civilization. And when I say your life revolves around it, I mean that pretty much every waking hour that isn't spent sleeping on that uncomfortable mat is spent either working in the fields, walking to or from the fields, or preparing tools and supplies for working in the fields. The milpa system is actually quite sophisticated. It's a form of swidden agriculture, also called slash and burn, where you clear a section of forest, burn the vegetation to release nutrients into the soil, and then plant crops in the fertile ash. It works well for a few years before the soil becomes depleted, at which point you move on to a new section of forest, and let the old field lie fallow for several years to recover. The problem, from your perspective as someone who has to do all this work, is that every single step of this process is back-breaking labour that would make a modern construction worker weep. Let's start with the clearing. You're in the lowland tropical forest, which means the vegetation is dense, hostile, and really doesn't want to be cleared. The trees are massive, the undergrowth is tangled and thorny, and everything is trying to either sting you, bite you, or give you a rash. Your tools for accomplishing this Herculean task are stone axes and wooden digging sticks. That's it. No metal tools because the Maya don't have practical metalworking for everyday implements. No draft animals because there are no horses, oxen, or anything else that could share the burden. Just you, a stone blade attached to a wooden handle, and several acres of forest that needs to go. You start by cutting down the smaller trees and shrubs, hacking away at trunks that seem determined to resist every blow. Stone axes are surprisingly effective when they're well made and properly sharpened, but they require tremendous effort to use. Each swing sends jarring impacts up your arms and into your shoulders. The wood is often green and tough, resistant to cutting, and it takes dozens or even hundreds of strikes to fell a single tree. The larger trees are left standing because cutting them down would take days of work per tree, and you don't have that kind of time. Instead, you girdle them, cutting a ring around the bark to kill them so they'll drop their leaves and let sunlight through to the crops below. It's more efficient, but it means you're working in a field full of dead standing trees that could fall on you at any moment, which adds an exciting element of danger to your already difficult life. Once the vegetation is cut, you let it dry for several weeks during the dry season. Then comes the burning, which sounds simple, but is actually another exercise in careful planning and hard work. You need to burn the field hot enough to clear the vegetation and release nutrients, but not so hot that you damage the soil or let the fire escape into the surrounding forest. Uncontrolled forest fires are a real danger and can destroy not just your field but your entire community. So you spend days preparing fire breaks, clearing strips of land around the perimeter of your field to contain the blaze. When you finally light the fire, you and every other able-bodied person in the vicinity stand watch with tools and water, ready to fight any flames that jump the fire break. The smoke is choking, the heat is intense, and the danger is real. People die in field fires every year, caught by shifting winds or falling trees weakened by the flames. After the burn, assuming you've survived and your field hasn't turned into a disaster, you're left with a plot of land covered in ash and charred stumps. This is what you're going to work for the next few years. The ground is still full of roots and rocks, the surface is uneven and treacherous, and those stumps I mentioned will trip you approximately 7,000 times over the course of the growing season. But this is it. This is your chance to grow the food that will keep you and your family alive for another year. No pressure or anything. Planting happens at the start of the rainy season, and it's yet another process that requires more physical labour than any reasonable person would want to contemplate. You use a digging stick, which is exactly what it sounds like. A sturdy wooden pole with a fire-hardened or stone-tipped point. You walk across your field, jamming this stick into the ground, creating a hole, dropping a few kernels of maize into the hole, and then moving on to make another hole a few feet away. You do this thousands of times, tens of thousands of times if your field is any size at all. Your hands develop blisters that burst and bleed, and then turn into calluses so thick you could probably use them as leather. Your back screams in protest at being bent over for hours on end. Your legs burn from the constant movement and the awkward posture required to work the planting stick effectively. And you're not just planting maize. The Maya practice companion planting, growing squash and beans alongside the corn in a system that modern agronomists call the Three Sisters. The corn stalks provide support for the climbing bean vines, the beans fix nitrogen in the soil to feed the other plants, and the squash spreads across the ground to shade out weeds and retain moisture. It's brilliant, elegant, sustainable agriculture that would win awards if you transported it to a modern farming conference. But when you're the one doing it, when you're the one planting 3 different crops by hand across acres of rough ground, elegance and sustainability are not the words that come to mind. Exhaustion is the word. Suffering is another good one. Why did my ancestors ever settle down and invent agriculture is a full sentence that runs through your head pretty regularly. Once the crops are in the ground, you might think the hard part is over. You would be wrong. Now begins the constant battle against weeds, which grow with the same enthusiasm as your crops, but with the added advantage of not needing you to carefully plant them. Weeding a milpa field with no tools beyond your hands and maybe a wooden hoe is a special kind of torture. You walk up and down the rows, bent double, pulling weeds one by one under the merciless tropical sun. The ground is uneven, the plants are scratchy, and the insects that live in and around the vegetation are extremely interested in biting any exposed skin you're foolish enough to offer them. You sweat through your simple cotton clothing within minutes, and there's no shade, no water breaks, no 5-minute scrolling sessions to give your mind a rest. Just work. Constant, unending, physically devastating work. The sun in the Maya lowlands is not gentle. This is tropical sun, intense and direct, and you're working under it for 10 to 12 hours a day during the growing season. There's no sunscreen, no UV protective clothing, no hats beyond simple woven palm leaf affairs that provide minimal coverage. Your skin darkens and ages rapidly. Dehydration is a constant threat, and while you try to bring water with you to the fields, clay pots are heavy and breakable, and you can't carry enough to truly stay hydrated through a full day of labour. You drink when you can, ration when you must, and hope you don't collapse from heat stroke, which happens often enough that nobody's particularly surprised when someone drops in the fields. If you're lucky, your fellow workers help you to shade and bring water. If you're unlucky, or if you're working alone, you might lie there for hours before anyone finds you. The rainy season brings its own challenges. Yes, the crops need water, and the rains provide it in abundance. But working in constant rain, in mud that sucks at your feet and makes every step a struggle, is its own special hell. Your clothes never dry. Your skin stays perpetually damp, which leads to fungal infections and rashes that itch and burn and never quite heal. The paths to and from the fields turn into streams of mud that can be ankle-deep or worse. You slip and fall regularly, covering yourself in mud, sometimes injuring yourself on hidden rocks or stumps. The rain can be warm, but after hours of exposure you get chilled, and there's no warm shower or dry clothes waiting for you at home. You go back to your limestone dwelling, peel off your soaked clothing, and try to dry off with no towel, no heating, nothing but maybe a small fire that fills the single room with smoke. Harvest time is theoretically the reward for all this labour, the moment when you finally get to collect the fruits of your months of backbreaking work. And it is a reward in the sense that if the harvest fails, you starve, so any successful harvest is better than the alternative. But it's also more labour, because of course it is. The maize has to be picked by hand, ear by ear. The beans have to be collected, the squash has to be cut and carried. Everything has to be transported from the field back to your home, which might be a mile or more away. Remember, no carts, no wheelbarrows, no convenient vehicles of any kind. You carry everything on your back using a tump line, a strap that goes across your forehead and supports a basket or bundle on your back. This puts enormous strain on your neck and spine, leading to chronic pain and sometimes permanent damage to your cervical vertebrae. Archaeologists can identify people who did heavy carrying work just by looking at their skeletons, which develop characteristic stress markers and deformities. That's going to be your skeleton someday, assuming you live long enough for the damage to accumulate. And here's the real kick in the teeth. You don't even get to keep everything you grow. A significant portion of your harvest goes to tribute, the taxes paid to the local noble who controls your land. These tribute collectors show up at regular intervals and they don't accept excuses. Bad harvest this year? Too bad, the tribute quota hasn't changed. Your children are hungry. Not the noble's problem. You tried your best, but the rains came late and the yield is down. Fascinating story, but the tribute is due. The collectors take their share, usually somewhere between 20 and 40% of your total harvest, and they're not gentle about it. They count every ear of corn, every basket of beans, and if they think you're hiding anything, they'll tear your house apart looking for it. Resistance is not an option, because the nobles have warriors, and warriors have weapons much more sophisticated than your farming tools. What you're left with after tribute has to last your family until the next harvest. If you're a typical commoner household with a spouse and 3 or 4 children, and if the harvest was average, you might have just enough stored maize to provide 1 meal per day for everyone. 1 meal. Not 3 square meals with snacks in between. 1 bowl of atoll or a few tortillas per person per day. You ration carefully, measuring out the grain day by day, knowing that if you run out before the next harvest comes in, there's no safety net, no food stamps, no emergency assistance. You either beg from neighbours who probably don't have extra to share, or you forage in the forest for whatever wild foods you can find, or you go hungry. Many families don't make it through the lean season before harvest. Children and elderly people, the most vulnerable, are the first to suffer. You watch them grow thin and weak, and there's nothing you can do except hope the next harvest comes early and is generous. The physical toll of this lifestyle is staggering when you really think about it. You're doing hard manual labour for 12 hours a day or more, on 1,500 to 2,000 calories and minimal protein. Your body is constantly in a catabolic state, breaking itself down to provide energy. You lose muscle mass despite the constant work. Your immune system is compromised by malnutrition, making you vulnerable to every disease and parasite that comes along. And there are a lot of diseases and parasites in the tropical lowlands. Intestinal worms are so common that having them is considered normal. Dysentery sweeps through communities regularly. Malaria is endemic, carried by the same mosquitoes that feast on you while you're trying to sleep on your uncomfortable reed mat. Tuberculosis, respiratory infections, skin diseases. You're basically a mobile buffet for every pathogen in the region. Your body reflects this constant struggle. By your 20s, you look middle-aged by modern standards. Your teeth are worn down from grinding stone particles that inevitably get into your food when you process maize on stone metates. Your joints ache constantly from the repetitive stress of farming and carrying. Your spine is compressed and often misaligned from the tumplin carrying. Your skin is scarred from cuts, burns, infections, and insect bites that didn't heal properly. You're probably shorter than your genetic potential because chronic childhood malnutrition stunted your growth. And you're tired. Not the kind of tired that goes away after a good night's sleep. The kind of tired that lives in your bones. The deep exhaustion of a body that's been pushed beyond its limits for years on end. Sleep becomes not just a necessity but an obsession. You fantasize about it during the long days in the fields. You count the hours until you can collapse on your reed mat, even though you know the mat is uncomfortable and the sleep will be broken by hunger, insects, and aches. The quality of your rest is poor. You're too malnourished, too physically stressed, too uncomfortable for truly restorative sleep. You wake up nearly as tired as you went to bed, but you get up anyway because the fields don't care how you feel. The work continues regardless of your physical state, regardless of illness, regardless of injury. Unless you're literally unable to stand, you're expected to work. And if you can't work, you don't eat, because your food comes from your labor. It's a brutal but effective system for extracting maximum productivity from the lower classes. The social structure reinforces this inequality in ways both obvious and subtle. The nobles live in those impressive stone palaces that archaeologists love, and they eat a varied diet that includes meat, cacao, honey, and exotic foods traded from distant regions. They wear elaborate clothing and jewelry. They have servants to do their manual labor. Their children grow up healthy and tall. Meanwhile, you're eating corn gruel and sleeping on the ground, and your children are stunted and hungry, and there's no path upward in this society. You were born a commoner, you'll die a commoner, and your children will be commoners after you. The only thing you can do is work hard enough to stay alive and hope the gods smile on your harvests. And you do believe in those gods, fervently, because what else is there? The Maya religious system is complex and demanding, requiring constant ritual observance and offerings. You participate in ceremonies, burn copal incense, offer what little you can spare to the temples, and pray for good harvests and protection from disease. The priests tell you that your suffering has meaning, that the gods require the social order to be maintained exactly as it is, that the nobles are closer to the divine and their elevated position is ordained by cosmic forces. Whether you truly believe all of this or just go through the motions because questioning the religious authorities is dangerous, well, that's between you and your conscience. What matters is that the system continues, generation after generation, with the labor of people like you supporting the elaborate civilization that rises above you. The psychological impact of this existence is something we need to address, because it's not just your body that suffers. Your mind takes a beating too. The constant hunger affects your cognition, making it harder to concentrate, harder to problem solve, harder to experience joy or hope. You're not stupid, not by any means. The Maya are brilliant people with sophisticated mathematical and astronomical knowledge. But that knowledge exists at the top of the social pyramid, among the educated elite. You never learned to read or write. You never studied the calendar systems or the movements of Venus. Your intelligence is directed entirely toward survival, knowing the best time to plant, reading weather signs, managing your meager resources to last as long as possible. There's a psychological phenomenon called learned helplessness, where people who are subjected to difficult circumstances they can't control eventually stop trying to change their situation. They adapt to suffering because adaptation is the only option available. You see this in the commoner population. People accept their lot because they've never seen an alternative. The idea of a different social system, one where food is more equitably distributed, or where your labor isn't extracted for the benefit of an elite class, simply doesn't exist in your conceptual framework. This is how things are, how they've always been, how the gods designed them to be. You work, you suffer, you survive if you're lucky, and you train your children to do the same. But there are small moments of respite, brief windows where the grinding pressure of daily survival eases just enough to let you breathe. Festival days, when there's communal food and dancing and a temporary release from field work. The satisfaction of a good harvest, knowing you'll eat better for a few weeks. The warmth of family, gathering around the evening fire, sharing stories and maintaining bonds that make the suffering bearable. These moments don't erase the hardship, but they punctuate it, giving you reasons to continue, connections that anchor you to life even when life is brutal. Your relationships are shaped by these conditions. Marriages are practical arrangements as much as emotional bonds. You need a partner to share the labor, to produce children who will eventually help in the fields, to have someone to depend on when illness or injury strikes. Love exists, certainly, but it's expressed through shared survival rather than romance. Your spouse is the person who works beside you, who rations food with you, who holds you when the hunger or exhaustion becomes overwhelming. Your children are both precious individuals and future laborers, treasured for themselves and needed for their eventual contribution to household survival. The community is essential, because no one survives alone in these conditions. You help your neighbours with field clearing and harvest, knowing they'll help you in return. You share information about which wild plants are edible, where game might be found, how to treat illnesses with local herbs. You participate in collective rituals and communal work projects. The social bonds are strong because they have to be. Isolation means death in a world this harsh. But even these connections are strained by the constant pressure of scarcity. Competition for resources creates tension. Families sometimes hoard food when they should share. Accusations of theft or hoarding can tear communities apart. The cooperative ideal exists alongside self-preservation instinct, and the balance isn't always easy to maintain. Women in this society face additional burdens on top of the already crushing labour demands. In addition to working the fields during critical periods like planting and harvest, women are responsible for processing the maize into food, which is a multi-hour daily task. The corn has to be nixtamalized, soaked in lime water, then rinsed, then ground into masa on a stone matate. This grinding is exhausting work that destroys your knees and lower back as you kneel over the grinding stone, pushing the stone roller back and forth hundreds of times to reduce the corn to fine flour. Every tortilla you eat represents someone's grueling labour. Every bowl of atola is the result of hours of grinding. Women also weave cloth, another time-intensive process that requires maintaining cotton plants, harvesting the cotton, spinning it into thread, and then weaving the thread into fabric on backstrap looms. They maintain the household fire, care for children, haul water from wells or cenotes that might be a significant distance away. The workload is staggering. Pregnancy and childbirth happen in these conditions of malnutrition and constant labour. Pregnant women work in the fields until they literally go into labour, because there's no maternity leave, no accommodation for their condition. They give birth with the assistance of midwives if they're lucky, alone if they're not, and they're back to work within days because the family can't afford for them to rest. Many women die in childbirth or from postpartum complications. Many babies die in infancy from disease, malnutrition, or simple bad luck. If you're a woman who has 5 children, you're fortunate if 3 of them survive to adulthood. This isn't because Maya medicine is primitive. They actually have sophisticated knowledge of herbal remedies and medical techniques. It's because no amount of medical knowledge can fully compensate for malnutrition, overwork, and the disease burden of the tropical environment. Children are introduced to labour early because they need to contribute to household survival, as soon as they're physically capable. By age 5 or 6, they're helping with simple tasks like weeding, collecting firewood, or watching younger siblings. By age 10, they're doing real agricultural work alongside adults. There's no childhood in the modern sense, no extended period of play and education and freedom from responsibility. Children grow up fast because they have to, and their bodies pay the price for it. The same growth stunting, the same worn joints, the same chronic exhaustion that affects adults starts accumulating in childhood. Education, such as it exists for commoners, is entirely practical. You learn farming techniques by doing them. You learn craft skills from watching and helping your parents. You learn religious observances by participating in them. There's no formal schooling, no literacy training, no exposure to the broader intellectual culture of Maya civilization, unless you're born into the elite. The knowledge of mathematics, astronomy, writing, and history is jealously guarded by the priestly class, who use it to maintain their position and power. You live in one of the most intellectually advanced civilizations in the ancient world, and you're completely shut out from that advancement. It's like being born in Silicon Valley, but spending your life working minimum wage jobs with no internet access. The innovation exists all around you, but you'll never benefit from it. The seasonal cycle dominates your existence in ways that modern people can barely comprehend. Your entire year revolves around the agricultural calendar. The dry season is for clearing new fields and burning old growth. The early rainy season is for planting. The height of the rainy season is for weeding and tending crops. The late rainy season and early dry season are for harvesting. Then the cycle begins again. You mark time not by clock hours or calendar dates, but by agricultural milestones and religious festivals. Your body develops its own calendar, knowing from muscle memory when it's time to plant, when to weed, when to harvest. Weather becomes an obsession because your life depends on it. Too little rain, and the crops fail. Too much rain, and they rot in the fields or are washed away by flooding. Late rains mean late planting, which means reduced yields. Early dry season means immature crops that don't reach full size. You watch the sky constantly, reading clouds, feeling the wind, trying to predict what's coming. The Maya have sophisticated astronomical knowledge, but weather prediction remains mostly guesswork and religious ritual. You make offerings to the rain god Chak, participate in ceremonies meant to ensure adequate rainfall, and hope the gods are listening. Sometimes they seem to be, sometimes they're not, and people starve, and you wonder what you did wrong, what offence you committed that made the gods turn away. The Milpa fields themselves become a familiar landscape, as well known to you as any modern person's commute. You know every path, every difficult spot in the terrain, where the ground is rocky, where it's soft, where water tends to pool. You know which trees at the field's edge provide the best shade for brief rest breaks. You know where to watch for snakes, which are numerous and often venomous. You develop a relationship with this land that's born of intimate familiarity and brutal necessity. It's not romantic. You're not communing with nature in any peaceful sense, but it's deep. This land feeds you, when it feeds you at all. Your sweat and blood soak into this soil. Your ancestors worked these same fields or fields just like them. Your children will inherit this same backbreaking labour. The continuity is both comforting and depressing. Other commoners are in the same situation, which creates a strange camaraderie of shared suffering. You see the same exhaustion in their eyes, the same worn-down bodies, the same resignation mixed with stubborn determination to survive. There's dark humour in the fields, jokes about the nobility, about the gods, about the absurdity of your existence. Humour becomes a coping mechanism, a way to acknowledge the horror of your situation without being crushed by it. At least we're not hauling stones for another temple pyramid, someone might say, after a particularly brutal day. At least it's not raining, you might add, even as sweat pours off you in the humid heat. The jokes aren't particularly funny, but they're yours, a small rebellion against the circumstances that control you. The physical environment adds its own challenges beyond the labour itself. The tropical lowlands are beautiful in a way, if you ever had time to appreciate it. Lush vegetation, exotic birds, the sounds of howler monkeys in the distance. But beauty doesn't feed you or ease your aching back. The jungle is also full of hazards. Jaguars are rare but not unknown, and a jaguar can absolutely kill you if you encounter one in the wrong circumstances. Poisonous snakes, verdelances, coral snakes, rattlesnakes, are common enough that everyone knows someone who died from a snake bite. Venomous spiders, scorpions and centipedes hide in thatched roofs and wood piles. The insect life is overwhelming. Not just mosquitoes, but biting flies, stinging ants, wasps, and creatures you don't have names for that nonetheless manage to make you miserable. The limestone geology of the region creates its own problems. The Yucatan Peninsula is basically one giant limestone shelf, which means surface water is rare. Rivers are few. Instead, water comes from cenotes, natural sinkholes where the limestone has collapsed to reveal underground water, or from wells dug down to the water table. In either case, getting water means travelling to these sources, often a considerable distance from your home, and hauling it back in clay pots. Water is heavy, the pots are fragile, and you need a lot of water for drinking, cooking, and the nixtamalization process. This becomes yet another daily labour task, usually falling to women and children, and it takes hours out of every day. The health consequences of this lifestyle compound over time. The malnutrition doesn't just make you hungry, it makes you vulnerable to diseases that a well-nourished body might fight off. Intestinal parasites find excellent hosts in malnourished humans, and they further deplete your already inadequate nutritional intake. It's a vicious cycle where poor nutrition leads to infection, and infection worsens nutritional status, and round it goes. Anemia is extremely common, leaving people weak and dizzy. Vitamin deficiencies cause a host of problems: night blindness from vitamin A deficiency, bleeding gums and poor wound healing from vitamin C deficiency, bone problems from vitamin D deficiency. The Maya diet, based so heavily on nixtamalized corn, prevents the worst nutritional deficiency diseases, but it's still far from adequate for optimal health. Injuries are another constant threat. Working with stone tools, clearing forest, moving heavy loads, all of these activities come with significant risk of trauma. Stone axes slip and cut hands and feet. Branches fall on people clearing fields. You can twist an ankle on the uneven ground approximately every third day if you're not paying attention, and sometimes even when you are. Carrying heavy loads with the tump line can cause you to lose your balance and fall, potentially breaking bones or sustaining head injuries. And here's the thing about injuries in the 8th century Maya world. There's no emergency room, no antibiotics, no x-rays or CT scans to assess the damage. You have herbal medicine, which is legitimately sophisticated and sometimes quite effective, and you have prayers to the gods. That's it. A broken bone, if it's a simple fracture and you're lucky, might heal reasonably well if you can keep it immobilized and stay off it. But that means weeks without working, which means no food coming in, which means your family suffers. So people often try to work through injuries that should absolutely be rested, which leads to improper healing, chronic pain, and permanent disability. A badly set bone might leave you with a limp for life, which makes fieldwork even harder, which accelerates your decline. It's not exactly a healthcare system that would win any awards, though to be fair, the Maya are doing remarkably well with the resources available to them. They have skilled healers who understand wound care, can set bones, know which plants have analgesic or antiseptic properties, but knowledge only goes so far when you're dealing with severe trauma or systemic infection, with nothing but herbs and hope. Infections are particularly terrifying because they can turn a minor cut into a death sentence. You slice your hand while clearing brush. Happens all the time, barely worth mentioning. But the wound gets contaminated with soil bacteria, which in tropical environments are abundant and enthusiastic. Without antibiotics, your body has to fight the infection on its own, and if you're malnourished and exhausted, your immune system isn't exactly operating at peak performance. The wound becomes inflamed, then pussy, then the infection spreads up your arm. You develop a fever. The healers apply poultices and give you herbal preparations, and maybe it helps, or maybe it doesn't. Sometimes people survive these infections. Sometimes they lose the infected limb to gangrene. Sometimes they just die, and everyone performs the proper funeral rites and moves on because death is a regular visitor in this world. Dental problems are their own special category of suffering. Your teeth, as I mentioned, wear down from the stone particles in ground corn, but they also decay because, surprise, the Maya diet includes honey and other sugars when available, and dental hygiene consists of maybe chewing certain plants that have mild antibacterial properties. No toothbrushes, no fluoride, no dental floss. Cavities are common, and a bad cavity leads to an abscess, and an abscess in your tooth is some of the worst pain a human can experience. The infection throbs with every heartbeat, radiating through your jaw and up into your skull. It makes eating impossible, which is particularly problematic when you are already not getting enough food. Sometimes healers will try to lance the abscess, or even extract the tooth using crude tools, which is exactly as horrific as it sounds. Sometimes the infection spreads to your bloodstream and kills you. Dental problems are no joke in a world without modern dentistry, and they're one more source of chronic pain and suffering that you just have to live with. The cumulative effect of all these physical challenges is that people age rapidly. Someone in their 30s looks 50 by modern standards. By their 40s, if they live that long, they're old, genuinely old, with broken down bodies and chronic health problems. Life expectancy for commoners is somewhere in the mid-30s on average, which is actually better than you might expect given the conditions, but still means that most people don't live to see their grandchildren grow up. The ones who do survive into old age often do so with significant disabilities. Arthritis from the constant physical labour, vision problems, missing teeth, chronic pain from old injuries that never healed properly. There's no retirement, no pension, no nursing home. You work until you physically can't anymore, and then you become dependent on your children or extended family to care for you, assuming they have resources to spare, which they probably don't. Let's talk about the psychological adaptation required to survive in these conditions, because it's not just physical endurance, it's mental resilience of a type that most modern people never have to develop. You have to find a way to keep going day after day despite the hunger, the exhaustion, the pain, the knowledge that tomorrow will be just as hard as today, and the day after that will be no better. Some people develop a kind of stoic acceptance, a mental toughness that lets them endure without breaking. They focus on the immediate task, the next row to be planted, the next basket to be carried, and they don't think beyond that because thinking too far ahead leads to despair. Others maintain hope through their children, the idea that maybe the next generation will have it a little better, though realistically they probably won't. The social system is stable, which means it's also static. Your children will be commoners just like you, doing the same work, suffering the same privations. But hope doesn't have to be rational to be functional, and the belief that your suffering has meaning, that you're building something for those who come after, helps people endure the unendurable. Religion plays into this too, the belief that proper behaviour and ritual observance will be rewarded, if not in this life then in the afterlife, or at least that it will prevent things from getting worse. The gods might not make your life good, but they can definitely make it worse if you anger them, so you maintain the rituals and the offerings and hope for the best. There's also a kind of dark pride in survival itself. You're alive, you're still working, you haven't given up. In a world where so many people die young, where disaster can strike at any moment, simply making it through another year is an accomplishment. You see it in the way people carry themselves, a stubborn dignity despite the degrading conditions. You're poor, you're hungry, you're worked nearly to death, but you're still here. That counts for something, even if it shouldn't have to. The rare moments of abundance, when they come, are intensely appreciated precisely because they're so rare. A good harvest that leaves you with a little extra after tribute is paid. A successful hunt that brings meat to the table. A festival day when there's communal food and maybe even chocolate drink if you're particularly fortunate. These moments shine brightly against the background of deprivation. You eat until you're actually full, and the sensation is almost overwhelming. Your stomach, used to constant emptiness, suddenly feels stretched and satisfied. You can literally feel your body responding to the influx of nutrients, energy returning, mood lifting. For a few hours or even days, life feels different, almost good. And then the food runs out, and it's back to the grinding routine. But at least you have the memory of what it felt like to not be hungry. The community gatherings serve important psychological functions beyond just the immediate pleasure of socializing. They're a reminder that you're not alone in your suffering, that everyone around you is dealing with the same challenges. There's comfort in shared experience, in knowing that your struggles aren't the result of personal failure, but of the conditions that define existence for your entire social class. The collective rituals, the ceremonies, the communal work projects, these create a sense of meaning and connection that makes individual suffering more bearable. You're not just working yourself to death for no reason. You're participating in a grand system, a civilization, a cosmic order that your labour helps maintain. Whether that makes the suffering worthwhile is debatable, but it at least makes it comprehensible. Music and storytelling provide mental escape when physical escape is impossible. In the evenings, when the work is finally done and you're gathered around the fire, people sing and tell stories. The songs are old, passed down through generations, and they connect you to ancestors who survived the same hardships. The stories feature heroes and gods, dramatic adventures, moral lessons. For a little while, you can forget about your aching back and empty stomach and lose yourself in the narrative. It's not much, but in a life that offers so few pleasures, these moments of imaginative escape are precious. The relationship with the natural world is complex and contradictory. On one hand, nature is your adversary, the source of so many challenges and dangers. The forest that must be cleared, the rain that comes at the wrong time or doesn't come at all, the pests that destroy crops, the predators and venomous creatures. Nature is something to be fought, controlled, bent to human will through labour and ritual. But on the other hand, nature is also your only source of everything you need to survive. The plants that grow in the forest, the animals that can be hunted, the trees that provide wood and shade, the rain that waters your crops. All of this comes from the natural world. You develop an intimate knowledge of the environment born of necessity. You know which plants are edible, which have medicinal properties, which can be used for tools or construction. You can read weather signs in the clouds and the behaviour of animals. You understand the seasonal cycles, when different foods will be available, where to find water during dry periods. This knowledge is survival currency, and it's passed down carefully from parents to children. A child who doesn't learn to identify edible plants or read weather signs is a child who won't survive to adulthood. Education in commoner families is entirely practical and focused on survival skills. You learn by doing, by watching, by being corrected when you make mistakes. There's no room for error because errors can be fatal. Eat the wrong plant and you die. Fail to read the signs of an approaching storm and you get caught in the fields with no shelter. Miss the optimal planting time and your harvest fails. The natural world is a harsh teacher, but an effective one, and those who survive learn their lessons well. The social relationships within the commoner class have their own hierarchies and tensions, even though everyone is poor by objective standards. Some families have slightly more land, slightly better fields, slightly more stored food. These small advantages create status differences that might seem ridiculous from the outside, arguing over who's less desperately poor, but that matter tremendously to the people involved. A family that consistently makes their tribute payments and has a little food left over has more security and social standing than a family that's barely scraping by. Marriage alliances are negotiated partly based on these considerations. You want your children to marry into families that are at least as well off as yours, hopefully better, because every small advantage increases your chances of survival. But there's also genuine cooperation and mutual aid within communities, because everyone understands that you can't survive alone. Families help each other with major tasks like field clearing or house building. People share information about food sources and dangers. If someone falls seriously ill or is injured and can't work, neighbours might help with their fields or contribute food, knowing that they might need the same help someday. These networks of reciprocal obligation are essential to survival, and maintaining good relationships within the community is a serious priority. Yes, there's competition and sometimes conflict, but there's also recognition that you're all in this together, all subject to the same brutal conditions, all dependent on each other for survival. Gender roles are strictly defined, but both men and women work crushing hours. Men do most of the heavy field work, the clearing, burning and digging. Women do the endless processing of maize, the weaving, the water hauling, the childcare, and they also work in the fields during critical periods. Neither gender has it easy, and honestly, trying to determine who has it worse is pointless when everyone's life is terrible in different ways. What matters is that both men and women are essential to household survival, and both are worked to the point of exhaustion. Marriages are partnerships in survival more than romantic unions, though affection certainly exists. You're bound together by shared hardship and mutual dependence, and that creates its own form of intimacy. Children, as I mentioned, start contributing to household labour early, but they also experience moments of play when they're young enough that their labour isn't yet critical. You see children playing games, making toys from sticks and clay, imitating adult activities in their play. There's laughter sometimes, which is remarkable considering the circumstances. Humans are remarkably adaptable, and children especially can find joy in small things, even in difficult conditions. But childhood is brief, and by 7 or 8, children are expected to take on real responsibilities. The games stop or become less frequent. The carefree moments disappear. They become junior versions of their parents, learning through participation that life is work and work is survival, and there's no escaping it. The elderly, the disabled, and the chronically ill occupy a precarious position in this society. They can't contribute as much labour, which means they're partly dependent on others. In a subsistence economy, where everyone's barely getting by, supporting non-productive members is a real burden. But Maya society does have concepts of family obligation and respect for elders, so people generally do care for aging parents and disabled family members. It's not always comfortable for anyone involved. The dependent person feels the burden they represent, and the caregivers feel the strain of additional mouths to feed. But it happens. Communities don't generally abandon their vulnerable members, though the level of care that can be provided is limited by the overall scarcity of resources. The dream of escape, of a better life, is mostly absent because there's no conceptual framework for it. This is how life is. This is how it's always been. The idea that the social system could be different, that commoners could have more food or less labour or better living conditions, simply doesn't exist as a realistic possibility. Occasionally there are rebellions when tribute demands become truly unbearable, or when a particularly cruel noble pushes people too far, but these are usually put down violently and result in even harsher conditions for the survivors. The system is enforced by warriors with weapons and backed by religious authority claiming divine sanction. Resistance is dangerous and usually futile, so most people don't resist, they endure. But endurance itself is a form of resistance in a way. By surviving, by continuing to work and raise children and maintain communities despite everything, commoners ensure that the civilization continues. They're the foundation that everything else is built on. Without their labour, there are no pyramids, no astronomical observations, no elaborate courts and ceremonies. The nobles and priests depend entirely on commoner labour for their elevated lifestyle, though they'd never acknowledge this dependency. The knowledge that you're essential, that your labour matters even if you're not rewarded for it, provides a cold comfort. You're not valued, but you are necessary, and there's a grim pride in that. The question of how anyone survives psychologically in these conditions has different answers for different people. Some people numb themselves emotionally, developing a kind of protective detachment that lets them go through the motions without feeling the full weight of their circumstances. Others maintain intense emotional connections to family and community, finding meaning in relationships even when material conditions are horrible. Some people become very religious, finding comfort in the belief that the gods are watching and that proper observance will bring rewards. Others are more skeptical but keep it to themselves because questioning religious authority is dangerous. There's probably more mental illness than anyone recognizes as such, because the concept of mental health as distinct from physical health doesn't really exist in this context. Someone who's deeply depressed might be seen as lazy or weak-willed. Someone with anxiety might be told to pray more. Post-traumatic stress from violence or disasters doesn't have a name, just symptoms that people struggle with. The psychological toll of chronic stress, malnutrition, and trauma is real and significant, but there's no framework for addressing it beyond traditional healing practices that focus mostly on physical symptoms and spiritual causes. Addiction to alcohol, when it's available, is definitely a thing. The Maya make various fermented beverages from maize, honey, and other ingredients, and alcohol provides temporary escape from grinding reality. Drinking is controlled by social norms and ritual contexts. Public drunkenness outside of approved ceremonial occasions is generally frowned upon. But people still find ways to drink more than they should because, honestly, who can blame them? A few hours of alcoholic numbness is relief from constant awareness of hunger and exhaustion. The hangover is terrible, especially when you're already malnourished and dehydrated, but it's worth it for the brief respite. The sleep deprivation is its own form of torture. Yes, you're exhausted enough that you should be able to sleep deeply, but the uncomfortable sleeping surface, the insects, the hunger pangs, the aches and pains all conspire to prevent truly restful sleep. You drift in and out of consciousness, getting just enough sleep to keep functioning but not enough to actually recover. Over time, chronic sleep deprivation affects everything: your cognition, your emotional regulation, your physical coordination, your immune function. It makes everything harder and makes the exhaustion cumulative. You start each day tired and end each day more tired, and the deficit keeps growing. The heat deserves its own discussion because tropical heat combined with hard physical labor is genuinely dangerous. You're working in temperatures that regularly exceed 90 degrees Fahrenheit with high humidity, doing strenuous labor that generates even more body heat. Sweat pours off you, soaking your clothing and dripping into your eyes. Dehydration is a constant risk, and heat exhaustion can progress to heat stroke, which kills people. You learn to pace yourself somewhat, to seek shade during the worst heat of midday if you can, but the work still has to get done. The nobles don't care if it's hot. The crops don't care. So you work and you sweat and you hope you've drunk enough water to make it through the day. The rainy season brings different challenges. Working in rain is cold and miserable, and wet clothing chafes and causes skin problems. The mud is exhausting to work in. Every step requires extra effort, and you slip constantly. Fungal infections flourish in the constant damp. Your reed sleeping mat stays damp and starts to rot, adding another level of discomfort to sleep. The stone walls of your dwelling sweat with condensation. Everything feels damp and slightly mouldy. Clothes don't dry properly, so you're always wearing damp fabric. Shoes, if you have them, fall apart. Mostly people go barefoot, which means cuts and infections on your feet, which makes walking painful, which you do anyway because there's no alternative. The dry season brings its own issues. Water becomes scarce, and you spend more time and effort hauling it from distant sources. The heat is even more intense without rain to cool things down. Dust gets into everything: your food, your water, your lungs. The vegetation dries out, which is good for burning fields but bad for foraging wild foods. Some water sources dry up completely, forcing longer trips to more reliable wells or cenotes. The dust and heat and scarcity of water all contribute to respiratory problems. You cough up dust, your throat stays dry and scratchy, and respiratory infections spread easily in communities where everyone's living in close quarters. The insects, I cannot emphasize enough how much the insects matter to daily misery. Mosquitoes are perhaps the worst because they're constant, they carry diseases, and their bites itch for days. But there are also biting flies that take actual chunks out of your skin, ants that get into your food and clothing and bite when disturbed, wasps that build nests in your thatched roof and take offense when you're just trying to live in your own house, ticks that burrow into your skin and have to be removed carefully. chiggers that cause intense itching, scorpions and spiders that hide in unexpected places and deliver painful or even dangerous stings. The insects are a constant presence, a constant irritation, and there's no effective way to keep them out or protect yourself from them. The cumulative effect of all these physical challenges, the malnutrition, the overwork, the injuries, the diseases, the parasites, the environmental stresses, is a life that's hard in ways modern people struggle to comprehend. You're not just dealing with one or two problems, you're dealing with dozens of problems simultaneously, all the time, with no real solutions available. You're hungry and exhausted and in pain, and infested with parasites and fighting off infections and sleeping poorly and working constantly. And this is just normal. This is Tuesday. This is life, and it will continue this way until you die, probably sooner than you'd like. And yet, somehow, people do survive. They adapt, they endure, they find meaning where they can, they maintain families and communities, they pass on knowledge and traditions, they participate in the magnificent cultural achievements of Maya civilization, even though they benefit from those achievements mostly by being able to say they contributed labour to something grand. The pyramids that modern tourists photograph, the astronomical knowledge that impresses scholars, the mathematical sophistication that demonstrates Maya brilliance, all of it rests on the backs of people like you, eating corn gruel and sleeping on reed mats and working themselves to death in the fields. There's something both inspiring and tragic about the resilience of the human spirit in conditions like these. Inspiring because people find ways to continue, to love, to laugh sometimes, to maintain dignity and community despite everything. Tragic because they shouldn't have to. The suffering isn't necessary. It's a product of a social system that extracts maximum value from the lower classes for the benefit of elites. The Maya have the knowledge and resources to feed everyone adequately if food were distributed more equitably. But it's not, because the people who control distribution benefit from the current system, and people who benefit from a system rarely change it voluntarily. So you wake up each morning on your uncomfortable reed mat, your stomach empty, your body aching, and you face another day exactly like yesterday. You walk to the fields, you work until you can barely stand, you eat your inadequate meal if you're lucky enough to have one, you return home, you collapse back onto the mat, and you do it all again tomorrow. This is your life. This is the life of millions of people throughout Maya history, and somehow, in spite of everything, the civilization not only survives but flourishes, creating art and architecture and knowledge that will last millennia. The monument to commoner resilience isn't the pyramids or the elaborate tombs of nobles. It's the simple fact that people survived this and had children who survived this, and built communities that survived this, generation after generation. That's the real achievement, not the grand architectural statements, but the quiet persistence of ordinary people in extraordinary hardship. You are those people now, or at least you're walking in their footsteps, experiencing what they experienced. And if nothing else, maybe you'll never take your comfortable bed or your full refrigerator or your 8-hour workday for granted again, because you've seen what life looks like without those things, and it's not romantic or noble or character building. It's just hard. Bone-grinding, spirit-crushing, relentlessly, endlessly hard. Now let's talk about something that definitely wasn't covered in your elementary school unit on ancient civilizations. The part where the Maya were absolutely obsessed with blood. And I don't mean in a vampire romance novel kind of way. I mean in a the gods literally require blood to keep the universe functioning kind of way, which if you think about it, is a significantly higher pressure situation than worrying about your quarterly performance review. Welcome to the spiritual dimension of Maya life, where religion isn't just about showing up to temple on special occasions. It's about proving your devotion through pain, and occasionally through death. Let's start with a practice that affects you most directly as a commoner, bloodletting rituals. Now, when I say bloodletting, you might be thinking of medieval European medicine where they drain some blood to balance your humours or whatever pseudo-scientific reasoning they were using that week. That's not what's happening here. Maya bloodletting is a religious act, a way of communicating with the gods and ancestors by offering them the most precious thing you have, your own life force. Blood is sacred, it's powerful, and the gods are apparently quite hungry for it. Think of it as the ultimate subscription service, except instead of paying with money, you're paying with literal pieces of yourself, and there's no option to cancel. The most common form of bloodletting for regular people involves piercing your ears, tongue, or other body parts with sharp implements, thorns, obsidian blades, stingray spines, and letting the blood drip onto paper made from bark. The blood-soaked paper is then burned, and the smoke carries your offering up to the gods. Sounds manageable, right? Just a little prick, no big deal. Well, here's the thing about deliberately piercing your tongue with a thorn the size of your finger. It hurts. A lot. And you're not doing it once and calling it good. These rituals happen regularly, on specific calendar dates, to mark important events, whenever the priests determine that the gods need appeasing. You're basically a human juice box for the divine, and the gods are perpetually thirsty. The tongue piercing is particularly unpleasant, which is probably why it's such a popular choice for demonstrating devotion. Your tongue is full of nerve endings and blood vessels, which makes it ideal for producing the blood the gods want, and the suffering that proves you're serious about this whole religion thing. The process involves sticking your tongue out, already an undignified position, and having someone, usually a priest, drive a thorn or spine through it. The pain is immediate and intense, the kind that makes your eyes water and your whole body tense up. Then you have to keep your tongue pierced while the blood drips out, which takes time. Your tongue swells, speaking becomes impossible for days, eating is an adventure in creative problem-solving, and the whole experience is something you'll remember vividly every time the next ritual date rolls around. For the nobility, and especially for the royal family, bloodletting takes on even more extreme forms, because apparently, regular suffering isn't fancy enough when you're at the top of the social pyramid. Kings and queens engage in elaborate bloodletting ceremonies where they pierce not just their tongues but their ears, their cheeks, and I want you to appreciate how committed these people are to their religious duties, their genitals. Yes, you read that right. The king demonstrates his fitness to rule and his connection to the divine by taking a stingray spine, which is barbed and serrated, and driving it through his penis. Queens pierce their tongues with thorned ropes that are then pulled through, creating multiple wounds. These aren't secret rituals done in private. These are public performances witnessed by crowds, documented in art and inscriptions. The royal family is literally bleeding for their people, proving their worthiness through voluntary mutilation. Now, from your perspective as a commoner, you're not expected to reach these levels of dedication, which is probably the only religious exemption you're grateful for. Your bloodletting rituals are comparatively modest. Tongue, ears, maybe arms or legs. But modest is relative when you're still deliberately injuring yourself on a regular basis. The psychological impact of knowing that you'll have to do this again, that the calendar is always counting down to the next ritual date, creates a constant low-level dread. You heal from one session just in time to start worrying about the next one. Children watch these rituals, see their parents bleeding for the gods, and learn that this is normal. This is what the gods require. This is what it means to be Maya. The normalization of ritual pain is just part of growing up. The religious justification for all this blood is actually quite sophisticated, even if the practice is horrifying. The Maya believe that the gods sacrificed themselves to create the current world and humanity. The gods shed their own blood to make you, so you owe them blood in return. It's a cosmic debt that can never be fully repaid, only serviced through regular installments of suffering. The universe is in constant need of regeneration, and blood is the essential fuel that keeps everything running. Without these offerings, the sun might not rise, the rains might not come, the cosmic order could collapse into chaos. So when you're sitting there with a thorn through your tongue, unable to speak, in considerable pain, you can at least console yourself with the knowledge that you're helping to prevent the apocalypse. It's not exactly a fair trade, but the gods didn't ask for your input on the arrangement. But bloodletting, as unpleasant as it is, isn't even the most extreme form of sacrifice in Maya religion. That distinction belongs to human sacrifice, which is exactly what it sounds like, and somehow even worse than you're imagining. Now, Hollywood has given us plenty of images of ancient sacrifice, usually involving volcanoes or altars and a lot of dramatic screaming. The Maya version is more methodical and arguably more terrifying because of how ritualized and systematic it is. This isn't random violence. This is carefully orchestrated religious theatre where the starring role is person who dies to please the gods. And trust me, nobody's auditioning for that part voluntarily. Human sacrifice in Maya society serves multiple functions. It's religious. The gods need blood, and human blood is the most potent offering available. It's political. Sacrificing captives from enemy cities demonstrates power, and sends a clear message to rivals. It's cosmological. Certain rituals require human death to maintain the proper order of the universe. And it's psychological, knowing that human sacrifice exists, that it could theoretically happen to you under the wrong circumstances, is an excellent way to keep the population compliant and respectful of authority. Nothing says, don't rebel against the social order, quite like public executions disguised as religious ceremonies. The most common victims of sacrifice are war captives, particularly nobles and warriors captured in battle. The Maya practice what historians politely call ritualized warfare, where one of the primary goals of military conflict isn't conquest or territorial expansion, but the acquisition of high-status prisoners for sacrifice. If you're a noble captured in battle, your fate is essentially sealed. You're going to end up on a sacrificial altar, probably after an extended period of ritual humiliation and preparation. The captor who took you gets tremendous prestige from presenting you for sacrifice. Your death becomes part of their glory, which is perhaps not the legacy you were hoping for, but certainly memorable. The actual methods of sacrifice vary depending on the occasion and the specific ritual requirements, but the most common form involves cutting open the victim's chest and removing their heart while they're still alive. Let me emphasize that last part, still alive. The goal is to offer a beating heart to the gods, which means the person has to be alive when the extraction happens. This is accomplished by a team of priests and assistants who hold the victim down on a stone altar, because struggling is a natural response to having your chest opened, while the head priest uses a sharp obsidian or flint blade to cut through the ribs and diaphragm. Obsidian can be sharper than modern surgical steel, which is good for the priest performing the procedure and less good for the person experiencing it. The heart is removed, held up for the crowd to see, and then typically burned or placed in a special vessel as an offering. The body is then disposed of, often by throwing it down the temple stairs, because apparently the gods appreciate the dramatic presentation. Other forms of sacrifice include decapitation, which is at least quick if not exactly pleasant, and arrow sacrifice, where the victim is tied to a frame and shot with arrows, which is decidedly neither quick nor pleasant. There's also drowning in cenotes, those natural sinkholes I mentioned earlier, which serves the dual purpose of sacrifice and depositing offerings in the watery underworld. The Maya believe that cenotes are portals to Xibalba, the underworld, so throwing valuable objects and occasionally people into them is a way of sending offerings directly to the death gods. Archaeological excavations of cenotes have found human remains, along with jade, gold, ceramics and other precious items, creating what must be the world's most morbid underwater museums. Now, as a commoner, your risk of being sacrificed is relatively low under normal circumstances. The gods apparently have standards, and they prefer high-quality victims, nobles, warriors, people of importance. Your humble status actually provides a degree of protection because you're not considered valuable enough for the most important rituals. It's possibly the only time in Maya society where being poor and insignificant works in your favor. However, and this is a significant however, there are exceptions. During times of crisis, droughts, famines, epidemics, military defeats, the demand for sacrificial victims can increase, and the standards for who's acceptable can drop. If the gods need appeasing and there aren't enough war captives available, well, someone's got to go, and it might be you. Children are sometimes sacrificed, particularly in rituals related to the rain god Chake. The logic, if we can call it that, is that children's tears resemble rain, so sacrificing children might encourage the rain god to send precipitation. The children chosen are often purchased from poor families, because apparently even in ritual sacrifice there's a market economy, or they might be orphans or children born with physical differences that mark them as special or sacred. The Maya aren't uniquely monstrous in this practice. Child sacrifice appears in various ancient cultures, always with elaborate religious justifications that don't make it any less horrifying. If you have children, this is yet another source of anxiety in your already anxiety-filled existence. You protect them, you try to keep them unremarkable and unnoticed, because standing out in any way could potentially mark them as suitable for sacrifice. The psychological impact of living in a society that practices human sacrifice is difficult to overstate. You attend festivals and ceremonies where people die in front of crowds. You see the bodies thrown down the temple steps. You smell the blood and the burning offerings. This is normalized through constant exposure and religious framing, but that doesn't mean it's not traumatic. Children grow up seeing this, learning that human life can be terminated for religious purposes, that death is always close, that the gods are powerful and terrifying and must be appeased. The existential anxiety this creates is managed through the same religious system that creates it. You participate in the rituals, you make your own blood offerings, you demonstrate devotion, and you hope that this will protect you and your family from becoming victims yourselves. The priests who conduct these rituals occupy a complex position in society. They're highly educated, they understand astronomy and mathematics and the intricate calendar systems that determine when rituals must be performed. They're also, from a certain perspective, professional killers who've developed expertise in human anatomy and the most efficient ways to extract organs from living people. They wear elaborate costumes for ceremonies, often incorporating the skins of previous victims, which is both practically useful for maintaining the religious costume department and psychologically terrifying for everyone watching. The priests are intermediaries between humans and gods, and the power this gives them is immense. Nobody wants to anger the people who decide when the gods need blood and whose blood they need. The temples themselves are designed partly as stages for these rituals. The steep stairs, the elevated platforms, the stone altars, all of this is architecture of sacrifice, built to ensure that as many people as possible can witness the ceremonies. The temples are stained with centuries of blood, the stone darkened and discoloured from countless offerings. This isn't metaphorical. The physical evidence of sacrifice is everywhere in Maya religious architecture. Modern tourists photograph these temples and marvel at the stonework, usually unaware that they're standing in what amounts to ancient execution chambers. The beauty of the architecture coexists with the horror of its primary function, and the Maya don't see any contradiction in this because beauty and terror are both aspects of the sacred. There's also the practice of auto-sacrifice, self-sacrifice, which sounds impossibly noble until you realize it's usually not voluntary in any meaningful sense. During certain ceremonies, individuals might offer themselves for sacrifice, but this offering happens in a context where refusing would be unthinkable, where social pressure and religious expectation make voluntary death the only acceptable choice. Someone might volunteer if their city is facing disaster, and the priests declare that the gods demand sacrifice. Someone might offer themselves to accompany a dead noble into the afterlife. These are presented as willing acts of devotion, but they're taking place in a society where refusing would bring shame on your entire family, and potentially mark you as impious, which could lead to your death anyway, just without the religious glory. It's volunteering at knife point, metaphorically speaking. The bull game, the famous Maya bull game that archaeologists and tourists find so fascinating, is connected to sacrifice in ways that make the ancient Olympics look extremely tame by comparison. The bull game has ritual significance, sometimes representing the cosmic struggle between gods, and sometimes the games end with the sacrifice of players. Whether it's the winners or losers who get sacrificed is debated among scholars and probably varied by time and place, but either way it adds a whole new meaning to sudden death over time. Imagine playing a sport where the stakes aren't just winning or losing but living or dying, and the referees are priests, and the stadium is a temple, and the crowd is there partially to watch athletic competition and partially to witness a potential human sacrifice. It's entertainment, politics, religion, and violence all mixed together in a way that's distinctly Maya. The captives awaiting sacrifice live in a special kind of hell. They know they're going to die, and they know when, because the ritual calendar is public knowledge. They're kept prisoner, often in cages or confined spaces, and they're prepared for their role in the ceremony. Sometimes this preparation involves elaborate rituals where the captive is treated as an embodiment of a god before being sacrificed, which means being dressed in fine clothes and given good food and generally treated well, except for the part where you know it's all leading to your heart being cut out. It's the ultimate example of an expiration date you can't ignore. Some captives try to escape, most fail. Some try to die by suicide before the sacrifice, some succeed. The guards who watch them have to prevent both escape and self-destruction, maintaining the captive in a state of living readiness for their scheduled death. For the families of sacrifice victims, the emotional impact is devastating, even if the death is framed as glorious or necessary. If your family member is sacrificed, you're supposed to feel honor that they were chosen for this important role, that their death serves cosmic purposes. But honor doesn't erase grief, and religious framing doesn't make loss easier to bear. You mourn while pretending to celebrate. You grieve while participating in the ceremonies that killed your loved one, and you live with the knowledge that the same system could take more of your family members at any time. The psychological complexity of this situation simultaneously honouring and hating the practices that shape your life, is something people navigate as best they can, usually by compartmentalising and by leaning heavily on the religious beliefs that make this all supposedly meaningful. The gods themselves are not gentle or loving in Maya religion. They're powerful, demanding, often angry, and they require constant propitiation. Chake, the rain god, controls whether your crops get water. The maize god determines whether your harvest succeeds. The death gods wait in Xibalba for everyone's inevitable arrival. These aren't gods who love you unconditionally or offer comfort in times of trouble. These are gods who might destroy you if you don't keep them satisfied, and keeping them satisfied requires blood and pain and sometimes death. The relationship between humans and gods is transactional and tense. You give blood, the gods give rain. You perform rituals correctly, the gods don't send disasters. It's a protection racket on a cosmic scale, and you're paying the premiums in your own blood. Let's shift from the voluntary horrors of religious practice to the involuntary horrors of simply existing in the tropical lowlands of the Yucatan Peninsula. Because if the gods and the social system weren't trying hard enough to kill you, the climate is here to pick up the slack. Welcome to a part of the world where the weather isn't just an inconvenience or a topic of small talk. It's an existential threat that shapes every aspect of your life and could kill you in a variety of creative ways. Think of it as nature's way of reminding you that no matter how impressive your civilization's architecture is, you're still vulnerable to basic atmospheric conditions. The humidity is perhaps the first thing you notice when you wake up in the Maya lowlands, assuming you weren't too distracted by the hunger or the uncomfortable sleeping mat or the insects. We're talking about humidity levels that regularly exceed 80 or 90%, which for those of you who live in dry climates is the kind of moisture in the air that makes breathing feel like drinking soup. The air is thick, tangible, heavy in your lungs. Sweat doesn't evaporate, it just sits on your skin, providing no cooling benefit, just a constant layer of moisture that attracts more insects and makes your cotton clothing stick to your body in uncomfortable ways. Mold and mildew grow on everything. Your sleeping mat develops a musty smell within days of being new. Food spoils almost immediately if not preserved properly. The stone walls of your dwelling sweat with condensation, creating rivulets of water that pool on the floor. This humidity isn't just uncomfortable, it's exhausting in ways that compound all the other challenges you're facing. Your body is constantly trying to cool itself through sweating, but the sweat doesn't evaporate, so the cooling mechanism doesn't work, so your body just keeps sweating, which leads to dehydration even though you're surrounded by moisture. It's like your body is caught in a loop of failed thermoregulation, burning energy to produce sweat that doesn't help, draining your water reserves in a futile attempt to cool down. When you combine this with hard physical labour in the fields, you're basically asking your body to perform at peak capacity, while its most important cooling system is broken. And that's on a normal day. We haven't even gotten to the extreme weather yet. The temperature itself swings between uncomfortably hot during the day and occasionally chilly at night, especially after storms. Daytime temperatures in the lowlands typically range from the mid-80s to mid-90s Fahrenheit, which doesn't sound catastrophic until you factor in the humidity and the fact that you're doing manual labour for 12 hours straight with no air conditioning, no cooling breaks, and inadequate water supplies. The heat is relentless and oppressive, pressing down on you like a physical weight. Everything moves slowly because moving fast generates more heat that your body can't dissipate. The nobility, in their stone palaces, have the luxury of staying out of the sun during the worst heat of the day. You, working in the open milpa fields, have no such option. The sun beats down directly, reflecting off the cleared ground, creating temperatures that can exceed 100 degrees in your immediate environment. Then night falls, and if there's been a storm, and we'll get to the storms, trust me, the temperature can drop 20 or 30 degrees. This might sound refreshing after the heat of the day, but when you're soaked with sweat and rain, wearing damp cotton clothing, and sleeping on a reed mat on the ground with no blanket or only a thin worn cloth, this temperature drop is enough to make you legitimately cold. You shiver through the night, which burns calories you don't have to spare, disrupts what little sleep you're getting, and can lead to respiratory infections. Your body can't catch a break. Hot enough during the day to risk heat stroke, cold enough at night to risk illness, and no way to properly prepare for either extreme because you don't have the resources for appropriate clothing or bedding. The rainy season, which lasts roughly from May to October, brings its own special category of misery. This isn't gentle spring rain, or the occasional afternoon shower. This is tropical rain that falls like someone dumped an ocean on your head. Rain so heavy you can barely see a few feet in front of you. Rain that floods fields and paths and turns everything into a muddy swamp within minutes. The rain is warm, which at least means you're not being hypothermically drenched, but warm rain is still rain, and being constantly wet for months on end creates problems that go beyond simple discomfort. Your skin never fully dries during the rainy season. The constant moisture leads to bacterial and fungal infections, athlete's foot, ringworm, various skin rashes that have no modern names but plenty of historical misery. These infections itch intensely, they spread easily, and they're nearly impossible to treat with available remedies. You scratch, which provides momentary relief and spreads the infection and creates open wounds that then become infected with bacteria. The infection cycle is self-perpetuating and exhausting. Your clothes stay damp, which chafes your skin in areas you're constantly moving. Inner thighs, underarms, anywhere fabric rubs against fabric or skin. The chafing creates raw patches that hurt with every movement, which is problematic when you're walking miles to and from the fields and bending and lifting constantly. Infections get into these raw patches, and now you have bleeding, oozing sores that still have to move through the workday because, again, there's no sick leave in the 8th century. The paths you use to travel from your home to the fields, to the wells, to the village centre, these turn into streams of mud during the rainy season. We're not talking about muddy paths you can navigate carefully. We're talking about ankle-deep or even knee-deep mud in places, a sucking, sticky mess that makes every step an effort. The mud tries to steal your sandals if you're fortunate enough to have any, so most people just go barefoot and deal with the consequences. Walking through this mud means your feet are constantly cut by hidden rocks, thorns and debris. These cuts get infected because you're walking through contaminated water, filled with fecal matter and decomposing vegetation and whatever else has washed into the path. Foot infections are common, painful and debilitating. They make walking even more difficult, which is unfortunate because walking is non-negotiable. You have to get to the fields, you have to get water, you have to move around to survive. The rain also brings flooding, which ranges from inconvenient to catastrophic depending on severity and location. Your simple dwelling, with its packed earth floor, doesn't have drainage systems or raised foundations. When it floods, water comes right in. Your sleeping mat is soaked. Your stored food, if you have any, is at risk of water damage and spoilage. The fire you use for cooking and minimal heating goes out, and getting it started again with wet wood is an hours-long exercise in frustration. If the flooding is severe, you might have to evacuate your home entirely, taking whatever possessions you can carry and seeking shelter on higher ground or with relatives. And when the water recedes, you come back to a home that's even more damaged, even more mouldy, with mud coating everything and the smell of stagnant water permeating the stone. But the true meteorological terror of the Maya lowlands isn't the regular seasonal rain. It's the massive storms that sweep through during the hurricane season. The Maya don't have the concept of hurricanes as we understand them, don't have Doppler radar or satellite tracking or any way to predict when these storms are coming beyond reading traditional weather signs and hoping for the best. What they do have is experience with storms that bring winds strong enough to rip the thatched roof off your house, rain measured in feet rather than inches, and flooding that can destroy crops, homes, and lives. These storms are attributed to the anger of gods, particularly Chak, and they're seen as both natural disasters and divine punishment. When a major storm hits, there's no early warning system, no emergency broadcast, no time to properly prepare. The sky darkens, the wind picks up, and then you're in the middle of a meteorological nightmare with nothing but your limestone walls and your prayers for protection. The wind howls with a sound that's genuinely terrifying, a roar that makes conversation impossible and thinking difficult. The thatched roof, which is held down with ropes and weights, but is fundamentally just dried plant material, begins to lift and shift. If you're lucky, it stays mostly intact. If you're not, sections tear away, and suddenly you're exposed to the full force of the wind and rain inside what was supposed to be your shelter. The rain during these storms doesn't fall. It's driven horizontally by the wind, hitting with enough force to sting exposed skin. Visibility drops to nearly zero. The world becomes nothing but wind and water and noise. If your roof fails, you try to huddle against the walls, covering your head and hoping nothing larger than raindrops hits you. Debris flies through the air. Branches, palm fronds, pieces of other people's destroyed homes. People die in these storms, struck by flying objects, crushed under falling trees, or simply swept away by floodwaters. You survive by luck as much as by preparation, and you know it, which adds to the terror. You're completely helpless against forces that could kill you at any moment, and all you can do is wait for it to end. The aftermath of a major storm is its own catastrophe. Your home, if it's still standing, is damaged. The roof needs repairs or complete replacement, which means more labour, more time spent on maintenance instead of food production. Your fields, where you've spent months working, might be destroyed. Crops ripped out of the ground, still developing maize ears torn from stalks, entire sections washed away by flooding. A single storm can wipe out a season's worth of work, which means no harvest, which means no food, which means famine. The stored food you did have is often destroyed by water damage. Community grain storage, if it wasn't well protected, suffers the same fate. The social impact of a major storm ripples through the entire region. When crops fail simultaneously across multiple communities, there's no surplus anywhere to share. The tribute system doesn't stop just because there's been a natural disaster. The nobles still expect their due, even if it means taking the last food from starving commoners. People begin to starve within weeks if the destruction is severe enough. Children and elderly people die first, their already marginal nutritional status tipping over into fatal malnutrition. Then the deaths spread to the general population. The survivors face months of hunger until the next planting season, and even then they're trying to farm while weak from malnutrition, which makes everything harder and more dangerous. The psychological impact of these storms is significant because they're unpredictable and uncontrollable. You can't prevent them, can't fully prepare for them, can't predict when they'll hit. You just know that at some point during the rainy season, a major storm is likely and you might lose everything. This creates a baseline anxiety that never fully goes away. Every storm cloud could be the beginning of disaster. Every increase in wind speed could be the start of the big one. You're constantly vigilant, constantly worried, and the anxiety burns mental energy that you don't have to spare. When storms do hit, the trauma lingers. Children who survive destructive storms are terrified of all storms going forward. Adults who've lost family members or homes carry that trauma indefinitely. The dependency on Chak, the rain god, becomes desperately real when you understand how completely your survival depends on weather that you cannot control or predict with any accuracy. Chak is depicted in Maya art as a being with reptilian features, often holding lightning bolts, sometimes shown with tears streaming from his eyes representing rain. He's not a gentle god. He's powerful and capricious, capable of blessing you with the exact right amount of rain at the exact right time, or of destroying everything you have with storms and floods, or of withholding rain entirely and letting you die of thirst and crop failure. The relationship with Chak is one of desperate propitiation. You make offerings, you perform rituals, you sacrifice to him, and you hope he's listening and feeling benevolent. The dry season, which you might assume would be a relief after months of rain, brings its own weather-related challenges. The rain stops, which is good for not being constantly wet, but the heat intensifies without the cooling effect of rain. Water sources begin to dry up or become dangerously low. The wells that were full during the rainy season drop to levels where hauling water becomes even more labour-intensive. Some cenotes that are marginal water sources dry up completely. This means travelling farther for water, carrying heavy clay pots longer distances, spending more time and energy on the basic task of getting something to drink. The vegetation dries out during the dry season, which is useful for field burning but dangerous for uncontrolled fires. A carelessly managed cook fire, a ritual fire that spreads, even lightning strikes on dry vegetation can start forest fires that threaten homes and communities. Fire moves fast through dry tropical forest, and you have no fire trucks, no fire hydrants, no organised firefighting services. You have people with basic tools trying to create fire breaks and containing the blaze through collective effort and desperate hope. People die in forest fires, homes burn. The smoke from these fires, even when they're controlled field burns, creates air quality problems that affect breathing and vision. You wake up with burning eyes and a sore throat from inhaling smoke all day, and it takes weeks for the smoke to fully clear from a region after large-scale burning. The dust during the dry season is pervasive and irritating. The packed earth paths become dusty, and every footstep kicks up clouds of fine particles. The wind carries this dust everywhere. It gets into your food, your water, your nose and lungs and eyes. You're constantly covered in a fine layer of dirt that makes your skin feel gritty and your eyes itch. respiratory problems increase during the dry season. Coughing, difficulty breathing, infections that settle in your lungs and resist healing. The combination of dust, smoke, and dry air is harsh on respiratory systems that are already compromised by malnutrition and previous infections. Temperature extremes aren't as dramatic as in some climates, but they still matter. The hottest days during the dry season, when there's no cloud cover and the sun beats down with full tropical intensity, can push temperatures into the uncomfortable hundreds. Heat exhaustion and heat stroke are real dangers, especially for people doing physical labour in fields with no shade. You feel dizzy, nauseous, confused. Your coordination suffers, which makes injuries more likely. If you're working alone and collapse from heat stroke, you might lie there for hours before anyone finds you, and hours in the tropical sun without water or treatment can be fatal. The coldest nights, while not genuinely cold by temperate climate standards, still drop into the 60s or even 50s Fahrenheit after certain weather systems pass through. When you're accustomed to tropical heat, when your body has adapted to high temperatures, and when you have no warm clothing or bedding, a night in the 50s feels genuinely cold. You shiver, you can't sleep, you huddle close to family members for warmth, and you count the hours until sunrise brings heat back. These cold snaps don't last long usually, but they're miserable while they happen, and they increase vulnerability to respiratory infections that are always hovering around the edges of your health. Lightning is another hazard that deserves mention, because tropical storms produce spectacular lightning displays, and lightning strikes kill people with depressing regularity. You're working in open fields, possibly near trees, during the rainy season when thunderstorms are frequent. You're a standing human in an open space, which makes you a potential lightning rod. The Maya understand that lightning is dangerous, but they don't understand the physics of electrical discharge or how to protect against it. They know that tall objects get struck more often, so they avoid standing under tall trees during storms, but beyond that, it's mostly just hoping you're not unlucky. People are struck and killed, sometimes multiple people at once if they're huddled together. The survivors interpret these deaths as divine action. The lightning gods chose those particular people for reasons known only to the gods. It's another source of unpredictable death that keeps the general anxiety level high. The seasonal cycle of weather creates a rhythm that dominates everything else. Your life is divided into rainy season and dry season, with all the associated challenges of each. You plan activities around weather patterns. Field burning happens in the dry season. Planting happens at the start of the rains. Harvest happens when the rains are ending. Travel and trade are easier in the dry season when paths are passable. Construction projects happen when rain won't immediately destroy your work. Social events and ceremonies are scheduled with weather in mind. Even warfare tends to follow seasonal patterns, because moving armies through flooded terrain is difficult and inefficient. But weather is ultimately unpredictable in its details, and that unpredictability is terrifying when your survival depends on it. The rains might come early or late. They might be too heavy or too light. The dry season might be longer or shorter than expected. A major storm might hit, or the season might pass quietly. You're living with constant uncertainty, unable to control or reliably predict the most important variable in your existence. Modern people complain about weather, but they do so with the understanding that weather is an inconvenience. You might get rained on, you might need a jacket, your picnic might get postponed. For you as a Maya commoner, weather determines whether you eat, whether your family survives, whether your community prospers or suffers. The stakes are infinitely higher, and the stakes make every weather event emotionally charged and potentially devastating. The religious response to this weather uncertainty is to try to influence the gods through ritual. If Chak controls the rain, then you perform ceremonies to encourage him to send rain at the right time in the right amounts. You make offerings, you sacrifice, you pray, and you hope. When the rain comes, it's interpreted as divine favour. Your offerings were accepted, your rituals were performed correctly, the gods are pleased. When the rain doesn't come, or comes too much, it's divine displeasure. Someone angered the gods, the rituals were inadequate, more sacrifice is needed. This religious framework provides an explanatory structure for weather, but it doesn't provide actual control, and it adds a layer of guilt and responsibility to natural disasters. If the crops fail because of drought, it's not just bad luck, it's spiritual failure, and someone has to be at fault. The social tensions that arise from weather disasters are significant. When food becomes scarce after storms or drought, communities start to fracture under the pressure, Accusations of hoarding food, of taking more than your share, of hiding supplies, these accusations tear at the social fabric. Violence can erupt over resource access. Families who normally cooperate become competitors. The cooperative structures that are essential for survival start to break down under extreme stress, and when they break down, even more people die because survival in this environment requires cooperation. It's a negative spiral where disaster leads to scarcity, scarcity leads to conflict, conflict undermines cooperation, and lack of cooperation makes recovery even harder. The nobility and priests are somewhat insulated from the worst effects of weather disasters, which creates resentment even if that resentment can't be safely expressed. The nobles have better housing that withstands storms more effectively, stone palaces with proper drainage systems, elevated platforms that don't flood, reinforced roofs that don't blow away in every major wind event. They have food reserves that can last through failed harvests. They have servants to handle the labour of recovery after disasters. When a storm destroys your thatched roof and floods your dirt floor home, you're out there in the mud trying to salvage what you can and rebuild with your own exhausted hands. When a storm damages a noble's palace, they direct workers to make repairs while they retire to undamaged sections of their residence. The inequality becomes starkest in moments of crisis, and you see very clearly who the system is designed to protect, and it's not you. The weather also creates unpredictable dangers beyond the obvious storms and floods. Lightning-struck trees can fall days after the strike, crushing anyone unfortunate enough to be nearby. Flash floods can appear with minimal warning in low-lying areas, turning a dry streambed into a raging torrent in minutes. The combination of rain and wind can send branches and debris flying through the air like projectiles. You develop a constant situational awareness, always scanning for dangers, always planning escape routes, always ready to run or take cover. It's exhausting to maintain this level of vigilance, but the alternative is being caught unprepared when disaster strikes, and that can be fatal. The impact on mental health from constant weather-related stress is something that nobody in the 8th century has language for, but it's real nonetheless. The anxiety of knowing that any storm could destroy everything creates a baseline stress level that never fully recedes. You jump at sudden changes in wind speed. You wake up during storms even when you're exhausted, because some part of your brain refuses to sleep through potential danger. You dream about floods and destroyed crops and starving children. The psychological toll accumulates over years, creating a population that's traumatized by weather in ways that modern people with climate-controlled homes and insurance policies can barely comprehend. Children growing up in this environment learn early that nature is powerful and dangerous. They see homes destroyed, they experience hunger after crop failures, they watch family members die from weather-related disasters. This shapes their worldview in fundamental ways, teaching them that humans are vulnerable, that survival is never guaranteed, that the gods control forces that can destroy you at any moment. It's a harsh education, but it's accurate to their reality. These lessons get reinforced through direct experience year after year, creating adults who are tough, resilient, and deeply aware of human vulnerability to natural forces. The seasonal flooding creates breeding grounds for disease-carrying mosquitoes, which adds another layer of weather-related health problems. Malaria is endemic in the region, and mosquito populations explode during and after the rainy season. You're already weakened by malnutrition and overwork, which makes you more susceptible to infection. Malaria causes recurring fevers, chills, severe headaches, and fatigue that can last for weeks or months. It's debilitating when you need to be working at full capacity just to survive. Some people die from severe malaria, others recover but are left weakened and vulnerable to other infections. The mosquitoes also carry other diseases, and you have no mosquito nets, no insect repellent, no screens on your windows, because you don't have windows, just open spaces in the stone walls. The insects have free access to you all night long while you're trying to sleep on your uncomfortable reed mat. Waterborne diseases are another consequence of weather patterns, particularly during the rainy season when flooding contaminates water sources. The same cenotes and wells you depend on for drinking water can become polluted with surface runoff carrying fecal matter, decomposing animals and various pathogens. Dysentery outbreaks are common after floods, causing severe diarrhea that dehydrates people rapidly. In a population that's already marginally hydrated and malnourished, dysentery can be fatal, especially for children and elderly people. You try to boil water when possible, but that requires fuel for fire, which is often wet during the rainy season, and it requires time and energy that you're already short on. Sometimes you just have to drink questionable water and hope for the best because the alternative is dying of thirst. The relationship with water itself becomes complex and fraught with anxiety. You need water desperately for drinking, cooking, processing maize, keeping cool, washing occasionally. But water is also dangerous. It brings disease, it floods your home, it destroys crops, it breeds mosquitoes. It can drown you if you fall into a flooded cenote or swollen stream. You both depend on water and fear it, a contradictory relationship that perfectly captures the precarious nature of survival in the Maya lowlands. Too much water kills you. Too little water kills you. The amount of control you have over which way you die is basically zero, which is not exactly reassuring. Droughts are the opposite extreme from floods, but equally devastating and arguably more terrifying because they develop slowly and give you plenty of time to watch disaster approach without being able to prevent it. A drought starts with late rains or lighter than normal precipitation. You plant your crops on schedule, expecting the rains to come, but they don't, or they're inadequate. The young maize plants wither in the fields. You watch your months of labour dying slowly, unable to do anything about it because you can't make it rain. You pray to Chak, you make offerings, you perform every ritual you know, and still the rains don't come. The sky stays clear and mocking. The sun beats down relentlessly. The ground cracks and hardens. As the drought continues, water sources begin to fail. The marginal cenotes dry up completely. The reliable cenotes drop to dangerously low levels. Wells that normally provide adequate water produce less and less. You're rationing water carefully, measuring out daily amounts for drinking and the absolute minimum for food preparation. There's no water for washing. There's barely enough water to keep yourself alive. The journey to water sources becomes longer as nearby sources fail and you have to travel to more distant ones. You're walking miles each day carrying heavy water containers, and you're doing this while weakened by dehydration and malnutrition, because the crop failure means even less food than usual. The social fabric frays under drought conditions faster than almost any other disaster. Water becomes the most precious commodity, and conflicts erupt over access to diminishing supplies. Communities that share cenotes start arguing over usage rights. Stronger groups push out weaker ones. Violence over water rights becomes common. The nobility, with their greater resources and power, ensure they have access to water, while commoners die of thirst. The resentment this creates is profound, but expressing that resentment openly is dangerous when you're weak, and they control the warriors. So you suffer in silence, watching your children die slowly while nobles water their decorative gardens, and you internalize the rage because there's no safe outlet for it. The famine that follows drought is a slow horror. It's not the sudden catastrophe of a storm that destroys everything at once. It's the gradual realization that there isn't going to be enough food, and then the slow process of starving. First, you reduce rations, eating less at each meal, spacing meals out more. Then you start eating foods you normally wouldn't, seeds saved for planting, food that's beginning to spoil, anything with any nutritional value. You forage in the forest for wild foods, competing with everyone else doing the same thing, quickly depleting those resources. You eat plants that are marginally edible, roots and leaves that taste terrible and have minimal nutrition, but at least provide something to chew on, and briefly fool your stomach into thinking it's being fed. Children's stomachs become distended from malnutrition, their limbs thin and weak, their hair changes texture and colour. They stop playing, stop having energy for anything beyond lying listlessly in whatever shade they can find. Their eyes become dull, their responses slow. You watch them fading and you're helpless to stop it because there's no food to give them. Some families make impossible decisions about which children to feed, prioritizing older children who can work over younger ones, or boys over girls, or making choices that will haunt them forever regardless of what they decide. These aren't choices anyone should have to make, but drought creates situations where there are no good options, only terrible ones. The death toll from famine climbs steadily. The very young and very old die first, then people who are already weakened by illness or injury, then the general population as starvation reaches critical levels. Bodies become too thin to support life. Organ systems start to fail. People die in their sleep, which is probably the gentlest way to go, or they die still trying to work because stopping means giving up completely. The survivors bury the dead when they have strength for it, or simply leave bodies where they fall when they don't. Disease spreads more easily through the malnourished population. adding disease deaths to starvation deaths. Communities can lose a quarter or even half their population in a severe famine, and the survivors are traumatized and weakened. The recovery from drought and famine is slow and painful. Even when the rains finally return, you're trying to plant and work fields while severely malnourished and weakened. The work is even harder than usual, which is saying something given how hard it normally is. Your body is consuming itself, breaking down muscle tissue for energy, and you're asking it to perform heavy labor. People collapse in the fields regularly. Injuries increase because coordination and judgment are impaired by malnutrition. And you're doing all this knowing that if the next harvest fails, there's no reserve, no backup, nothing to fall back on. You're one bad season away from another famine, always, and that knowledge never leaves you. The religious explanations for drought revolve around divine displeasure. Chake is angry, the rituals have been insufficient, the offerings have displeased the gods. This leads to increased demands for sacrifice and ritual observance during droughts, which is particularly cruel because people who are starving are being asked to give up more of their scarce resources for offerings. But refusing would be impious and might anger the gods further, so you comply. You give what you cannot afford to give, you participate in exhausting ceremonies when you barely have energy to stand, and you hope that this time the gods will listen and send rain. The psychological burden of believing that your own spiritual inadequacy might be causing the disaster is immense. You're not just suffering from natural causes, you're suffering because you've somehow failed in your religious duties, and that guilt adds to the misery. The climate variability of the Maya lowlands means you never know what kind of year you're going to get. Some years are relatively benign. Adequate rain, no major storms, manageable heat. These are the good years, when you have enough food, when nobody dies from weather-related causes, when you can almost relax slightly. But good years are unpredictable and never guaranteed. You might have several good years in a row, and you start to hope that maybe things will continue to be manageable, and then a drought hits, or a major hurricane destroys everything, and you're reminded that you live at the mercy of weather patterns you cannot predict or control. The emotional whiplash between hope and despair is exhausting. The long-term climate patterns that modern scientists can track through paleoclimatic data, the droughts that may have contributed to the classic Maya collapse, are invisible to you living through them day by day. You don't know that you're experiencing 1 year of a multi-decade drought period. You just know that the rains failed again, and last year was bad, and the year before that was bad, and you're running out of resources and resilience. The big picture climate patterns that shape civilizations are experienced at the individual level as a series of personal catastrophes, each one survived by shrinking margins until finally the margins run out. The psychological adaptation to constant weather threat involves a combination of hypervigilance, fatalism, and desperate hope. You're always watching the sky, always alert to changes that might signal danger. You've developed a fatalistic acceptance that disaster is inevitable, and there's only so much you can do to prepare. But you also maintain hope that this year will be better, that the gods will be merciful, that your offerings and prayers will be answered. It's a complex emotional state that allows you to function despite the constant threat. You compartmentalize the fear, because dwelling on it constantly would be paralyzing, but the fear is always there, ready to surface when conditions deteriorate. The stories and oral traditions of your culture reflect this weather anxiety. Creation myths feature gods who control natural forces and who can grant or withhold the conditions necessary for life. Hero stories often involve characters who successfully navigate natural disasters through courage and divine favor. Cautionary tales warn about the consequences of angering weather gods or failing to properly observe rituals. These stories serve multiple functions: their entertainment, education, religious instruction, and psychological processing of collective trauma all rolled into one. When you hear stories about ancient droughts or legendary storms, you're hearing your ancestors' attempts to make sense of the same forces that threaten you now. The practical knowledge about weather that's accumulated over generations is sophisticated, even if it's not scientific in the modern sense. People know which cloud formations tend to bring severe storms. They recognize the signs of incoming weather changes in animal behavior, wind patterns, temperature shifts. They understand the seasonal cycle and can predict with reasonable accuracy when the rains should start and stop. This knowledge is valuable and is carefully taught to children because survival depends on reading weather signs correctly. But this folk meteorology has definite limits. It can't predict major storms with much advance warning, can't determine whether a drought will break or continue, can't protect you from weather that exceeds the normal range of variation. The impact of weather on trade and communication is significant. During the rainy season, travel becomes difficult or impossible. Paths are flooded, rivers are too high to cross safely, and the general misery of travelling in constant rain discourages non-essential movement. This means that for months of the year, communities are more isolated, dependent entirely on their own resources. If you run out of something during the rainy season, you can't just travel to a neighbouring community to trade for it. You do without, or you figure out an alternative. The dry season allows for more travel and trade, which is when news spreads, when goods are exchanged, when marriages between communities are arranged. The seasonal isolation and connection creates a rhythm of cultural exchange that's tied directly to weather patterns. The weather also affects warfare, which happens primarily during the dry season, when armies can move more easily, and campaigns can be conducted without getting bogged down in mud. The rainy season is a natural break in military conflict, a time when even enemies are forced to focus on survival rather than conquest. This doesn't make the rainy season peaceful. There's plenty of hardship and death, just not from organised warfare. But it does mean that the timing of military threats follows predictable seasonal patterns, which at least allows for some preparation and anticipation of when danger might come from human rather than natural sources. The combined effect of humidity, temperature extremes, storms, floods, droughts, and disease creates an environment where weather is genuinely one of the primary threats to your survival. Modern people complain about weather as an inconvenience, but they're complaining from climate-controlled homes with structural integrity that can withstand most weather events, with access to emergency services and disaster relief, with insurance and social safety nets. You have none of these things. You have stone walls and a thatched roof and your own labour and prayers to gods who may or may not be listening. When the weather turns against you, you suffer directly and immediately, and there's no app to check, no forecast to rely on, no emergency services to call. Just you and your community against atmospheric forces that could kill you, and hoping you're lucky enough to survive until conditions improve. The weather shapes your personality and worldview in fundamental ways. You learn humility because nature demonstrates constantly that you're not in control. You develop resilience because you have to recover from repeated disasters. You become deeply religious because believing that powerful beings control these forces and can be influenced through proper behaviour is more psychologically manageable than accepting that you're at the mercy of random atmospheric conditions. You appreciate the good days intensely because you know how quickly they can turn bad. You live with a level of existential uncertainty that would be considered pathological anxiety in a modern context, but is simply realistic awareness of your circumstances. The irony is that the Maya civilization that grows in this challenging environment is remarkably sophisticated and accomplished. The weather that makes life so difficult also shapes a culture that's intensely focused on astronomical observation and calendar keeping, because if you can understand the cycles of time, maybe you can predict and prepare for the natural cycles that govern your survival. The architecture develops impressive water management systems, reservoirs, drainage channels, plastered surfaces to collect rainwater, because water is too precious and too dangerous to leave to chance. The religious system becomes elaborate and demanding because the stakes are so high and the need to influence divine forces so desperate. The civilization's achievements are partly a response to the environmental challenges, attempts to impose human order on natural chaos. But for you, living day to day, the big picture of civilizational achievement matters less than the immediate reality of survival. You don't care that future archaeologists will marvel at Maya engineering when you're watching your home flood. The astronomical observations that track Venus cycles don't help when you're dying of thirst in a drought. The elaborate ceremonies don't change the fact that you're cold and wet and miserable. The weather remains what it always is, a force beyond your control that shapes your life in ways both mundane and catastrophic, a constant reminder that human vulnerability to nature is real and immediate and potentially fatal. The nights during storms are particularly terrifying because darkness amplifies every sound and makes assessment of danger impossible. You lie on your reed mat, listening to the wind howl and the rain pound, feeling the structure of your home shudder under the assault, and you have no idea if this is just a bad storm or the one that's going to kill you. The lightning flashes provide brief moments of illumination that show you things you might rather not see. Water pouring in, the roof lifting, debris flying past. Then darkness returns and you're left with your imagination filling in the gaps, usually with worst-case scenarios because that's what anxiety does. Children cry in terror, and you try to comfort them while being terrified yourself, and the night stretches on forever until finally, if you're lucky, dawn arrives and you can assess the damage. The damage assessment after storms is its own trauma. You emerge from your home into a changed landscape. Trees are down, homes are destroyed, the fields you've been working are damaged or gone. Bodies of neighbours or animals lie in the debris. The community that was whole yesterday is now broken, and everyone is moving through the wreckage in a state of shock, trying to understand what they've lost. Some people are crying, some are just standing silent, staring at destroyed homes and ruined crops. Some are already starting recovery efforts because sitting still isn't an option when there's so much to do. The resilience that survival demands kicks in quickly, pushing trauma and grief aside so practical needs can be addressed. The rebuilding process after major disasters brings communities together in moments of mutual aid that provide some relief from the usual grinding competition for resources. People help each other clear debris, rebuild homes, salvage what can be saved. The cooperation is born partly of genuine compassion and partly of practical necessity. You help your neighbours because you'll need their help next time disaster strikes you. These moments of community solidarity are bright spots in an otherwise harsh existence, reminders that humans are capable of supporting each other, even in terrible circumstances. They don't erase the hardship, but they make it slightly more bearable. The cumulative psychological impact of weather-related trauma across a lifetime is something nobody fully recovers from. By the time you're 30, you've survived dozens of major storms, possibly multiple drought periods, countless minor disasters. You've seen homes destroyed multiple times, crops wiped out regularly, family members and friends killed by weather and its consequences. This shapes who you are at a fundamental level. You're tougher than modern people in many ways, more resilient, more adaptable, but you're also carrying trauma that would qualify for PTSD diagnoses in a modern context. And you have no therapists, no medication, no treatment beyond time, and the necessity of continuing to survive regardless of your psychological state. The weather's impact extends into every aspect of culture and society in ways that are sometimes obvious and sometimes subtle. Marriage timing considers seasonal patterns. Better to marry during the dry season when food is more available and travel easier for guests. Warfare timing follows weather patterns. Religious ceremonies are scheduled around astronomical events that correlate with seasonal changes. Art and architecture reflect the importance of weather gods and the cosmic forces that control natural phenomena. Even the social hierarchy is justified partly through the noble's supposed special connection to the gods who control weather. The king performs rituals to ensure rain, and when rain comes, it validates his authority. Everything connects back to weather because weather connects to survival, and survival is the organizing principle of existence. Living through the climate challenges of the Maya lowlands teaches you things about human endurance and fragility that modern people rarely have to learn. You understand viscerally that civilization is a thin veneer for natural forces that don't care about human needs or accomplishments. You know that everything you build can be destroyed in hours by weather you cannot prevent. You understand that survival is never guaranteed, that each day you're alive is partly skill and partly luck, and that the balance between life and death is much thinner than anyone wants to admit. These are harsh lessons, but they're accurate to your reality, and they create a worldview that's both pragmatic and fatalistic, both deeply religious and grimly practical. The final element of weather-related suffering that deserves mention is the simple cumulative exhaustion of dealing with climate stress year after year. Every storm requires recovery effort. Every drought requires adaptation and increased labour to get water from distant sources. Every flood requires clean-up and repair. The seasonal extremes require constant adjustment, different strategies for staying cool in the heat, for staying dry in the rain, for managing with less water in the dry season. This constant adaptation and recovery burns energy and time that you don't have to spare. It's exhausting in ways that compound all the other sources of exhaustion in your life, and there's no end to it. As long as you live, you'll be dealing with weather that wants to kill you, and the best you can hope for is to keep surviving one season at a time, until eventually your luck or your body gives out. And yet, somehow, people do survive. Communities persist through droughts and storms and all the other meteorological nightmares that the tropical climate throws at them. Children grow up in these conditions and become adults who have children of their own. Knowledge accumulates about how to read weather signs, how to prepare for disasters, how to recover afterward. Life continues not because it's easy or comfortable, but because humans are remarkably stubborn about surviving, even when conditions are terrible. The Maya civilization that exists in the 8th century is proof that people can adapt to and persist in environments that are actively trying to kill them, and that adaptation and persistence, while not making life easy, at least makes it possible. You're living proof of that resilience, waking up each morning on your uncomfortable reed mat, facing another day of challenging weather and hard labour, and somehow finding the will to continue despite everything. That stubborn determination to survive, repeated across millions of people over hundreds of years, is what keeps Maya civilization functioning even when individual lives are brutally hard. Let's address something that puts all the previous suffering into perspective. You're probably not going to live very long. Not, oh, I won't make it to 100, not long. More like 30 years if you're lucky, not long. The average life expectancy for a Maya commoner in the 8th century hovers somewhere around 30 to 35 years, which sounds impossibly young until you remember everything we've already covered. The malnutrition, the disease, the injuries, the weather disasters, the constant physical labour, the blood sacrifices, the complete absence of modern medicine. Honestly, 30 years starts to seem almost impressive when you consider all the ways this world is actively trying to kill you. It's not exactly the retirement plan you were hoping for, but then again, the concept of retirement doesn't really exist when your survival strategy is work until you physically can't anymore, then die. Now, this average of 30-something years doesn't mean everyone drops dead the moment they hit their 30th birthday, though that would certainly make planning easier. What it means is that infant and child mortality is catastrophically high, dragging the average down significantly. If you're a baby born into a commoner family, your chances of surviving to age 5 are roughly 50-50, which is the kind of statistic that should come with a trigger warning. Half of all children die before they reach their 5th birthday, from disease, malnutrition, accidents, or simple bad luck. The mothers who give birth to these children know this. They love their babies fiercely, but they also maintain a certain emotional distance because getting too attached to an infant who has a coin flip chance of survival is a recipe for unbearable grief. It's a psychological defense mechanism that's absolutely necessary and absolutely heartbreaking. The causes of infant and child mortality are depressingly varied. Infectious diseases that modern children are vaccinated against, or that modern medicine treats easily, kill Maya children regularly. Respiratory infections, gastrointestinal diseases, parasitic infestations, malaria, and countless other illnesses sweep through young populations with devastating efficiency. Malnutrition makes children more susceptible to every disease and makes recovery from illness much harder. A modern child with a robust immune system might fight off an infection that kills a malnourished Maya child. The margin for error is non-existent. A bad case of diarrhea, which would be an uncomfortable few days for a modern child, can dehydrate and kill a Maya child in less than a week. Accidents also claim huge numbers of young lives. Children fall into cenotes and drown. They're bitten by venomous snakes while playing near the forest. They're burned by cooking fires. They ingest poisonous plants. They're injured in various ways, and the injuries become infected and the infections kill them. The world is full of hazards, and young children lack the judgment and experience to avoid them all. Parents do their best to supervise and protect, but when you're working in the fields all day and you have multiple children, and you're exhausted and malnourished yourself, supervision gaps happen. A child wanders off for 10 minutes, encounters danger, and suddenly you're burying another body in the small plot where your family's dead children rest. If you make it past age 5, your survival odds improve significantly. You've survived the most vulnerable years, you've built up some immunity to local diseases, and you've learned to avoid at least the most obvious dangers. But improved survival odds is relative. You're still facing all the challenges we've discussed, and they're still killing people regularly, just at a slightly lower rate than they kill infants. Your body's being worn down by labour, malnutrition, and repeated illnesses. By your 20s, you look like a modern person in their 40s. By your 30s, you look ancient. If you somehow make it to 40, you're genuinely old by Maya standards, and by 50, if you're still alive, you're a walking miracle and probably an absolutely terrible physical condition. Let's talk about what aging looks like in this environment, because it's not the gentle process that modern people with good nutrition and healthcare experience. Your teeth, which we've mentioned before, are worn down to nubs or missing entirely by your 30s. Eating becomes difficult when you don't have functional teeth, which makes malnutrition worse, which accelerates your decline. Your joints are destroyed from decades of repetitive manual labour. Arthritis is universal among people who live long enough to develop it. Your knees, hips, shoulders and spine are sources of constant pain that gets worse with each passing year. There's no joint replacement surgery, no anti-inflammatory medications, no physical therapy, just pain that you live with until you die. Your vision deteriorates as you age, which is a normal part of human aging, but particularly problematic when your survival depends on being able to work effectively. Cataracts are common among older Maya, creating a cloudy film over the lens of the eye that progressively reduces vision. By the time you're 50, if you're still alive, you might be functionally blind from cataracts, and there's no cataract surgery, no corrective lenses, no accommodation for vision impairment. You simply can't see as well, which makes working dangerous and makes you more dependent on others. A warrior or hunter whose vision fails can no longer perform their role. A farmer who can't see clearly has more accidents and is less productive. Your value to society decreases as your physical capabilities decline, which is not a comfortable position in a culture where your worth is largely defined by your labour contribution. Your hearing also deteriorates with age, a process accelerated by repeated ear infections that are common in the humid tropical environment. By your 40s, you're probably somewhat deaf, struggling to hear conversations, unable to detect distant sounds that might signal danger. This isolation compounds the social marginalization that comes with aging. You can't participate as fully in community discussions when you can't hear what's being said. You miss warnings that could save your life. The world becomes smaller and more confusing as your senses fail. The cumulative damage from injuries that didn't heal properly creates a body that's essentially broken by middle age. That ankle you twisted badly when you were 20 and had to keep working on because there was no option to rest. It never healed correctly, and now it's arthritic and painful and limits your mobility. The broken ribs from that fall when you were 25, they healed crooked, and now you have chronic pain with breathing. The infected wound on your leg that you survived at 30, it left you with limited range of motion and nerve damage. Every injury adds up, creating a body that's held together by willpower and habit, more than actual structural integrity. Chronic diseases that modern medicine manages well are death sentences in the Maya world. Diabetes, if you develop it, though malnutrition probably protects most people from type 2 diabetes, is untreatable and fatal. Heart disease kills people in their 40s or earlier. Kidney disease from chronic dehydration and repeated infections leads to slow decline and death. Cancer, when it occurs, grows unchecked until it kills you. There's no chemotherapy, no radiation treatment, no surgery to remove tumours. You notice symptoms, they get progressively worse, and you die. The timeline varies, but the outcome is inevitable. The mental decline that comes with aging is another source of suffering for both the individual and their family. Some older people remain sharp mentally until they die. Others develop what we'd recognise as dementia or Alzheimer's disease, losing memories, becoming confused, unable to care for themselves. In a society with no nursing homes, no specialised dementia care, these people are cared for by family members who are already struggling with their own survival. An elderly person with dementia might wander off and become lost, might forget to eat, might become aggressive or withdrawn. They require constant supervision that their family can barely provide, and the burden creates stress and resentment even among people who love their elderly relative and want to care for them properly. The social status of elderly people is complex and varies somewhat by culture and circumstance. There's a degree of respect for elders as repositories of knowledge and wisdom. Someone who's lived to 60 has survived everything the world threw at them and accumulated decades of practical knowledge about farming, weather, healing, social customs, and history. This knowledge is valuable in an oral culture where information is passed down through memory rather than written records. Elderly people who can still think clearly are respected for their knowledge and consulted on important decisions. But this respect has limits. An elderly person who can no longer contribute labour and who requires care becomes a burden. And while families generally do provide that care, it's not always done with enthusiasm or tenderness. The process of dying is something you witness regularly throughout your life because people are dying constantly around you. As a child, you see siblings die. Perhaps your own children die. Neighbours and community members die. Death is not hidden away in hospitals and funeral homes. It happens in homes, in public, and everyone participates in the social rituals around it. You learn early what death looks like, what a body looks like when life leaves it, what grief looks like on the faces of survivors. This familiarity with death shapes your worldview in ways that modern people who've been largely sheltered from death can barely understand. You're not morbidly obsessed with death, but you're realistic about it. Death is common, it's coming for you eventually, and there's no point pretending otherwise. The funeral practices of the Maya provide some structure and meaning around death. Bodies are prepared for burial with rituals that honor the deceased and help the spirit transition to the afterlife. For commoners, burial is usually simple. The body is wrapped and placed in a grave, sometimes under the floor of the family home, sometimes in a community burial ground. Grave goods are minimal because you don't have much to give. Maybe a pottery vessel, maybe some tools, perhaps some food for the journey to Xibalba. The nobles get elaborate tomb chambers with extensive grave goods, beautiful pottery, jade jewellery, sometimes sacrifice servants to attend them in death. The inequality continues into the afterlife, apparently. The Maya conception of the afterlife isn't exactly comforting. Xibalba, the underworld, is not paradise. It's a dark, dangerous place ruled by death gods who aren't particularly friendly. The journey to Xibalba involves trials and challenges. How you died matters. Warriors who died in battle and women who died in childbirth get better afterlife outcomes than people who died of disease or old age. But nobody's afterlife sounds particularly pleasant. It's more like death is a journey to a place that's better than not existing, but definitely not somewhere you're eager to go. This makes the Maya attitude toward death more about resignation and duty than fear or longing. Death comes for everyone. The afterlife is what it is, and you deal with it when you get there. The grief process for survivors is real and deep, even in a culture where death is common. Losing a child, a spouse, a parent. These losses hurt just as much as they would hurt a modern person. The difference is that Maya commoners don't have the luxury of extended mourning periods. You grieve, you perform the funeral rituals, and then you return to work because crops don't care about your grief and you still need to eat. The grief doesn't disappear, it just gets pushed down and carried along with all the other suffering you're already managing. People develop tremendous emotional resilience out of necessity, the ability to continue functioning despite repeated losses that would break someone who hasn't been hardened by this lifestyle. The question of why people have children at all, given the high infant mortality and the difficulty of life, has complex answers. Part of it is biological imperative and lack of reliable contraception. Children happen whether you plan for them or not. Part of it is practical necessity. Children are future labourers who will help with work and eventually support you in old age, assuming everyone survives that long. Part of it is cultural expectation. Having children is what adults do, and not having them would be unusual and potentially suspicious. And part of it is hope, the very human belief that maybe your children will have it better, maybe they'll be the lucky ones who survive and thrive. This hope is usually misplaced, but humans are remarkably good at maintaining hope even in conditions that should crush it. The timeline of a typical life, if we can even call it typical when so many variations exist, follows a predictable pattern. Infancy is the first major filter. Survive to age 5 and you've already beaten odds that killed half your birth cohort. Childhood from 5 to about 12 involves gradually increasing labour responsibilities and education in practical survival skills. Adolescence is brief. By 13 or 14, you're essentially an adult, doing adult work, possibly getting married and starting to produce your own children. Your 20s and early 30s are your physical peak, though peak is relative when you're chronically malnourished and overworked. These are the years when you're most productive, most valuable to your family and community. Your mid-30s to 40s are decline years, where accumulated damage starts to seriously impair your capabilities. By your late 40s, if you're still alive, you're elderly by Maya standards, unable to work at previous capacity, increasingly dependent on younger family members. Past 50 is bonus time. Every year you survive is unexpected, and you're likely in poor condition. Possibly blind, possibly confused, definitely in pain, waiting for death to come collect you. The awareness of your own mortality is ever present in ways that modern people with actuarial tables and life expectancy in the 80s can't really grasp. You know you're probably not going to see 40. You watch people die young constantly. You've already outlived many of your childhood friends if you're 30. This awareness shapes how you live. There's less emphasis on long-term planning because you might not have a long term. There's more focus on immediate concerns, planting this season's crop, preparing for the next ritual, surviving the coming storm, You're not thinking about retirement savings or what you'll do when you're 65 because you're almost certainly not going to see 65 and everyone knows it. The psychological impact of abbreviated life expectancy includes both negative and positive elements. The negative is obvious. You don't get much time, you spend most of it suffering, and you're acutely aware that death could come at any moment from countless causes. The stress of living under this constant threat is real. But there's also a certain freedom in it. You're not worrying about decades-distant problems. You're not stressed about long-term career development or retirement planning. Your timeline is shorter, which makes decisions simpler. Your priorities are clear because survival and basic needs dominate everything. In a strange way, the simplicity that comes from knowing you won't live long removes certain anxieties that plague modern people, with their 80-plus year lifespans and endless future possibilities to worry about. The intergenerational relationships are compressed by the short lifespan. If you have children when you're 16 or 18, and you live to 35, you might see your grandchildren born, but you won't see them grow up. Multi-generational households are less common than in cultures where people regularly live into their 70s and 80s. Knowledge transmission has to happen quickly. You can't assume you'll have decades to gradually teach your children everything they need to know. You compress the education into a few short years, cramming in practical survival skills as fast as children can absorb them, because you might not be around to teach them later. This creates a certain intensity in parent-child relationships, an urgency to pass on everything important while there's still time. The 50-year-olds who do survive are remarkable individuals in multiple ways. First, they're genetically lucky. They presumably have some inherent resistance to the diseases that kill most people. Second, they're behaviorally lucky. They've avoided the accidents, the violence, the disasters that claim so many lives. Third, they're socially lucky. They've had enough support from family and community to survive periods when they couldn't fully care for themselves. These elderly survivors are rare enough to be notable. Everyone in the community knows them. They're living proof that survival past middle age is possible, even if unlikely. Their very existence provides hope to younger people, who might wonder if anyone actually lives to old age, or if everyone just dies young. But these elderly survivors pay a high price for their longevity. A 50-year-old Maya commoner is in worse physical condition than most modern 70-year-olds. The cataracts, the arthritis, the worn-out teeth, the damaged joints, the effects of repeated infections and injuries, all of it adds up to a body that's barely functional. They move slowly, carefully, conserving energy because they don't have much to spare. They need help with tasks that were once trivial. They're in constant pain from multiple sources. Their quality of life, by any objective measure, is terrible. They've survived, which is an achievement, but survival hasn't brought comfort or ease, just more years of suffering in a body that's falling apart. The causes of death for those who do die young are varied and sometimes sudden. Infections that progress rapidly can kill you in days. Injuries that become gangrenous can kill within weeks. Malaria or other diseases can kill in the midst of an acute episode. Complications from childbirth kill women regularly. Accidents, falling from a tree, being struck by a falling branch, drowning in a cenote snakebite, can kill instantly or within hours. Natural disasters kill in large numbers sometimes. Violence, which we'll discuss more in the next chapter, kills warriors and unfortunate civilians caught in raids. Starvation during famines is a slow death that takes months, but is equally inevitable once resources run out. The variety of ways to die keeps life interesting in the worst possible sense. The emotional preparation for death varies by individual and circumstance. Some people, particularly the elderly who are suffering, seem ready for death, accepting it as a release from pain. Others fight it desperately, clinging to life despite terrible conditions because the survival instinct is strong. Sudden death provides no opportunity for preparation. You're working in the fields one moment, dead from snakebite the next, and that's that. Slow death from disease or starvation provides time to prepare, to say goodbyes, to make peace with gods and family, to mentally transition from being alive to accepting death. Neither type is preferable, really. Quick death is terrifying in its suddenness. Slow death is agonizing in its duration. Death is death, and it's coming for you regardless of how you feel about it. The legacy you leave is primarily genetic and social rather than material. You probably don't own much that's worth passing on. Maybe some tools, some pottery, whatever small possessions you've accumulated. Your real legacy is your children, if they survive, and the knowledge you've passed on to them. Your name will be remembered for a generation or two, until the people who knew you die, and then you'll be forgotten except perhaps as a distant ancestor counted in genealogies that trace family lines. There are no written records of your life, no photographs, no artifacts that will survive millennia with your name attached. You lived, you suffered, you possibly reproduced, you died, and the world continues without you. It's a harsh truth, but an honest one. The acceptance of death as inevitable and likely soon is woven into Maya culture and religion. The gods of death are prominent in the pantheon. The journey to Xibalba is a common theme in mythology. Funeral rituals are elaborate and important. Death isn't hidden or denied, it's acknowledged as a fundamental part of existence. This cultural acceptance doesn't make individual deaths less painful for survivors, but it does provide a framework for understanding and processing death. You're not dying because you did something wrong, or because the universe is unfair. You're dying because everyone dies, and your turn has come, and this is simply how things are. The fatalism is almost comforting in its certainty. Now let's add another layer of suffering to your already challenging existence. You live in a world that's constantly at war. The Maya civilization isn't a single unified empire peacefully coexisting under one government. It's a collection of competing city-states, each with its own ruler, its own noble class, its own ambitions for power and glory, and most importantly its own army ready to attack neighbours whenever opportunity arises. Think of it as ancient Mesoamerican geopolitics, except instead of strongly worded diplomatic letters and trade sanctions, disputes are settled with obsidian-edged weapons and human sacrifice. It's not exactly the United Nations model of conflict resolution, though arguably it might be more honest about what power politics actually involves. The major powers in your region include cities like Tikal and Calakmul, massive urban centres with populations in the tens of thousands, extensive agricultural territories, and military forces that can field thousands of warriors. These aren't the only cities. There are dozens of smaller city-states scattered across the lowlands, all with their own rulers, and all caught up in the larger political struggles between the major powers. Alliances form and dissolve based on immediate tactical advantage rather than long-term friendship. Yesterday's ally might be tomorrow's enemy, and vice versa. The political landscape is constantly shifting, and keeping track of who's at war with whom is probably a full-time job for someone, though it's not you because you're too busy trying not to starve. The motivations for warfare in Maya society are complex and interrelated. There's the practical desire for resources, control more territory, control more agricultural land, control more labour force, increase your city's wealth and power. There's the political need to demonstrate strength. A ruler who doesn't successfully wage war is seen as weak, and weak rulers don't last long. There's the religious requirement for captives to sacrifice. The gods demand blood, high-status blood preferably, and war is how you acquire it. And there's the personal glory aspect. Warriors gain status through capturing enemies, nobles enhance their prestige through military success, and rulers cement their legitimacy through victory. All these motivations combine to create a culture where warfare isn't an occasional event but a constant background condition of life. The actual practice of Maya warfare is more ritualized and less immediately lethal than you might expect, though that doesn't make it any less terrifying if you're involved. The goal often isn't to kill as many enemies as possible, it's to capture high-status prisoners for sacrifice, while demonstrating your military superiority. Battles can be brutal and deadly, absolutely, but they're not the total war of annihilation that modern warfare sometimes becomes. You're trying to defeat and capture rather than exterminate. This makes strategic sense when you remember that the labour force of captured cities becomes valuable tribute payers if they survive, whereas dead people contribute nothing to your economy. It's warfare with an eye toward post-war exploitation, which is coldly practical even if it's morally questionable. For you as a commoner, warfare impacts your life in multiple ways, none of them good. The most obvious impact is that you might be drafted to serve as a warrior yourself. Military service isn't optional when your ruler decides troops are needed. If you're a healthy male of appropriate age, basically teenagers through 40s, you can be called up to serve in military campaigns. This means leaving your fields at critical times in the agricultural calendar, which threatens your food supply. It means travelling to distant battlefields, which is exhausting and dangerous even before any fighting starts. And it means participating in combat, which can get you killed, captured or injured in ways that leave you permanently disabled. Not exactly a career path you'd choose if you had other options, but choice isn't something commoners generally get much of. The weapons you're issued as a common warrior are effective but primitive by modern standards. The primary weapon is the Makua Huitl, a wooden sword with obsidian blades embedded along the edges. Obsidian can be incredibly sharp, sharper than steel when properly knapped, and these weapons can inflict devastating wounds. A solid hit can sever limbs or cause deep lacerations that bleed profusely. You also have spears with obsidian or flint points, bows and arrows, slings for throwing stones, and maybe a basic shield. These are Stone Age weapons in the literal sense. No metal, no gunpowder, nothing that gives you significant range advantage. Combat happens at close quarters, face to face, where you can see the person you're trying to kill or capture, and they can see you. It's personal and visceral in ways that push-button modern warfare is not. The training you receive before being sent into combat is minimal for commoners. The nobility have professional warriors who train extensively, who practice combat techniques from childhood, who have quality armor made from quilted cotton thick enough to stop most arrows. You get handed a weapon, given some basic instruction on how to use it without immediately injuring yourself, and told to follow orders. It's on-the-job training where the job involves trying not to die while attempting to capture or kill people who are trying to capture or kill you. The learning curve is steep, and plenty of people don't survive it. Your first battle, if you have no military experience, is terrifying beyond description. The noise, the chaos, the violence, the very real possibility that you'll be dead in the next few minutes. Some people freeze, some panic, some fight effectively. You don't know which type you are until you're actually in the situation, and discovering you're the type who freezes can be immediately fatal. The logistics of military campaigns add their own layer of suffering. Armies travel on foot because, again, no horses or other draft animals. You're walking for days or even weeks to reach the battlefield, carrying your weapons and basic supplies. The supply chain is rudimentary. You bring food with you or forage along the way, which means you're underfed during campaigns, which means you're trying to fight while malnourished and exhausted from travel. Water is always a concern. Disease spreads easily through armies camped in close quarters with poor sanitation. Dysentery can disable more soldiers than combat does. Infected wounds from small injuries can kill you days after a battle ends. The military experience is brutal even when nobody's actively trying to kill you. The actual battles, when they happen, are chaotic and terrifying. There's no neat formation fighting like you see in movies about Roman legions. It's more like a violent mob scene where everyone's trying to hit enemies while avoiding being hit themselves. The noise is overwhelming. Thousands of people shouting, screaming, the clatter of wooden weapons, the sound of people being injured. The smell is terrible. Sweat, blood, fear, bowels releasing when people die. The visual scene is horrific. People bleeding, people dying, dismembered body parts, faces contorted in pain or rage or terror. You're in the middle of this, trying to survive, and your body is flooded with adrenaline that gives you energy, but also makes fine motor control difficult. You're operating on instinct more than conscious thought, and every decision has to be made in split seconds because hesitation gets you killed or captured. The capture mechanics of Maya warfare are particularly important to understand because being captured is in some ways worse than being killed outright. If you're a common warrior, being captured probably means slavery. You'll be taken back to the enemy city and put to work as a slave labourer, which is marginally better than death, but not by much. Your life as a slave will be short and brutal, doing the hardest work, receiving the least food, dying young from overwork and maltreatment. But if you're a noble or a warrior who distinguished yourself, being captured means something much worse. You're marked for ritual sacrifice. You'll be kept alive specifically so you can be publicly killed in a ceremony that demonstrates your captor's glory and your humiliation. The knowledge that capture means certain death, but in the most ritualized, public and terrifying way possible, motivates warriors to fight desperately to avoid it. The treatment of prisoners is designed to humiliate and terrorize. Captured warriors are stripped of weapons and armor, often stripped of clothing entirely. They're bound and paraded through the streets of the victorious city while crowds mock and abuse them. They're kept in cages or confined spaces, on display like animals, waiting for the ritual date when they'll be sacrificed. The psychological torture of knowing exactly when and how you're going to die, of being publicly humiliated first, of having your death used to glorify your enemies, it's cruel in ways that simple execution isn't, and it's all done publicly, deliberately, to send messages about power and divine favour and what happens to enemies of the victorious city-state. The sacrifice of captured warriors and nobles is public theatre on a massive scale. These aren't quiet ceremonies done in private. These are major public events attended by thousands of people, staged at the tops of pyramids where everyone can see. The captured noble or warrior is dressed in ritual garb, sometimes in mockery of their former status, and then sacrificed according to elaborate ceremony. Their heart is cut out, their body is thrown down the temple stairs, and their death becomes entertainment and religious observance combined. For the captors, it's glory and divine approval. For the victims, it's the worst death imaginable. For you watching from the crowd, it's a reminder of what happens to enemies of your city, a display of power that's meant to both inspire pride in your city's strength and terror at what could happen to you if you ended up on the wrong side of political violence. The impact on families when men are drafted for military service is immediate and severe. You're already struggling to produce enough food with all household members working. When the adult men are taken for military campaigns during critical agricultural periods, the remaining family members, women, children, elderly people, have to somehow do all the work. They can't. It's physically impossible, so crops don't get planted on time, or fields don't get weeded adequately, or harvest is delayed, and the entire household suffers food shortage as a result. And if the men don't come back, if they're killed or captured or die from disease during the campaign, the family's left in even worse condition, missing their primary labour force and expected to somehow survive anyway. The political situation between major powers like Tikal and Calakmul creates a chronic state of conflict that affects everyone in their respective territories and all the smaller cities caught between them. These are generational conflicts that span decades or even centuries. Your grandfather might have fought in wars between the same cities that you're now being drafted to fight against. The enmities are deep, reinforced by religion and cultural memory, and every past humiliation that needs to be avenged. Peace is temporary and tactical, not a genuine resolution of differences. War is the default state, and periods of peace are really just preparation for the next war. The smaller city-states caught between major powers are in particularly precarious positions. Aligning with one major power provides some protection, but makes you a target for the other major power. Trying to stay neutral means you have no powerful allies when threats emerge. Switching allegiances is possible but dangerous. It can be seen as betrayal by your former ally, and your new ally might not trust you. The political calculations are complex and the stakes are survival of your entire city. Make the wrong alliance decision and your city could be conquered, your noble class sacrificed, your common population enslaved or absorbed into the victor's territory. The rulers making these decisions carry enormous responsibility, though they also enjoy enormous privilege, so it's not like we should feel too sorry for them. The impact of warfare on trade is significant, because trade routes pass through territories that might be controlled by hostile cities. Merchants travelling between cities are vulnerable to raids, which can result in theft of goods, capture of merchants for ransom or sacrifice, and general disruption of commerce. This makes long-distance trade risky and expensive, which increases prices of exotic goods and limits the flow of information and culture between regions. During periods of intense warfare, trade might stop entirely along certain routes, isolating cities and making them more vulnerable to resource shortages. The economic impact ripples through society, affecting everyone from nobles who can't get luxury goods to commoners who depend on trade networks for essential items like salt or obsidian. The raiding of smaller communities and trade caravans by warriors is constant low-level violence that affects you directly, even if you never serve in a major military campaign. Warriors from hostile cities or even just opportunistic groups looking for captives and loot will attack vulnerable targets. A small farming village far from the protection of major urban centres is easy prey. Your village might be raided in the night, homes burned, people captured, food stores stolen, and survivors left to rebuild or flee. These raids don't involve thousands of warriors clashing in epic battles. They're small-scale attacks by dozens or maybe a few hundred fighters against targets that can't effectively defend themselves. The terror is just as real, though, and the impact on victims is devastating. The defensive measures that communities take against raids are limited by resources and technology. Larger cities have defensive walls or barriers, watchtowers, trained guards. Smaller communities might have very basic fortifications or none at all. You might post guards at night to watch for approaching raiders, but guards can be overwhelmed, and a determined attack will succeed more often than not. The isolation of agricultural communities, necessary because fields need to be spread out across available arable land, makes defense even harder. You can't concentrate everyone in one defensible location because then nobody's working the distant fields that feed the population. So you're spread out and vulnerable, and you know it, and there's not much you can do about it except hope you're not the target of the next raid. The psychological impact of living under constant threat of violence is profound. You're already dealing with anxiety about weather, disease, hunger, and all the other sources of suffering we've discussed. Now add the worry that warriors might attack at any time, that you might be killed or captured, that your family might be torn apart, that everything you have might be destroyed. This anxiety never fully goes away because the threat never fully goes away. You learn to live with it the same way you learn to live with hunger. It becomes background noise, always present, occasionally spiking into acute fear when threats are immediate, then settling back to a baseline level of constant worry. The glorification of warfare in Maya culture makes military violence seem noble and heroic, which somewhat obscures how horrific it actually is for participants. The art depicts victorious warriors in elaborate costume, noble captives in dignified poses, kings triumphant over defeated enemies. What it doesn't show is the terror of combat, the screaming wounded, the casual brutality, the bereaved families, the trauma that survivors carry. The cultural narrative about warfare focuses on glory and divine favour, while downplaying the suffering it causes. This narrative serves the interests of the ruling class, who benefit from military conquest, and who need commoner warriors willing to fight and die for elite ambitions. The training of noble warriors from childhood creates a professional military class that's genuinely skilled at combat. These are people who've spent years practicing with weapons, learning tactics, developing the physical conditioning and mental toughness that effective fighting requires. When you're drafted as a common warrior with minimal training, you're fighting alongside these professionals, but you're also significantly less capable than they are. The professionals are more likely to survive combat, and more likely to achieve the captures that bring status and rewards. You're more likely to be killed or captured yourself. The class divide that exists in every other aspect of Maya society continues in warfare, where nobles have advantages in training, equipment, and support that you don't have access to. The aftermath of battles is its own nightmare. The wounded are everywhere. People with severe lacerations, broken bones, arrows embedded in flesh, crushed limbs. The medical care available is basic at best. Wounds are cleaned, bandaged, maybe treated with herbal preparations that have some antibacterial properties. But there's no anesthesia for the pain, no surgery to repair complex injuries, no antibiotics to prevent infection. People die from their wounds over the days and weeks following battle, sometimes from infection, sometimes from blood loss or organ damage that was survivable in the immediate aftermath but fatal in the long term. The screaming of the wounded is something survivors remember forever. The bodies of the dead need to be dealt with, which is grim work that falls to survivors. After a battle, there might be hundreds or even thousands of dead bodies, and they need to be buried or otherwise disposed of before disease spreads. In hot tropical climate, bodies decompose rapidly, attracting insects and predators and creating health hazards. The work of collecting, transporting, and burying the dead is exhausting and traumatic. These are people you knew, people you fought alongside, and now you're handling their corpses, seeing what violent death looks like up close, smelling the blood and the beginning stages of decay. The mass graves that get dug after major battles are archaeological features that modern researchers study, but for you they're places of trauma where you've buried friends and relatives and tried to make peace with the waste of it all. The looting that happens after battles is both practical and demoralizing. The victors strip the dead of anything valuable, weapons, armor, jewelry, even clothing if it's in good condition. From a practical standpoint, this makes sense. Why waste resources that can be reused? But watching your side's dead being stripped and disrespected by enemies is psychologically devastating. It adds insult to injury, literal injury, and it reinforces the humiliation of defeat. The victors parade around wearing trophies taken from the dead, displaying captured weapons and armor as proof of their victory and your loss. It's psychological warfare designed to break the spirit of defeated populations. The tribute demands that follow military defeat are crushing. The conquering city doesn't just want victory, they want ongoing economic benefit from that victory. So they impose tribute requirements on the defeated city, demanding regular payments of food, goods, labor, and people. These tribute demands are in addition to the tribute you're already paying to your own nobility. So now you're working to support two levels of elite, your own rulers and the rulers of the city that conquered yours. The economic burden makes an already difficult life even harder. You're producing more but keeping less, working longer hours for less return, and there's no relief because refusing to pay tribute results in military retaliation. The political humiliation of defeat extends beyond the material tribute. The defeated ruler might be forced to perform rituals of submission, publicly acknowledging the superiority of the conquering ruler. Monuments are erected that commemorate the victory and proclaim the glory of the victors for centuries to come. These monuments are essentially permanent records of your city's humiliation, visible reminders that you lost, that you were conquered, that your gods were apparently less powerful than their gods. The psychological impact on civic pride and collective identity is significant. It's hard to maintain social cohesion and morale when you're constantly reminded of your defeat. The cycle of warfare and revenge creates generational conflicts that never fully resolve. Your city is conquered and humiliated, so the next generation grows up wanting revenge, waiting for opportunity to strike back. When that opportunity comes, maybe your conquerors are distracted by war elsewhere, maybe they're weakened by drought or disease. You attack and hopefully win and impose your own humiliating terms. Then their next generation wants revenge, and the cycle continues indefinitely. Nobody's willing to let past defeats go because the cultural memory is kept alive deliberately through monuments, stories, and ongoing tribute relationships. Forgiveness isn't really a concept in this political system. Victory and revenge are the goals, and they drive endless cycles of violence. The impact on children growing up in this environment of constant warfare is significant. They see men leave for military campaigns and not return. They see the wounded come home broken and disabled. They watch captured enemies being paraded through streets and sacrificed in public ceremonies. They learn that violence is normal, that people from other cities are enemies, that military prowess is valued and celebrated. Boys grow up knowing they'll probably serve as warriors eventually. Girls grow up knowing they'll likely become widows, that their sons might die in battle, that military violence will shape their lives even though they don't fight themselves. The normalization of warfare happens through constant exposure from childhood. The warriors who do survive multiple campaigns and return home are changed by their experiences in ways that we'd recognize as trauma. They've seen horrible violence, participated in killing, witnessed friends die, experienced the terror of combat repeatedly. They have nightmares, startle responses to sudden noises, difficulty readjusting to civilian life. There's no concept of PTSD or any framework for addressing combat trauma, so these warriors just cope as best they can, usually by not talking about their experiences and trying to suppress the memories. Some become harder, more violent, bringing the brutality of warfare back into their homes. Others become withdrawn and haunted. The psychological cost of warfare extends far beyond the battlefield and long after combat ends. The strategic importance of controlling water sources, agricultural land, and trade routes makes certain territories repeatedly contested. If your community happens to be located in a strategically valuable area, you're going to see a lot of warfare as different powers fight for control of your region. Your fields become battlefields. Your homes get caught in fighting. You're forced to take sides or face violence from all sides. The geographic lottery of where you happen to live can determine whether you experience warfare occasionally or constantly, and you have no control over it. You were born in a contested region, so you get to deal with the consequences regardless of any choices you might make. The propaganda and psychological warfare that accompany physical warfare are sophisticated in their own way. Rulers make elaborate public displays of divine favour, claiming that the gods support their military campaigns, interpreting omens and astronomical events as signs of impending victory, performing rituals that supposedly guarantee success. When they win, it proves the gods were on their side. When they lose, it's explained as temporary divine displeasure that will be rectified through more offerings and rituals. The population is constantly told that their side is righteous, their enemies are evil, and military service is both a honour and a duty. This messaging is effective because it's the only messaging. There's no free press offering alternative perspectives, no way to question the official narrative without being accused of disloyalty or impiety. The economic impact of constant warfare extends beyond direct tribute to include the opportunity costs of military campaigns. Every man serving in the military is a man not working in the fields. Every resource devoted to weapons and military supply is a resource not available for other uses. Every season disrupted by warfare is a season of reduced agricultural productivity. The cumulative economic drain of maintaining military forces and conducting campaigns is enormous, and it falls hardest on the commoner population who are doing the work and paying the taxes and providing the soldiers. The nobility who make the decisions to go to war are insulated from most of the costs while collecting most of the benefits. The role of warfare in maintaining social hierarchy is important to understand. Military success is one of the few paths to social advancement for commoners, though it's a dangerous path with low odds of success. A warrior who distinguishes himself in battle, who captures high-value prisoners, who shows exceptional courage or skill, might be rewarded with better status, more land, privileges for his family. This possibility, however unlikely, helps keep the commoner class invested in the military system. You're more likely to die than to advance through military service, but the possibility of advancement exists in warfare in a way it doesn't in most other aspects of Maya society. So some young men embrace military service as their best chance at a better life, even though, statistically, they're just getting themselves killed for elite benefit. The alliances between cities are complex and shifting, based on immediate tactical advantage rather than any genuine friendship or shared values. A city might ally with a traditional enemy to fight against a mutual threat, then switch sides when the balance of power changes. The nobility who negotiate these alliances are playing complex political games where the pieces are cities and armies and the stakes are power and survival. For you as a commoner, these alliance shifts mean that you might be fighting alongside people who were enemies last year, or fighting against people who were allies. The political calculations that drive these changes happen far above your level of involvement, but you deal with the consequences. It's yet another aspect of life that you have no control over, but that affects you directly and sometimes fatally. The specific rivalry between major powers like Tikal and Calakmul deserves deeper examination, because these aren't just occasional conflicts, they're sustained geopolitical struggles that shape the entire region for generations. Tikal, one of the largest and most powerful Maya cities, controls extensive territories and trade routes. Calakmul, equally ambitious and powerful, wants to expand its influence and challenge Tikal's dominance. The conflict between these two powers draws in dozens of smaller cities, creates alliance networks that span the lowlands, and generates warfare that affects millions of people over centuries. If you live in Tikal's territory, or in a city allied with Tikal, Calakmul is the great enemy, the constant threat. The reverse is true if you're in Calakmul's sphere of influence. The propaganda about these rival powers emphasizes their evil, their impiety, their unworthiness. Tikal's rulers claim divine right and superior connection to the gods. Calakmul's rulers make identical claims. Both sides are convinced of their own righteousness and their enemy's corruption. Both sides rewrite history in inscriptions and monuments to emphasize their own victories and minimize their defeats. The narrative that you grow up with, whichever side you're on, presents your city as heroic and your enemies as villainous, and you probably believe it because you've never heard any other version. The modern perspective that both sides are just competing powers with similar motivations isn't available to you. You're living inside one side's propaganda bubble, and it shapes how you understand the conflict. The actual territorial changes resulting from warfare are sometimes significant but often temporary. A city might be conquered and forced to pay tribute for a generation, but then rebel when circumstances allow, or be reconquered by a different power, or regain independence during a period of weakness in their conqueror's power. The political map is constantly shifting. Borders are fluid, allegiances change. The instability creates an environment where nobody's security is guaranteed, and everyone's always watching for threats or opportunities. It's exhausting to live in this state of constant political flux, where the rules keep changing, and what was true yesterday might not be true tomorrow. The destruction of monuments and inscriptions by conquering forces is a form of warfare that targets cultural memory and historical identity. When your city is conquered, the victors might deliberately deface or destroy monuments that commemorate your past victories or honor your rulers. This is cultural warfare, attempting to erase your city's proud history and replace it with narratives of defeat and submission. New monuments get erected that tell the conqueror's version of events. The physical landscape becomes a contested site where competing historical narratives are literally carved in stone, and the version that survives depends on who has military power at any given time. The experience of siege warfare when it occurs is particularly brutal because it combines military violence with the slow horror of starvation. A city under siege is cut off from outside resources, unable to access their agricultural lands, unable to trade, slowly consuming whatever food stores exist within the walls. As the siege continues, food runs out, water becomes scarce, disease spreads through the crowded population, and desperation increases. Sieges can last for months, during which time people inside are dying from hunger, disease, and occasional attacks. Eventually the city either surrenders, is conquered through assault, or is relieved by Allied forces. If it falls, the population faces massacre, enslavement, or at best harsh occupation. Siege warfare creates situations where the entire civilian population becomes victims of military strategy. The peace negotiations that sometimes end wars are complex diplomatic affairs conducted between elite representatives while commoners wait to learn their fate. The terms of peace might include territorial concessions, tribute requirements, political marriages between ruling families, hostage exchanges, and various other conditions that affect everyone in the cities involved. You have no say in these negotiations despite being directly affected by their outcomes. The peace terms are announced as accomplished facts, and you're expected to accept and adjust to whatever new reality has been decided for you. Democracy is not a feature of Maya political systems, and commoner input into decisions about war and peace is not requested or desired. The role of priests in warfare is significant because war is not purely a secular political activity. It has deep religious dimensions. Priests perform rituals before battles to gain divine favour. They consult astronomical observations and calendar calculations to determine auspicious times for military campaigns. They interpret omens and signs that supposedly indicate whether attacks will succeed. They participate in the sacrifice of captured enemies, turning military victories into religious ceremonies. The intertwining of religion and warfare makes questioning military policy equivalent to questioning religious doctrine, which effectively shuts down any potential dissent. If the priests and the gods support the war, who are you to argue against it? The economic winners of constant warfare are actually pretty limited. Primarily the noble class who gain tribute, captives, and enhanced status through military success. Everyone else loses. Commoners lose family members, lose productivity to military service, pay increased tribute to support warfare, and live with constant danger. Even successful warfare that benefits your city overall probably doesn't benefit you personally. You might have civic pride in your city's victories, but your individual life is just as hard or harder because of the resources being poured into military campaigns. The disconnect between who benefits from warfare and who bears the costs of warfare is striking, but it's not unique to the Maya. It's a pattern that repeats throughout human history. The children orphaned by warfare become another vulnerable population in an already harsh society. When fathers die in battle and mothers are unable to support children alone or die themselves from other causes, orphaned children face terrible odds. They might be taken in by extended family if any exists, and if that family has resources to spare, which they probably don't, they might be sold into slavery, they might simply die from neglect and starvation. The social safety net that protects vulnerable children in modern societies doesn't exist here. You survive if you have family support or if you're lucky enough to be valuable to someone. Otherwise, survival is unlikely. The disabled veterans of warfare present similar problems. A warrior who loses a limb or is blinded or is otherwise permanently disabled can't perform the labour that survival requires. Their families are expected to support them, which creates burden on families that were already struggling before adding a non-productive member who requires care. Some disabled warriors might be able to contribute in limited ways, maybe doing light work, maybe serving as guards if their disability allows it. But many are simply unable to work meaningfully, and they become dependent on family support that may or may not be available. The concept of veterans' benefits or disability pensions doesn't exist. Your reward for military service that leaves you disabled is survival, if your family can manage it, and death if they can't. The cultural glorification of warrior deaths creates a narrative that military death is honourable and desirable, which somewhat obscures how terrible it actually is for the people dying and for their families. Warriors who die in battle are said to have glorious afterlife destinations, better than those who die of disease or old age. This belief provides some comfort to families of dead warriors, and motivation to warriors facing combat. But it doesn't change the reality that the warrior is still dead, still lost to their family forever, and the honour of their death doesn't feed their children or work their fields. The religious narrative serves political purposes by making military death seem acceptable, but the actual human cost is devastating regardless of how it's framed. The targeting of specific rulers and nobles in warfare creates a system where elite casualties are actually desired outcomes. If you can capture the enemy king, that's the ultimate victory. You get to publicly sacrifice him, you humiliate the enemy city, you demonstrate overwhelming divine favour. This means that nobles and rulers face genuine personal danger in warfare, not just the abstract danger of their armies being defeated. They typically surround themselves with elite guards and try to minimize their personal exposure to combat, but the threat is real. In some ways, this creates a slight check on warfare. Rulers might be slightly more cautious about starting wars they could lose, if losing means their own ritual death. But only slightly, because the glory of victory and the political necessity of military success tend to outweigh personal safety concerns. The multi-generational nature of warfare means that peace is not really a concept that most people experience in their lifetimes. You're born during a war, you grow up during wars, you serve in wars, you die during a war. There might be brief periods of reduced fighting, temporary truces, but genuine sustained peace across the region basically never happens. Warfare is the default state. Peace is the brief anomaly, and everyone organizes their lives around the expectation that violence is always possible and often imminent. This creates a society that's militarized at its core, where martial values are celebrated, where military readiness is constant, and where the possibility of different social organization, one not based on constant warfare, is essentially unimaginable. The environmental impact of warfare adds another layer of destruction. Armies moving through territories consume resources, damage crops, cut down trees for camps and fires, and generally leave environmental damage in their wake. Battle sites become temporarily unusable due to bodies, destruction, and contamination. Agricultural lands caught in fighting zones might be deliberately destroyed to deny resources to enemies. This scorched earth approach creates famines and resource shortages that affect civilians who had nothing to do with the military decisions that led to the destruction. The land itself bears scars of warfare that persist for years after battles end. The role of religion in justifying warfare cannot be overstated. The gods supposedly demand warfare. The cosmic order requires it. The calendar cycles indicate when it should happen. The ancestors expect it. The entire religious framework supports and encourages military action as a sacred duty rather than as optional policy. This makes warfare seem inevitable and necessary, rather than as a choice that could be made differently. When your entire cosmology is built around concepts that justify and require warfare, questioning whether warfare is necessary becomes equivalent to questioning the fundamental order of the universe. The religious justification makes warfare nearly impossible to resist or reform because resistance implies impiety. The celebration of victories through festivals and ceremonies creates public events where military success is reaffirmed as central to civic identity. When your city wins a major battle or conquers an enemy, there are public celebrations with feasting, dancing, rituals, and the inevitable sacrifice of captured high-status prisoners. These celebrations are designed to build civic pride, reinforce social cohesion, and make the population feel that their suffering and sacrifice in supporting warfare has been worthwhile. The spectacle of victory temporarily distracts from the grinding hardship of daily life and gives people something to feel good about collectively. But the good feeling is built on violence and death, and it's temporary because the next war is always coming. The intelligence gathering and spy networks that support warfare are sophisticated despite the lack of modern technology. Cities maintain informants in rival cities, gathering information about military preparations, alliance negotiations, internal weaknesses. Merchants serve as information sources carrying news along trade routes. Diplomatic envoys observe and report on potential enemies. The information isn't always accurate, and the lack of rapid communication means intelligence can be outdated by the time it's acted upon. But the attempt to gather information is serious and organized. You might not think of Maya warfare as involving espionage, but information is valuable, and all sides are trying to gather it. The impact of warfare on women deserves specific attention, because while women don't typically serve as warriors, they bear enormous costs of military conflict. They lose husbands, sons, and fathers to warfare. They take on increased labor burdens when men are away on campaigns. They face sexual violence when enemy forces raid or occupy territories. They raise children alone when men don't return. They deal with disabled veterans who come home unable to work. The gendered division of labour means women's work increases when men are absent, but women receive none of the glory or status that military service supposedly brings. They bear costs without receiving benefits, suffering the consequences of political decisions they have no role in making. The long-term demographic impacts of constant warfare are significant. When substantial numbers of young men die in battle, die from campaign-related disease, or are captured and killed, the gender ratio of the population skews female. This affects marriage patterns, family structure, and economic productivity. Communities with too few adult men struggle with agricultural labour and defence. The population growth rate decreases when young adults are dying at high rates. Over time, regions experiencing sustained intensive warfare might see population decline, which weakens cities and makes them more vulnerable to further attack. It's a negative spiral where warfare creates weakness that invites more warfare. The archaeological record of Maya warfare, the fortifications, the mass graves, the smashed monuments, the evidence of burning and destruction, tells a story of sustained violence across centuries. Modern tourists visiting Maya ruins see impressive architecture and marvel at cultural achievements, usually unaware that many of these sites were repeatedly attacked, conquered, destroyed, and rebuilt over their histories. The violence is erased from the tourist experience, replaced by narratives about mysterious ancient civilizations and impressive stone buildings. But the violence was real and central to Maya life, and understanding Maya civilization requires understanding that it was built on and maintained through constant warfare. The question of whether this violence was necessary or inevitable is complicated. From inside the system, it probably seemed inevitable. The gods demanded it, enemies were threatening, honor required it, political survival depended on it. From outside, with historical perspective, we can see that the political system itself generated the conditions that made warfare constant. The competition between city-states, the religious ideology that justified violence, the social structures that rewarded military success, all of these created a system where warfare was built into the fabric of society. Could it have been different? Theoretically, yes, but practically, changing the system would have required reimagining fundamental aspects of Maya culture, religion and politics, and that kind of transformation rarely happens from within. Your life as a commoner in this environment of constant warfare is shaped by violence you didn't choose and can't control. You might be drafted and killed in a war over territorial disputes that benefit nobles but not you. Your home might be destroyed in a raid you didn't provoke. Your family might be torn apart by military service or enemy action. You pay tribute to support military campaigns that make your life harder. You participate in ceremonies celebrating victories that cost you friends and family members. The whole system extracts value from you, your labour, your children, your life potentially, for the benefit of an elite class that's playing political games where you're a disposable resource. It's not a conspiracy or a hidden truth. It's just how the society is organised, openly and obviously, and there's no alternative available within the system as it exists. And yet somehow, despite all this violence and suffering and death, Maya civilization produces remarkable achievements. The mathematics, the astronomy, the architecture, the art, all of it happens alongside and intertwined with the warfare. The same society that builds magnificent pyramids also uses them as platforms for human sacrifice. The same culture that develops sophisticated calendar systems also uses those systems to schedule military campaigns. The same people who create beautiful art also go to war regularly. The complexity and contradiction of Maya civilization resists simple narratives of either barbaric violence or noble achievement. It's both, simultaneously, and understanding it requires holding both realities in mind at once: the brilliance and the brutality, the achievement and the suffering, the culture and the violence that shaped and sustained it. You're living through this as an ordinary person, with no power to change the system, but every reason to understand it, because it determines whether you live or die, whether your family survives or is destroyed, whether your community persists or is conquered. The political violence and constant warfare aren't abstract historical phenomena. They're immediate personal threats that shape how you live every single day of your short, brutal life in the Maya world of the 8th century. Now let's talk about something that might make you grateful for modern beauty standards, which is really saying something considering how problematic those can be. The Maya have very specific ideas about what makes someone beautiful, and unfortunately for you, achieving that beauty involves deliberate body modification, that ranges from uncomfortable to genuinely excruciating. We're not talking about corsets or foot binding here, though those are their own special nightmares. We're talking about permanent alterations to your skull, your teeth, your ears, and your face that start in infancy and continue through childhood, all in pursuit of an aesthetic ideal that probably wouldn't win any modelling contracts in the 21st century, but that absolutely matters in 8th century Maya society. It's cosmetic modification without anesthesia, performed with stone tools, on children who have no say in the matter, because apparently suffering for beauty is a cross-cultural human constant that transcends time periods. Let's start with the most dramatic modification, cranial deformation, which is exactly as intense as it sounds. The Maya consider elongated heads to be beautiful, noble, and aesthetically superior to the round heads that nature provides. So, starting when you're just a few days old, your parents bind your soft, still-forming skull between wooden boards or wrap it tightly with cloth, applying constant pressure to reshape the bones as they grow. This process continues for months or even years, gradually moulding your skull into the desired elongated shape. The result is a head that slopes dramatically backward and upward from the forehead, creating a profile that's unmistakably modified and, to Maya eyes, undeniably beautiful. To modern eyes, it looks like your head went through a hydraulic press, which isn't far from the truth mechanically speaking. The process of cranial deformation starts in infancy, because that's when the skull bones are still soft and malleable, not yet fully fused. Your parents, in their infinite wisdom and cultural conditioning, decide that you need a properly shaped head to be considered attractive and civilized. So they take boards and straps and apply them to your infant skull with enough pressure to slowly change its shape, but hopefully not enough to cause permanent brain damage, though the margin for error there is probably narrower than anyone would like to admit. You spend the first months or years of your life with your head literally in a vice, which sounds like a medieval torture device, but is actually just standard childcare in Maya culture. The discomfort this causes you as an infant is impossible to quantify, but you cry a lot, and your parents interpret this as normal infant fussiness, rather than as protest against having your skull reshaped. The resulting head shape is permanent and distinctive. Once your skull bones fuse in the modified position, you have an elongated head for life. There's no undoing this modification, no skull surgery that could round it out again even if you wanted to. You're marked for life as someone who underwent cranial deformation, which in Maya society means you're marked as civilized, as properly raised, as someone whose parents cared enough to ensure you'd be considered beautiful. The fact that this beauty was achieved through months of infant discomfort and permanent alteration to your skeletal structure is apparently not a problem in anyone's estimation. Beauty has a price, and in this case, the price is paid by infants who can't consent and who won't remember the process but will carry its results forever. The elite class takes cranial deformation even more seriously than commoners, with more extreme modifications that create more dramatic slopes. A noble's head might be significantly more elongated than a commoner's, serving as a visible marker of status as well as beauty. This creates a situation where you can literally see the social hierarchy in the shapes of people's heads, which is both efficient for identifying social status and deeply weird from any perspective. The more your head has been modified, the more beautiful and high status you're considered. It's the opposite of natural beauty ideals. The more artificial and modified you are, the better. Now let's talk about teeth, because the Maya have decided that natural teeth are boring and need extensive modification to be considered attractive. The practice of dental modification includes several techniques, all of them painful, none of them reversible, and all of them carried out with stone tools by people who aren't exactly trained dentists in the modern sense. The most common modifications involve filing teeth into specific shapes and inlaying teeth with precious stones like jade, creating a look that's distinctive, permanent, and achieved through what can only be described as extremely unpleasant dental work. Tooth filing involves using stone tools to grind down your teeth into desired shapes. Some people have their teeth filed to sharp points, creating a predatory look that's considered attractive and intimidating. Others have teeth filed flat or into specific patterns, notches carved into the edges of front teeth, or other designs that demonstrate aesthetic commitment. The process of filing teeth is exactly as painful as it sounds. You're grinding through enamel and dentin with stone abrasives, exposing nerve endings, creating sensitivity that lasts forever. There's no anesthesia, no pain management beyond maybe some herbal preparations that barely take the edge off. You sit there while someone files your teeth, and you endure it because beauty standards aren't optional, and because refusing would mark you as uncivilized or cowardly. The age at which tooth modification happens varies, but it typically occurs in adolescence or young adulthood, when your adult teeth have come in but before they've worn down too much from normal use. So you're a teenager, already dealing with all the usual adolescent challenges, and now you have to undergo dental modification that's going to hurt intensely and alter your appearance permanently. The social pressure to undergo these modifications is enormous because everyone does it, because it's a marker of being properly socialized into Maya culture, because refusing would make you an outsider in your own community. So you agree, you sit still, and you let someone file your teeth into shapes that culture has decided are beautiful. The inlay of precious stones into teeth is an even more complex procedure that's generally reserved for the wealthy, because jade and other precious stones are expensive, and because the procedure requires considerable skill. The process involves drilling holes into your teeth using stone or bone drills, probably powered by bow drill technology, creating cavities that can hold stone inlays. This drilling is done on living teeth, which means drilling through enamel and into dentin while you're fully conscious and able to feel every moment of it. The pain is extraordinary. Imagine a dentist drilling your teeth without any numbing agent whatsoever, and you're getting close to the experience. Once the hole is drilled, a precisely shaped piece of jade or other stone is fitted into it and secured with some form of adhesive, probably plant-based resin. The result is teeth with visible green jade stones or other precious materials embedded in them, catching the light when you smile, marking you as wealthy and beautiful and committed to aesthetic ideals. The dental problems this creates are significant. The holes in your teeth become sites for decay, the inlays can fall out leaving gaps, the whole procedure can damage teeth in ways that lead to infection or tooth loss. But these are problems for future you to deal with. Present you as focused on achieving beauty as your culture defines it, and if that means accepting permanent damage to your teeth, well, that's just the price of beauty. The pain from dental modifications is not brief or temporary. Your teeth remain sensitive for weeks or months after filing or inlay work. Hot and cold foods cause sharp pain. Biting down wrong sends jolts through your jaw. You learn to eat carefully to avoid certain foods, to manage the discomfort as best you can. Eventually the nerve endings die or the sensitivity reduces, but you're dealing with modified teeth for the rest of your life, and those modifications affect your ability to eat, your dental health, and your experience of one of life's basic pleasures, food, for decades to come. Ear modification is another standard practice, involving the gradual stretching of earlobes to create large holes that can accommodate impressive ear ornaments. This process starts in childhood, with small piercings that are gradually enlarged over time by inserting progressively larger plugs or ornaments. The stretching is gradual but constant, and it's not comfortable. Your earlobes are being torn slowly, creating wounds that heal around larger and larger ornaments, until finally you have earlobes with holes large enough to fit substantial jade or gold ear spools through them. The elite class naturally takes this to extremes, with earlobe holes that are inches in diameter, stretched so thin that the earlobe is essentially a rim of tissue around a massive ornament. The jewellery worn in these stretched earlobes is heavy, jade is dense, gold is dense, and the large ornaments required to fill these holes weigh down your earlobes constantly. You develop stretched, elongated earlobes that hang down farther than nature intended, pulled by the weight of your jewellery. Remove the jewellery, and your earlobes are distended loops of skin with large holes in them, which doesn't look particularly attractive but which is permanent, so you better hope you never lose your ear ornaments. The pain of the stretching process, repeated over years, trains you to associate beauty with suffering, which is probably not the healthiest psychological lesson, but which is deeply embedded in Maya culture. The scarification and tattooing practices add yet another layer of body modification. Scars are created deliberately by cutting the skin and allowing it to heal in raised patterns. Tattoos are made by puncturing the skin with thorns or bone needles and rubbing pigment into the wounds. Both processes are painful, both are permanent, and both are markers of status, achievement, and beauty. Warriors might have tattoos commemorating battles or captures. Nobles have elaborate tattoos and scarification patterns that demonstrate their wealth and willingness to endure pain for aesthetic purposes. The more modified your body, the more you've demonstrated commitment to cultural ideals and the more you're respected, or at least that's the theory. The pain tolerance required for these modifications is substantial, And developing that tolerance is part of growing up in Maya society. Children learn early that pain is sometimes necessary for important purposes: religious bloodletting, medical treatments, body modification for beauty. The cultural attitude toward pain is more accepting than modern Western perspectives. Pain is not automatically something to be avoided or medicated away. Sometimes pain serves purposes, and you're expected to endure it stoically. This creates a population that's remarkably tough in some ways, able to endure suffering that would have modern people demanding anesthesia and pain medication. But it also normalizes suffering in ways that allow various abusive practices to continue unchallenged. The gendered aspects of beauty modifications are worth noting. Both men and women undergo cranial deformation as infants, but certain other modifications are more gender-specific. Women might focus more on certain types of tooth modification or specific scarification patterns. Men, particularly warriors, might emphasize modifications that demonstrate martial prowess or intimidating appearance. The details vary, but the general principle remains constant. Modifying your body to meet cultural beauty standards is expected regardless of gender, and the modifications are painful and permanent. The class distinctions in body modification are clear and intentional. While commoners undergo basic cranial deformation and perhaps simple tooth filing, the nobility take modifications to extremes. Their heads are more dramatically elongated. Their teeth have expensive jade inlays rather than simple filing. Their ear ornaments are massive and made of precious materials. Their tattoos are extensive and elaborate. The amount of modification becomes a visible marker of status, a way of literally embodying social hierarchy in your physical appearance. You can look at someone and immediately know their approximate social status based on how extensively their body has been modified and what materials were used in that modification. The medical complications from these modifications are common and sometimes severe. Cranial deformation can cause headaches, vision problems, and possibly neurological issues, though the Maya wouldn't necessarily connect these symptoms to the skull modification. Dental work leads to infections, abscesses, tooth loss, and chronic pain. Ear stretching can tear completely if the earlobe is stressed too far, creating a permanent split that no longer holds jewelry. Scarification and tattooing can become infected, leading to serious illness or death if the infection spreads. The lack of modern medical knowledge and antibiotics means that complications from cosmetic modifications can and do kill people regularly. The psychological impact of these modifications is complex. On one hand, they mark you as a proper member of society, beautiful by your culture's standards, someone who's undergone the same transformations as everyone else. There's comfort and social acceptance in that conformity. On the other hand, you're living with permanent alterations to your body that were performed on you without consent when you were too young to object, and you're experiencing the ongoing physical consequences of those modifications. The relationship between body autonomy, cultural expectation, and beauty standards is fraught with tensions that probably aren't fully examined or discussed because the system is too deeply embedded to question easily. The parents who perform or arrange these modifications genuinely believe they're doing what's best for their children. You need an elongated skull to be considered attractive and marriageable. You need modified teeth to be seen as civilized. You need stretched earlobes to properly display the jewelry that marks your status. Parents who fail to modify their children's bodies would be considered neglectful, raising children who would be disadvantaged in social and romantic contexts. So parents inflict pain on their children out of love and concern for their future, which is a deeply uncomfortable truth about how cultural norms can make abuse seem like care. The permanence of these modifications is worth emphasizing because it's so different from modern cosmetic practices. You can dye your hair and it grows out. You can remove makeup. You can take out temporary piercings, but you cannot unelongate your skull. You cannot unfile your teeth. You cannot unstretch your earlobes. These modifications last your entire life, and if beauty standards change, which they occasionally do over generations, you're stuck with modifications that might no longer be considered attractive. You're permanently marked by the aesthetic ideals of your specific time and place, unable to adapt to changing standards without undergoing even more modification. The ritual aspects of body modification ceremonies make them into significant life events. The tooth modification in particular is often done as a coming-of-age ritual, marking the transition from childhood to adulthood. There are ceremonies, witnesses, social recognition of your willingness to endure pain for beauty and cultural belonging. The ritual framing makes the pain meaningful rather than just pointless suffering. You're not just having your teeth filed, You're participating in an ancient tradition, joining the ranks of adults in your community, demonstrating courage and commitment. The ritual context doesn't eliminate the pain, but it provides social meaning that makes the pain more bearable. Now that we've covered how much pain you have to endure to be considered beautiful, let's talk about the social system that determines whether all that suffering was even worth it in terms of your status and opportunities. The Maya social hierarchy is not subtle, it's not flexible, it's not based on merit or achievement. Well, not for most people anyway. You're born into a social class, and with extremely rare exceptions, you will die in that social class, and your children will inherit that same social position. It's a hereditary caste system with religious justification, enforced by law and custom, and backed by the threat of violence for anyone who gets ideas about social mobility. Think of it as the exact opposite of the American dream, except it's the Maya reality, and dreaming about anything different is probably dangerous and definitely pointless. The basic division is between nobles and commoners, which sounds simple, but encompasses a world of difference in lived experience that makes the gap between modern rich and poor look modest by comparison. The nobility, the elite class of rulers, priests, high officials, and their families, control essentially everything of value. They own the land, they control the labour, they make the laws, they interpret religious doctrine, they lead military campaigns, they live in palaces, they eat well, and they mark their status with elaborate clothing, jewellery, and the most extreme body modifications. They are, by their own estimation, and the estimation of the religious ideology they control, closer to the gods than common people, more valuable, more important, inherently superior. It's not exactly subtle propaganda, but it doesn't need to be subtle when you control all the mechanisms of social messaging. You, as a commoner, exist in a completely different reality. You own essentially nothing, maybe some tools, some basic possessions, but not land, not wealth, not anything of significant value. You work land that belongs to nobles, paying them tribute for the privilege of growing food on their property. You follow laws you had no part in creating, enforced by people you have no power to hold accountable. You participate in religious ceremonies that reinforce your inferior status while demanding your labour and offerings. You're educated only in practical skills necessary for your work, denied access to the sophisticated knowledge that nobles monopolise. Your entire life is structured around serving the needs of the elite class, and the system is designed to keep you in this position permanently. The visual markers of status are everywhere and obvious. Nobles wear elaborate clothing made from fine cotton or other quality materials, dyed in expensive colours, decorated with intricate designs. You wear simple, undyed cotton cloth, maybe just a loincloth and basic covering. Nothing fancy, nothing that might suggest you're trying to rise above your station. Nobles wear massive amounts of jewellery, jade necklaces, bracelets, ear ornaments, nose ornaments, chest pieces, headdresses decorated with precious materials and exotic feathers. You might have simple shell or bone jewellery if you're lucky, nothing valuable, nothing that could be mistaken for noble adornment. The difference in appearance is so stark that you can identify someone's social class from across a plaza without any ambiguity. The behavioural expectations are equally clear and enforced with sometimes lethal seriousness. There are rules about how commoners must act in the presence of nobility, and these rules are not suggestions. You must show deference at all times. When a noble passes, you avert your gaze. Looking a noble directly in the eyes is considered offensive and presumptuous, an assertion of equality that doesn't exist. If you're in the presence of a king or high noble, the rules become even more strict. You might need to prostrate yourself, literally lying face down on the ground to show submission. You certainly can't speak unless spoken to, can't turn your back on them, can't do anything that could be interpreted as disrespectful. The punishment for violating these etiquette rules ranges from public humiliation to beating to death, depending on the severity of the offence and the mood of the offended noble. The restrictions on material goods reinforce the social hierarchy in tangible ways. Jade, for instance, is considered the most precious material in Maya culture, more valuable than gold, associated with gods and nobility, incredibly restricted in who's allowed to possess it. As a commoner, you cannot own jade. You can't buy it even if you somehow accumulated enough resources, which you can't because the tribute system ensures you never have surplus wealth. You can't wear it. You can't even touch it without permission in most contexts. Jade is noble property, reserved for elite use, and attempting to possess it as a commoner could result in severe punishment. The same applies to various other luxury goods: fine textiles, certain types of feathers, specific colours of dye, gold, cacao beyond minimal amounts. The system is designed to make status visible and uncrossable through material restrictions. The legal system, such as it exists, operates on fundamentally different principles depending on your social class. A noble who commits a crime might face punishment, but the punishment will be different and generally less severe than what a commoner would face for the same act. A noble who kills a commoner might pay compensation to the dead person's family or undergo some ritual purification, but they're unlikely to face execution. A commoner who kills a noble will be executed publicly and painfully, possibly sacrificed, definitely made an example of to discourage any other commoners from developing violent ambitions. The law protects nobles and controls commoners. That's its primary function, and it's not particularly disguised. The concept of justice is explicitly tied to social order rather than to any notion of equal rights or fairness. Justice means maintaining the proper hierarchy, ensuring everyone stays in their designated place, punishing violations of social boundaries. If you're punished for looking a noble in the eyes, that's justice because you violated the proper order. If a noble takes your property or your labour or your family member and you have no recourse, that's also justice because they have the right to do these things and you have no right to resist. The modern concept of equal justice under law doesn't exist here. Justice is hierarchical, explicitly unequal, and designed to maintain elite power. The economic system ensures that upward mobility is essentially impossible. You produce food and goods through your labour. A significant portion, perhaps a third or more, goes to tribute payments to the noble who controls your land. More tribute goes to the city's ruler. More resources are demanded for religious ceremonies and temple maintenance. What you have left is barely enough for subsistence, if that. You cannot accumulate surplus wealth because the system is designed to extract it. You cannot buy land because land isn't for sale to commoners. You cannot educate yourself in elite knowledge because that knowledge is deliberately restricted. Every aspect of the economic and educational system is structured to keep you poor, ignorant, and powerless. The rare exceptions to this rigid hierarchy involve military achievement and occasionally religious service. A commoner warrior who distinguishes himself in battle, who captures multiple high-status enemies, who shows exceptional courage and skill, might be rewarded with elevated status. This isn't becoming a noble exactly. You can't fundamentally change your birth status, but you might be granted better land, reduced tribute obligations, minor privileges that improve your life significantly. It's the carrot that makes the stick of military service more palatable, the tiny possibility of improvement that keeps young men willing to risk death in warfare. But it's rare, difficult to achieve, and doesn't extend to your descendants unless they also achieve military glory. It's personal advancement without true social mobility. The religious hierarchy is similarly controlled, but occasionally offers paths for talented individuals. A child who shows aptitude for learning might be selected for priestly training, entering religious service that provides better living conditions and higher status than common labour. But this path is controlled by the existing priest class, who decide who gets selected and trained, and the selection criteria aren't transparent or necessarily merit-based. Family connections help. Demonstrating proper deference helps. Being in the right place at the right time helps. Most commoner children never get the opportunity regardless of their potential intelligence or religious devotion. The marriage system reinforces class boundaries through both formal rules and practical realities. Nobles marry nobles, commoners marry commoners, and cross-class marriage is either forbidden outright or so socially unacceptable that it might as well be forbidden. A noble man might take a commoner woman as a concubine, which is exploitative but allowed. A commoner man attempting any relationship with a noble woman would likely be executed for the presumption. The children of cross-class relationships inherit the lower status. If a noble has children with a commoner, those children are not considered fully noble. The system is designed to prevent status dilution and maintain clear class boundaries across generations. The access to food reinforces hierarchy in ways that are visible daily. Nobles eat a varied diet including meat, fish, exotic fruits, cacao drinks, honey, and elaborate prepared foods. You eat corn and more corn, with occasional beans or squash if you're fortunate, rarely any meat, never any luxury foods. The noble feast while you're hungry, and you can see the difference in physical size and health. Nobles grow taller on their superior diet. They're healthier, less disease-prone, they live longer. The physical embodiment of class difference is visible in body size, in health status, in life expectancy. The system literally shapes bodies differently based on social status. The education divide is perhaps the most significant long-term mechanism for maintaining hierarchy. Nobles are educated in mathematics, astronomy, reading and writing hieroglyphic script, history, religious knowledge, and all the sophisticated intellectual achievements of Maya civilization. You're educated in farming, basic craft skills, and religious observance sufficient to participate in ceremonies, but not to understand or question the deeper meanings. The literacy gap is absolute. Writing is an elite skill, jealously guarded, never taught to commoners. This means all written history, all religious texts, all mathematical and astronomical knowledge exists in a form you cannot access. You're deliberately kept ignorant to maintain your subordination. The spatial organization of cities reinforces hierarchy through architecture and urban planning. The center of the city is dominated by massive pyramids, palaces and temples where nobles live and conduct ceremonies. These structures are elevated, requiring climbs up steep stairs to access, literally placing the elite above the common population. You live in the outskirts, in simple single-room dwellings, in areas that flood more readily, with less access to amenities. The city's physical layout makes social hierarchy visible from any vantage point. You can see the temples and palaces looming over everything, constant reminders of who has power and where you stand in relation to it. The labour demands placed on commoners include not just agricultural work and tribute, but also corvée labour for major construction projects. When the ruler decides to build a new pyramid or palace, commoner labour is drafted to do the heavy work. You're required to haul massive stones, work on construction projects that benefit nobles, while taking time away from your own survival activities. There's no payment for this labour, beyond not being punished for refusing. It's forced labour, essentially slavery for the duration of the project, and it happens regularly throughout your life. The monuments that modern tourists admire were built largely by forced commoner labour, though that fact doesn't make it into the museum placards. The religious justification for hierarchy is sophisticated and constantly reinforced. The nobles are descended from gods or chosen by gods. The social order reflects cosmic order. Disrupting the hierarchy is not just social transgression but religious sin, an offence against the gods who established the proper way of organising society. The mythology, the ceremonies, the art, all reinforce these messages. When you participate in religious festivals, you're literally acting out rituals that demonstrate noble superiority and commoner subordination. The religion you believe in and practice is the same system that justifies your exploitation, which is elegant social engineering if deeply manipulative. The punishments for violations of social hierarchy are deliberately harsh and public to serve as deterrents. A commoner who steals from a noble might have their hand cut off or be executed. A commoner who strikes a noble even in self-defense faces death. A commoner who attempts to wear noble clothing or jewelry is stripped and beaten publicly. The punishments are meant to be terrifying enough that nobody else considers similar violations. Public executions and beatings are social theatre. Performances designed to reinforce boundaries and remind everyone of the consequences of forgetting their place. The psychological internalization of hierarchy is perhaps the most effective enforcement mechanism. From childhood, you're taught that nobles are better than you, that the social order is natural and divinely ordained, that resistance is both futile and immoral. This teaching is reinforced constantly through every social interaction, every religious ceremony, every visible marker of status difference. Eventually, most people internalize these messages. The hierarchy seems natural because it's all you've known. Questioning it seems impossible because you lack the conceptual framework and the evidence that alternatives exist. The most effective chains are the ones people don't realize they're wearing, and Maya social conditioning creates mental chains that are difficult to break even if physical escape were possible. The rare individuals who do question the system or resist their assigned position face overwhelming social pressure and physical danger. There's no ideology of human equality to draw on, no concept of inherent human rights, no political philosophy suggesting that social hierarchy is wrong or changeable. You're essentially alone with your doubts, unable to articulate a coherent alternative, surrounded by people who've accepted the system, facing violent punishment if you act on your resistance. The isolation and danger make resistance nearly impossible even for those who might want to rebel. The intergenerational transmission of status creates family legacies of either privilege or exploitation. Noble families maintain their position across generations through inherited wealth, inherited education, inherited social connections. Your family maintains its commoner position through inherited poverty, inherited lack of education, inherited subordination. The phrase, "you can be anything you want to be," would be completely meaningless in Maya society. You can be exactly what your parents were, and your children will be exactly what you are. And this continues indefinitely, barring extraordinary circumstances that almost never occur. The comparative perspective of different city-states shows some variation in how rigid the hierarchy is enforced, but the basic structure is consistent across Maya civilization. Some rulers might be slightly more accessible to common petitions. Some cities might have slightly more opportunities for advancement through military or religious service. But these are differences of degree, not of kind. Everywhere, the basic division between nobles and commoners exists. Everywhere, the system favours the elite. Everywhere, commoners are exploited for the benefit of their social superiors. The economic extraction is so thorough that it creates a permanent wealth transfer from commoners to nobles that compounds over generations. Nobles get richer, build more impressive palaces, accumulate more luxury goods, have more resources to pass to their children. Commoners stay poor, barely survive, have nothing to pass on except their subordinate status and whatever practical knowledge might help children survive. The wealth gap increases over time, making the hierarchy even more entrenched and escape even more impossible. The psychological coping mechanisms that commoners develop to deal with their situation include the religious beliefs that make suffering meaningful, the focus on family and community that provides emotional support, and the small pleasures that can be found despite hardship. You find meaning in your children, in community bonds, in religious devotion, in surviving another season. These coping mechanisms are necessary for psychological survival, but they also make the system more tolerable and therefore more stable. If life were unremittingly miserable with no sources of meaning or pleasure, rebellions might be more common. The system allows just enough good to keep people compliant. The nobleman's perspective, if we consider it, probably involves genuine belief in their own superiority and the righteousness of the system. They're raised from birth to believe they're inherently better, chosen by gods, naturally suited to rule. Their entire experience confirms this. They live well, they're educated, they're respected and feared. They succeed in their endeavours because they have resources and support. The possibility that their privilege is unearned and unjust probably doesn't seriously occur to most of them. They're not consciously evil oppressors. They're people who've internalized a worldview that justifies their privilege and makes it seem natural and right. The meeting points between classes are carefully controlled and ritualized. During public ceremonies, commoners and nobles occupy the same spaces but in clearly demarcated ways. Commoners fill the plazas and lower areas. Nobles occupy elevated platforms and temple stairs. Everyone can see the ritual, but the viewing positions literally reflect social hierarchy. When commoners and nobles interact directly, when a noble gives orders, when tribute is collected, when labour is assigned, the interaction is structured by strict protocols that maintain status difference and prevent anything resembling equality or familiarity. The language itself contains markers of status, with different forms of address required when speaking to nobles versus equals versus subordinates. You must use honorific forms when addressing nobles, never their names directly, always with titles and deference markers. They can address you however they want, by name or not, with respect or contempt as their mood dictates. The linguistic hierarchy reinforces social hierarchy in every conversation, making status differences part of the basic structure of communication. The children of nobles and the children of commoners grow up in completely different worlds, despite living in the same city. Noble children are educated, clothed in fine materials, well-fed, protected from hard labour, prepared for lives of authority and leisure. Commoner children start working by age 5 or 6, receive minimal education, wear simple clothing, experience hunger regularly, and are prepared for lives of labour and subordination. By adolescence, the differences are stark and seem natural to everyone, because the separation has been total and consistent throughout childhood. The rare moments of mobility or status change become legendary stories precisely because they're so exceptional. The story of a commoner warrior who achieved great success, the tale of someone who rose through religious service, the account of a person who somehow transcended their birth status. These stories are told and retold, which serves multiple functions. They provide hope that advancement is possible, which helps maintain social stability by preventing complete despair. They also emphasize how rare such advancement is, which reinforces the generally fixed nature of status, and they usually involve exceptional personal qualities and divine favor, which suggests that if you haven't advanced, it's because you lack those qualities or that favor, not because the system is unfair. The ultimate question, whether this system is just or good, is not one that gets seriously asked within Maya society. The system is simply the way things are, the way the gods designed them to be, the natural order of a properly organized civilization. Challenging the fundamental hierarchy would require imagining a completely different social organization, which is nearly impossible from inside the system. You'd need exposure to alternative models, conceptual frameworks for thinking about equality and rights, and the ability to critique your own culture's foundational assumptions. None of these are available to you as an 8th century Maya commoner, so you live within the hierarchy, you accept your place because you don't have meaningful alternatives, and you survive as best you can within constraints you didn't choose and can't escape. Now let's talk about something that might make climate change activists feel a strange sense of historical solidarity. The Maya are actively destroying their own environment, and they're doing it without any of the industrial technology that modern civilization uses for its environmental devastation. No factories, no fossil fuels, no plastic pollution, just good old-fashioned deforestation, soil depletion, and unsustainable agricultural practices carried out with stone tools and desperate necessity. It's environmental collapse at a walking pace, which doesn't make it any less catastrophic for the people experiencing it, just slower and perhaps more inexorable because nobody fully understands what's happening or how to stop it. Welcome to the unintended consequences of success, where building a sophisticated civilization in a tropical forest environment gradually destroys the very resources that made that civilization possible in the first place. The fundamental problem is pretty straightforward, though the Maya don't have the ecological understanding to articulate it in these terms. The population has been growing for centuries as Maya civilization expands and flourishes. More people need more food. More food requires more agricultural land. More agricultural land means cutting down more forest. The Milpa system we discussed earlier, slash-and-burn agriculture, works sustainably when population density is low and there's plenty of forest to rotate through. Fields can be used for a few years, then left fallow for a decade or more while the forest regenerates and soil fertility recovers. But when population pressure increases, the rotation time gets shorter. Fields are replanted too soon, before soil fertility has recovered, before the forest has fully regrown. The system that worked well for millennia is breaking down under the strain of too many people demanding too much from too little land. The deforestation itself is an impressive feat of destructive determination when you consider that it's all being done by hand with stone tools. Every tree that comes down is cut with stone axes, which is slow, exhausting work. But over decades and centuries, huge swaths of forest are cleared for agriculture, for building materials, for firewood. The landscape that was once continuous tropical forest is becoming a patchwork of agricultural fields, secondary growth, and increasingly isolated forest patches. From a modern perspective with satellite imagery, we can see the scale of Maya deforestation. From your perspective on the ground, you just see the forest edge getting farther away, more land under cultivation, less wildlife, and nobody's connecting this to larger patterns, because ecology as a science won't exist for another millennium. The soil depletion is the invisible crisis that makes everything worse. Tropical soils are notoriously poor. Most of the nutrients in a tropical forest are bound up in the living vegetation, not stored in the soil. When you clear the forest and burn it, you get a brief pulse of nutrients from the ash that makes the first few plantings productive. But then the nutrients are exhausted, the soil becomes less fertile, and crop yields decline. In a properly functioning Milpa system with adequate fallow periods, the soil can recover. But when you're shortening fallow times because you need every available field producing food, the soil never fully recovers. You're mining the soil fertility with each planting cycle, extracting more than is being replaced, and eventually you end up with degraded soil that can barely support crops even with tremendous labour input. The erosion problem compounds the soil depletion. When you clear forest on slopes, and much of the Maya lowlands has at least gentle slopes, you remove the tree roots that hold soil in place. The heavy tropical rains, which we've already discussed as being dramatically intense, wash the exposed topsoil away. What took thousands of years to accumulate can be lost in a single rainy season. The eroded soil ends up in streams and cenotes, silting them up, reducing water quality, creating problems that ripple through the entire ecosystem. You're literally watching your agricultural potential wash away, and there's no erosion control technology available beyond the basic understanding that forests prevent erosion. But you can't keep the forest because you need the land for farming. It's a trap with no good escape. The water availability crisis is perhaps the most immediately threatening aspect of environmental degradation. The Maya lowlands depend on rainfall and stored groundwater, accessed through cenotes and wells. Deforestation affects local rainfall patterns in ways that the Maya can observe but not fully understand. Less forest means less moisture being cycled through the ecosystem, which means reduced rainfall, which means more drought risk. The relationship isn't simple or immediate, but over decades of extensive deforestation, the regional climate becomes drier and more variable. The gods of rain seem to be growing less generous, though the actual mechanism is ecological rather than divine displeasure. Not that this distinction means anything to people who don't have ecological science. The droughts that strike the Maya region during the 8th and 9th centuries are climate events that would be challenging for any civilization, but they're particularly devastating for a civilization that's already stressed by overpopulation and environmental degradation. When drought hits a healthy ecosystem with intact forests and good soil, the system has some resilience. When drought hits a degraded ecosystem with massive deforestation and depleted soils, the system collapses. The crops that were already marginal in good conditions fail completely in drought. The water sources that were adequate become insufficient. The population that was at the edge of sustainability falls over the edge into famine. The regional variation in environmental collapse is significant, because not all Maya areas are equally degraded at the same time. Some regions maintained better forest cover, or had better soil, or more reliable water sources. This creates a situation where some cities are facing environmental catastrophe, while others are still relatively prosperous. The result is migration, environmental refugees leaving degraded regions and seeking survival in areas that still have resources. And if you think refugee crises are a modern problem, think again. The Maya are dealing with thousands of displaced people fleeing ecological collapse, seeking food and shelter in cities that are already struggling with their own resource limitations. You might be one of these refugees yourself, or you might be dealing with refugees arriving in your region. If you're fleeing, you're abandoning the land your family has worked for generations, leaving your home, taking whatever you can carry, and travelling to an uncertain destination where you'll be an outsider with no land rights, no support network, and desperate need for food and shelter. The journey is dangerous. You're travelling with children and elderly people, with minimal supplies, through areas that might be hostile. Hunger, disease, and violence claim refugees regularly. Those who survive the journey arrive at their destination weak, desperate, and usually unwelcome. If refugees are arriving in your area, they're competition for resources that are already scarce. They're extra mouths to feed when food is tight. They're people who need land when land is already fully allocated. They're outsiders who don't share your city's history or identity, but who need your city's resources to survive. The social tensions this creates are predictable and often violent. Local populations resent the refugees. Refugees resent being unwelcome when they're just trying to survive. Conflicts erupt over resource access, over land use, over social integration. The environmental crisis becomes a social crisis, and both feed into each other in destructive cycles. The rulers and elite class are not immune to environmental collapse, but they're insulated from the worst effects by their control of resources. When food becomes scarce, the nobility still eat well because they control the tribute system and can demand more from an increasingly desperate commoner population. When water becomes scarce, the elite have priority access and can afford to transport water from distant sources. The inequality that was always present becomes even starker during environmental crisis. You're starving while nobles continue their elaborate feasts. You're desperate for water while noble gardens remain irrigated. The visibility of this inequality during crisis creates resentment that can occasionally tip over into social unrest, though usually the power imbalance is too great for commoner resistance to achieve anything beyond getting the resistors killed. The religious interpretation of environmental crisis focuses on divine displeasure rather than ecological mechanisms. The crops fail because the gods are angry. The rains don't come because the offerings were insufficient. The solution, according to priests and rulers, is more sacrifice, more ritual, more bloodletting to appease the offended deities. This interpretation has the unfortunate effect of making the crisis seem like a moral and spiritual failure, rather than an ecological problem with ecological solutions. Instead of reducing population pressure, or changing agricultural practices or implementing soil conservation, the society doubles down on religious observance and increases the extraction of resources for elaborate ceremonies. The solution makes the problem worse, but from inside a religious worldview, it's the only solution that makes sense. The feedback loops are vicious and self-reinforcing. Environmental degradation reduces food production. Reduced food production creates desperation. Desperation drives more intensive exploitation of remaining resources. More intensive exploitation accelerates environmental degradation. The cycle spirals downward, and each iteration makes recovery harder. Breaking out of this cycle would require coordinated action at a civilizational scale, reducing population, changing agricultural methods, reforesting degraded areas, accepting reduced short-term production for long-term sustainability. But these actions are politically nearly impossible because they require sacrifice from people who are already suffering, they require cooperation across competing city-states, and they require understanding ecological relationships that won't be articulated for another 1,000 years. The animals that once provided supplementary protein become increasingly scarce as forests shrink and hunting pressure increases. Deer, peccaries, turkeys, and other game animals that were hunted sustainably when forests were extensive and human population was lower are now overhunted and losing habitat. The hunting yields decline year by year. Where your grandfather might have brought home meat regularly, you're lucky to see meat a few times a year. The protein deficit in your diet increases, adding malnutrition to the existing problems of caloric insufficiency. Children grow up smaller and weaker than their grandparents' generation. The physical evidence of decline is visible in human bodies becoming less robust across generations. The fish populations in rivers and coastal areas face similar pressures. Overfishing reduces populations. Erosion silts up spawning grounds. Changes in rainfall patterns affect fish migration and reproduction. The reliable fish supplies that supplemented diet in earlier times become unreliable. Coastal communities that depended significantly on marine resources face hardship as those resources decline. The interconnection of ecological problems means that solutions are complex and addressing one issue doesn't solve others. Its systems collapse, where multiple problems interact and amplify each other. The forest products that daily life depends on become scarcer and require longer trips to acquire. Wood for construction and firewood has to be brought from increasingly distant forests. The labour cost of acquiring wood increases, adding to the already overwhelming labour burden. Thatch for roofs becomes harder to source. Medicinal plants that grow in mature forest become rare as old-growth forest disappears. The minor materials that make life functional, specific woods for tools, fibres for rope, plants for dyes and medicines, all become more difficult to obtain as forests recede. The construction of massive ceremonial centres and palaces contributes to deforestation in ways that are particularly frustrating, because the structures serve elite purposes rather than survival needs. Building a new pyramid requires enormous quantities of wood for scaffolding, for fires to produce lime plaster, for fuel to fire pottery and other materials. The grandest monuments of Maya civilization are also monuments to resource consumption that the environment can't sustain. The pyramids that modern tourists photograph represent thousands of trees cut, massive labour investment that could have gone into sustainable land management, resources extracted from an ecosystem that was already stressed. The civilization is quite literally building monuments to itself while exhausting the resources it needs to survive. The knowledge about environmental problems exists in fragmentary forms but isn't systematized or acted upon. Farmers know that soil is getting worse, hunters know game is declining, elders remember when forests were closer and more extensive, but this knowledge doesn't translate into policy changes because the political system isn't set up to respond to long-term ecological problems. Rulers respond to immediate threats, military enemies, short-term food shortages, religious concerns. The slow degradation of environmental conditions is too gradual and too complex to generate political response until it's too late to address effectively. The agricultural innovations that might help are either unknown or impossible to implement with available technology. Terracing could reduce erosion, but it requires enormous labour investment and engineering knowledge that's limited. Irrigation could reduce drought vulnerability, but the limestone geology of the Yucatan makes large-scale irrigation difficult. Fertilization could maintain soil fertility, but there aren't adequate sources of fertilizer for the scale of agriculture being practiced. The population could be reduced through migration or lower birth rates, but migration requires somewhere to migrate to, and birth control isn't exactly a developed technology. The society is trapped by its own success. Too many people depending on too much intensive agriculture in an environment that can't sustain it long term. The trade networks that connected Maya cities are disrupted by environmental crisis and political instability. When cities collapse or decline due to environmental problems, the trade routes that pass through them are interrupted. When regions experience famine and violence, merchants avoid travelling through them. The flow of goods, information, and ideas that connected Maya civilization becomes more restricted. This isolation makes individual cities more vulnerable because they can't compensate for local problems with imported resources. The integration that made Maya civilization strong becomes a transmission mechanism for crisis, as problems in one region affect distant regions through trade disruption. The monuments and inscriptions from this period, when modern archaeologists can read them, sometimes reference problems: drought, warfare, political instability. The rulers claim they're addressing issues, performing rituals, defeating enemies, maintaining cosmic order. What the inscriptions don't say, because the elite perspective doesn't fully grasp it, is that the entire civilization is overstressed by environmental problems that have no solution within the existing political and religious framework. The historical record that survives is elite-focused and crisis-denying, emphasizing continuity and control even as the system is failing. Now let's venture into the psychological and spiritual dimensions of Maya life, which manages to add a whole new layer of terror to an existence that was already pretty terrifying on purely physical grounds. The Maya spiritual world is not a place of gentle comfort and reassurance. It's a realm of powerful and often dangerous forces, gods who demand blood, ancestors who require propitiation, spirits who can harm or help, prophecies that foretell doom, and visionary experiences that reveal cosmic truths that are frequently terrifying. Welcome to a worldview where the supernatural is absolutely real, constantly present and genuinely dangerous, and where maintaining proper relationships with spiritual forces requires constant effort, sacrifice, and occasionally deliberately ingesting substances that make you hallucinate vividly. It's not exactly mindfulness meditation and positive affirmations. It's more like cosmic horror with religious obligations. The use of psychoactive substances is central to Maya religious practice, particularly for priests, nobles, and anyone seeking direct communication with the divine. The Maya have access to several powerful hallucinogens, with psilocybin mushrooms being among the most commonly used. These aren't recreational drugs in any modern sense, though the distinction between religious sacrament and drug use is probably more about framing than fundamental difference. These are tools for accessing altered states of consciousness that Maya religious practitioners believe allows communication with gods, ancestors, and the spiritual dimensions of reality. When you consume these substances in ritual contexts, you're not tripping for fun. You're undertaking a spiritual journey that's considered dangerous, sacred, and absolutely necessary for certain religious and political functions. The experience of taking psychoactive substances in ritual contexts is probably both more intense and more terrifying than modern recreational drug use because of the set and setting. You're not at a music festival with medical support available. You're in a temple or ritual space surrounded by priests and religious imagery, having been prepared through fasting and other austerities that make you physically weakened and psychologically primed. The substances themselves are powerful. Psilocybin mushrooms can produce profound alterations in consciousness, visual hallucinations, ego dissolution, and experiences that feel absolutely real and significant. In a cultural context where these experiences are interpreted as literal contact with divine forces, the psychological impact is enormous. The visions that come during these altered states are interpreted through Maya religious symbolism and cosmology. You might see gods, ancestors, spirit animals, the underworld, future events, cosmic battles between supernatural forces. The visions are vivid, emotionally intense, and often terrifying. You might experience your own death, visit Xibalba and meet the death gods, witness the destruction of your city, see your own heart being removed in sacrifice. These aren't pleasant recreational hallucinations. They're religious experiences that often involve confronting death, violence, and cosmic forces that are far more powerful than any human. The psychological processing of these experiences takes time and support, and the interpretation of their meaning affects religious policy and political decisions. The priests who regularly engage in these practices are essentially professional psychonauts, people whose job involves repeated journeys into altered states to communicate with gods and receive divine guidance. This requires tremendous psychological resilience and probably creates lasting changes in their consciousness and personality. They're regularly confronting terrifying visions, experiencing ego death, encountering spiritual forces that they believe are completely real and potentially dangerous. The psychological toll of being the intermediary between humans and the gods, of carrying the responsibility for interpreting divine will, of experiencing regular, intense altered states, is probably immense, even if the culture has frameworks for integrating these experiences. The preparation for vision quests involves fasting, bloodletting, sleep deprivation, and other austerities that weaken the body and prime the mind for altered states. You might fast for days, losing weight you can't afford to lose, becoming weak and disoriented. You might engage in intensive bloodletting, cutting your tongue or genitals and losing significant blood. You might stay awake for extended periods, pushing yourself to the edge of physical collapse. By the time you ingest the psychoactive substance, your body is already in a stress state that makes the psychological effects more intense and less controllable. It's deliberate self-torture in service of spiritual goals, and the line between religious practice and self-harm is extremely thin. The communal ceremonies where substances are used create shared altered states that reinforce social bonds and collective religious belief. When groups of people take psychoactive substances together in ritual contexts, their experiences influence each other. The visions might have common elements because everyone's been exposed to the same religious symbolism and mythology. The shared experience creates a sense of collective spiritual reality that's difficult to question. If everyone in the ceremony saw similar visions, that seems like powerful evidence that the visions are revealing actual spiritual truths rather than being drug-induced hallucinations. The collective validation makes the religious interpretations seem more certain and unquestionable. The prophetic visions that emerge from these practices sometimes foretell doom, disaster, and the collapse of civilization. Whether these are genuine precognition, intuitive recognition of existing problems, or self-fulfilling prophecies is probably impossible to determine. But when a respected priest in an altered state receives visions of cities being abandoned, of people starving, of the gods withdrawing their favor, these prophecies carry enormous weight. They affect political decisions, they create anxiety throughout the population, and they might actually contribute to the disasters they predict by causing panic and destabilizing responses. The prophecies of collapse during the 8th and 9th centuries, as Maya civilization enters its terminal classic crisis, are probably both responding to observable problems and making those problems worse through their psychological impact. The burden of receiving these visions, particularly for people who see terrible futures for their civilization, is psychologically crushing. Imagine being the person who communes with gods and receives messages of impending disaster, that your city will fall, that people will starve, that the cosmic order is failing. You're supposed to relay these messages to rulers and population, knowing that the information will cause fear and suffering. You carry knowledge of doom that you can't prevent, that you're religiously obligated to share, that will mark you as the bearer of bad news. The role of prophet is not enviable, and the psychological weight of seeing the future's darkness while being unable to change it is a special kind of torture. The constant need to propitiate gods creates a psychological environment of perpetual anxiety and inadequacy. No matter how much you sacrifice, how many rituals you perform, how much blood you offer, it's never quite enough because bad things keep happening. The crops fail despite the ceremonies. People die despite the offerings. Enemies attack despite your prayers. The natural interpretation within Maya religious framework is that you haven't done enough, that the gods require more, that your devotion is insufficient. This creates a ratchet effect where religious demands constantly increase. More blood, more sacrifice, more resources devoted to ceremonies in a desperate attempt to regain divine favor that seems to be slipping away. The fear of divine punishment shapes behavior at every level of society. You're afraid that failing to perform your religious obligations will bring disaster not just on you, but on your entire community. Your neighbours are watching your religious observance because your impiety could affect them. The priests are watching everyone because the entire city's fate depends on collective religious correctness. This creates a surveillance state powered by religious anxiety, where conformity is enforced through fear of supernatural consequences and social pressure. You can't opt out of religious participation, even if you wanted to, because that would endanger everyone and would be met with social and possibly legal sanctions. The dreams and visions that occur naturally, without psychoactive substances, are also interpreted as spiritually significant messages. If you have a vivid nightmare, it might be a warning from ancestors or a message from gods. If you dream of death, it could be prophecy or spiritual attack. The boundary between ordinary dreaming and spiritual communication is blurry, which means every nightmare potentially carries religious significance. You can't dismiss a bad dream as just random neural firing. You have to consider whether it's a divine message, whether you need to perform rituals in response, whether it's predicting actual events. This turns your own unconscious mind into a potential source of religious terror and obligation. The mental health problems that undoubtedly exist in this population are interpreted through spiritual lenses because there's no framework for understanding psychological illness as distinct from spiritual problems. Someone experiencing what we'd recognize as psychosis might be seen as possessed by spirits or as being punished by gods. Someone with severe depression might be interpreted as having lost their soul or being under spiritual attack. The treatments are spiritual, rituals, offerings, herbal medicines that have some psychoactive properties. Sometimes these treatments help, sometimes they don't, and the failures are explained as requiring more treatment or as being especially difficult cases of spiritual affliction. The shamanic practitioners who serve communities as healers and spiritual intermediaries occupy dangerous positions. They're dealing with spiritual forces regularly, attempting to heal illnesses that are understood as having supernatural causes, performing rituals that put them in contact with dangerous entities. The shamanic calling isn't really optional if you show the appropriate signs: unusual dreams, particular personality traits, surviving serious illness. You're essentially drafted into service as a spiritual intermediary, and while this brings some status, it also brings enormous risk and responsibility. Shamans can be blamed when healing fails, accused of witchcraft if people suspect malicious spiritual work, and generally made scapegoats for misfortunes that need explanation. The concept of witchcraft and malicious magic creates another layer of spiritual anxiety. The same spiritual knowledge that can heal can also harm. Someone with shamanic power could theoretically use it to curse enemies, cause illness, interfere with crops or hunts. The fear of being targeted by malicious magic is real and pervasive. Unexplained illnesses or misfortunes might be attributed to witchcraft, leading to accusations and social conflict. The accused witch faces severe punishment or death, even though proving actual malicious magic is obviously impossible. The witch hunts that periodically sweep through communities are driven by need to identify and punish people who are supposedly causing supernatural harm. The spiritual pollution concept requires careful management of ritual purity and proper behavior. Certain actions or states create spiritual pollution that requires purification rituals. Contact with death, certain bodily functions, violations of taboos, all create states of impurity that need to be ritually cleansed. The rules are complex and not always consistent, which means you can inadvertently pollute yourself and need purification without fully understanding what you did wrong. The priests who oversee these purification rituals have significant power to define pollution and require purification ceremonies that demand payment and offerings. The calendar system with its complex cycles and prophetic associations creates temporal anxiety. Certain days are auspicious, others dangerous. Certain calendar combinations predict specific types of events. The calendar specialists, priests with astronomical and mathematical knowledge, can predict when dangerous periods are coming, when military campaigns should be launched, when crops should be planted, when ceremonies must be performed. The population depends on this calendar knowledge for timing crucial activities, which gives calendar specialists enormous influence. When prophecies associated with calendar cycles predict doom, as they occasionally do, the psychological impact ripples through society. The underworld journey that souls must make after death is dangerous and requires proper preparation and offerings. The path to Xibalba involves trials, confrontations with death gods, and navigation through dark and dangerous places. Your family must perform proper funeral rites and provide offerings to help your soul survive this journey. The fear of improper burial or insufficient offerings means that even in death, you're dependent on your family's devotion and resources. The poor, who can't afford elaborate funeral goods, face additional anxiety about their afterlife prospects. Even death doesn't provide escape from the hierarchies and anxieties of life. The spirits of place, gods associated with specific locations like cenotes, mountains, caves, forests, require acknowledgement and offerings when you enter or use their territories. Every place has spiritual significance and spiritual inhabitants. You can't just use a cenote without acknowledging the water spirits. You can't enter a cave without propitiating the cave gods. The natural world is densely populated with spiritual beings who can help or harm depending on how you treat them. This creates constant low-level ritual obligations as you move through your daily activities, each place demanding its own forms of respect and offering. The cosmic cycles that Maya astronomy tracks include both regular patterns and unusual events that are interpreted as signs. Eclipses are particularly frightening, the sun or moon being devoured by cosmic forces, requiring intervention through ritual to ensure their return. Venus cycles are tracked carefully, because Venus as morning and evening star has different aspects and influences. Comets and unusual astronomical events are interpreted as omens, usually bad ones, requiring divination to understand their meaning and ritual response to mitigate their effects. The sky isn't just beautiful, it's a text being written by gods that must be read and responded to. The blood offerings that we discussed earlier in terms of physical pain have deep spiritual significance that makes them psychologically necessary, despite the physical cost. Your blood is your life force, and offering it to gods is the most valuable thing you can give. The act of bloodletting creates a direct connection with divine forces, opening channels of communication that ordinary prayer doesn't achieve. The pain is part of the offering. Suffering demonstrates sincerity and commitment. The altered state that blood loss can produce, especially when combined with other austerities, facilitates the visionary experiences that are goals of the practice. So you're deliberately harming yourself for spiritual purposes, and the religious framework makes this seem not just reasonable, but necessary and noble. The spiritual explanation for social inequality and suffering provides psychological justification for conditions that might otherwise seem unbearable or unjust. Your suffering isn't random or meaningless. It's part of cosmic order, karmic consequences from past actions, or tests from gods. The nobility's privilege is divinely ordained, not arbitrary. The social hierarchy reflects spiritual hierarchy. This religious framing makes the injustice seem less unjust, which helps maintain social stability, but also traps people in accepting conditions they might otherwise resist. The spiritual terrorism works partly by making resistance seem like spiritual transgression. The collective trauma of living through environmental collapse and civilizational decline gets processed through spiritual frameworks that interpret it as divine punishment or cosmic dissolution. The Maya cosmos goes through cycles of creation and destruction, and the current age will eventually end. When things are falling apart, cities being abandoned, populations declining, the civilization that seemed eternal proving fragile, the religious interpretation is that the current age is ending, that the gods are withdrawing support, that cosmic dissolution is beginning. This interpretation is both terrifying and in a weird way comforting, because it makes the disaster seem meaningful rather than random or preventable. If the gods have decided to end this age, then human suffering is part of a larger cosmic story, rather than a failure of human systems and choices. The younger generation growing up in this environment of spiritual terror and environmental collapse face particular psychological challenges. They're inheriting a world that's worse than their parents' world, with fewer resources, more conflict, more uncertainty. They're being taught religious beliefs that emphasize divine displeasure and cosmic danger. They're receiving prophecies of doom from respected religious authorities. The psychological impact of growing up without hope, of being raised in a civilization in decline, of learning that the gods are angry and the world is ending, creates trauma that shapes personality development and worldview in fundamental ways. The rare individuals who might question these religious beliefs face overwhelming pressure to conform and severe consequences for expressing doubt. Questioning whether the gods are real, whether the prophecies are accurate, whether the bloodletting and sacrifice are necessary. These questions are not just heterodox, they're dangerous. They threaten the entire social order that's built on shared religious belief. The person who doubts is isolated, unable to find support for alternative viewpoints, and risking serious punishment if their doubts become known. The psychological cost of maintaining hidden doubts in a society that demands visible religious conformity is significant. You either suppress your questions and live with the internal conflict, or you express them and face consequences that might include death. The peak experiences that psychoactive substances and religious rituals produce can be genuinely transcendent and meaningful, providing moments of awe, unity, cosmic insight, and connection that are among the most significant experiences human consciousness can produce. The Maya spiritual practices aren't just terror and obligation. They also provide access to states of consciousness that are valued across cultures and throughout history. The temporary escape from ordinary selfhood, the sense of connection with larger forces, the feelings of peace or unity or understanding that can come from these practices, these are real and valuable despite the suffering and fear that surrounds them. The religion that terrorizes also occasionally transcends, offering glimpses of something beyond the grinding misery of daily existence. The legacy of Maya spiritual practices, when modern people encounter them through archaeology and surviving texts, is often romanticized or sanitized. The modern spiritual seekers who are interested in shamanic practices or psychedelic exploration often focus on the transcendent aspects while minimizing the terror, the blood, the human sacrifice, the spiritual control, the suffering that was inextricable from the practices. Understanding Maya spirituality accurately means holding both realities, the genuine spiritual insights and the horrific suffering, the moments of transcendence and the constant fear, the sophisticated religious philosophy and the brutal practices, all existing together in a complex system that can't be reduced to either pure wisdom or pure barbarism. You live in this spiritual environment, and it shapes your consciousness in ways you can't escape or fully recognize because you're inside it. The fear of divine punishment, the obligation to constant propitiation, the burden of prophecies, the terror of visions, the shared belief in a cosmos that's populated with powerful and often dangerous forces, all of this is the water you swim in, the air you breathe, the framework through which you understand every experience. The spiritual terror isn't something added to your life. It's woven into the fundamental fabric of how you understand reality, and it will be until the day you die and begin your dangerous journey to Xibalba, hoping that the offerings your family makes are sufficient to see you through the trials ahead. Let's talk about something that would make modern construction workers and logistics professionals weep. The Maya built one of the most architecturally impressive civilizations in human history, without any of the basic technological advantages that we consider fundamental to construction and transportation. No wheels for moving heavy materials, which is genuinely puzzling because they understood the principle. They had wheeled toys for children, but never applied it to practical transportation. No horses, oxen, donkeys, or any other draft animals because the Americas simply didn't have suitable domesticable large animals after the megafauna extinctions. No pulleys, no cranes, no complex machinery of any kind. Just human muscle, stone tools, wooden levers, and an absolutely staggering amount of labour extracted from a population that was already working themselves to death just to produce enough food to survive. It's impressive in the way that climbing Mount Everest without oxygen is impressive, technically an achievement, but also you have to wonder if maybe there was a better way to do this that didn't involve quite so much suffering. The complete absence of wheeled vehicles in Maya civilization is one of those historical facts that seems almost impossible until you really think about it. Wheels are so fundamental to modern civilization that imagining complex society without them feels wrong. But the Maya are moving everything: food, building materials, trade goods, water, people when necessary, entirely by human carrying. You are the transportation system. Your back, your legs, your spine compressed by heavy loads, your muscles burning from hours of walking while carrying weights that would make modern occupational safety regulators have a collective heart attack. There are no carts, no wheelbarrows, no vehicles of any kind. If something needs to move from point A to point B, a person or team of people carries it, and the distances can be enormous. The tumpline carrying system that we mentioned briefly before deserves deeper examination because it's the primary transportation technology available, and it's brutally hard on human bodies. A tumpline is basically a strap that goes across your forehead and supports a basket, bundle, or frame on your back. This distributes the weight in a way that allows carrying heavy loads, but it puts enormous strain on your neck, spine, and legs. The archaeological evidence from Maya skeletal remains shows characteristic damage to cervical vertebrae, the bones in your neck, from years of tumpline carrying. The bones develop stress markers, sometimes fractures that healed improperly, sometimes permanent deformities. Your neck and back hurt constantly if you do this regularly, which you do because it's how everything gets transported. The pain becomes part of your normal physical state, like hunger and exhaustion, just another background condition of existence. The loads that people carry using tumplines are substantial, 50 to 100 pounds or more, carried for miles, sometimes many miles over difficult terrain. You're walking on paths that aren't paved or maintained to any modern standard, climbing hills, crossing streams, navigating around obstacles, all while carrying weight that's a significant fraction of your body weight. The energy expenditure is enormous. The caloric cost of carrying heavy loads long distances is high, which is particularly problematic when you're already not consuming enough calories to maintain healthy body weight. You're literally working yourself to death through transportation labour, burning muscle tissue for energy to carry loads that serve someone else's purposes. The transport of building materials for the massive ceremonial centres and pyramids represents perhaps the most extreme example of this human-powered logistics system. The stone blocks used in construction can weigh hundreds or even thousands of pounds. These aren't being moved with wheels or animal power. They're being moved by teams of people using rollers made from logs, ropes made from plant fibres, wooden levers, and tremendous coordinated effort. The limestone quarries where stone is cut might be miles from the construction site. Every block has to be extracted from the quarry using stone tools, shaped to approximate dimensions, and then transported to the building site by human labour. The number of person-hours involved in moving the materials for a major pyramid is astronomical, and these are person-hours extracted from a population that's already overworked and undernourished. The construction techniques themselves are ingenious in their way, but ingenious solutions to problems that wouldn't exist if you had better technology. The Maya use earth ramps to move stone blocks to higher levels of pyramids under construction. These ramps have to be built, maintained, and then dismantled after construction is complete, which is itself a massive labour investment. The coordination required to get dozens or hundreds of people pulling ropes in sync to move a multi-ton stone block is impressive. The mathematical and engineering knowledge to design structures that will remain standing despite the lack of modern construction technology is sophisticated. But none of this changes the fact that the actual construction involves thousands of people doing back-breaking physical labour that damages their bodies permanently, all to build monuments that serve elite religious and political purposes rather than improving anyone's quality of life. The social organisation of labour for major construction projects is complex and revealing of power dynamics. The labour is usually corvée, essentially forced labour that's presented as civic or religious duty, but that's actually just another form of extraction. You're required to contribute labour to construction projects as part of your obligations to the ruler and the city. This labour comes on top of your agricultural work, which means you're being pulled away from the fields that produce your food to work on projects that don't benefit you. The timing of labour demands might conflict with agricultural cycles, forcing you to choose between starving later or being punished now for refusing labour demands. It's not really a choice. The supervision of construction labour is handled by overseers who ensure that workers are productive and compliant. These overseers have authority to punish workers who are perceived as lazy or disobedient, which can include beatings or other forms of coercion. The atmosphere on major construction projects is probably not unlike other forced labour situations throughout history. Fear, resentment, exhaustion, and the knowledge that resistance is futile and dangerous. You work because you have to, not because you want to, and certainly not because you're benefiting from the magnificent structures rising on the backs of your labour. The injuries sustained during construction work are common and often severe. Moving massive stones involves obvious crushing hazards. People are caught under blocks that shift unexpectedly. Ropes break and people fall from heights. Stone tools slip and cut workers. The work is dangerous even under the best conditions, and these aren't the best conditions. You're tired, malnourished, working long hours, without safety equipment of any kind. The modern construction industry recognises these hazards and has extensive safety protocols, protective equipment, and regulations. You have hope that you don't die today, and prayers to gods who may or may not be paying attention. The accident rate is probably significant, though nobody's keeping statistics, and the deaths and injuries are just accepted as the cost of building impressive monuments. The quarrying of stone is itself a specialised and brutal form of labour. Stone has to be extracted from limestone bedrock using stone tools, primarily harder stones used to pound and chip away at the limestone. This is slow, exhausting work that creates clouds of stone dust that you breathe constantly, damaging your lungs over time. The archaeological evidence from quarry workers shows respiratory disease at high rates, unsurprising given that they're essentially working in a dusty environment without any respiratory protection. You cough constantly, spit up dust, develop chronic lung problems, and work until your lungs give out because there's no such thing as disability leave, and quarry work is what you do. The transportation of goods along trade routes involves professional merchants and porters who specialise in long-distance carrying. These people are essentially living as human pack animals, carrying trade goods hundreds of miles between cities. The loads are valuable enough that the effort is worthwhile for the traders organising the caravans, but the actual carrying is done by porters who are paid minimally and worked maximally. You might spend weeks travelling from one city to another, carrying trade goods, sleeping rough along the way, vulnerable to bandits and raiders, developing the characteristic physical damage from long-distance carrying. It's a specialised occupation that's necessary for the trade networks that connect Maya civilization, but it's also one more way that human bodies are used up in service of economic systems they barely benefit from. The absence of navigable rivers in much of the Maya lowlands means that even water transport is limited. Some trade moves by canoe along coastal routes and the few rivers that are usable, which is at least less physically punishing than overland carrying. But much of the interior region has no water transport options, so everything moves on human backs. The geographic limitations combine with technological limitations to create a transportation system that's entirely dependent on human labour, and that's incredibly inefficient by any modern measure. But efficiency isn't the priority. The priority is moving goods using available technology, and available technology is people and tump lines. The construction of the Sac-Biob, the raised limestone roads that connect some Maya cities, represents a major investment in transportation infrastructure, but even these improved roads don't fundamentally change the human-powered nature of transport. The roads make travel easier by providing relatively flat, elevated paths that don't flood during rainy season, but you're still walking, still carrying everything on your back, still limited by human endurance and carrying capacity. The roads are impressive engineering achievements that improve transportation somewhat, without solving the fundamental limitation of lacking wheeled vehicles or draft animals. The physical toll of a lifetime of heavy labour and carrying is visible in skeletal remains and probably visible in living populations. People who do heavy carrying and construction work develop robust muscle attachments. The places where muscles connect to bones become more pronounced. They develop stress fractures and arthritis in joints subjected to repeated heavy loads. They develop spinal problems from compression and misalignment. By middle age, people who've spent decades doing this work are physically broken down in obvious ways. They walk with characteristic gaits, favouring damaged joints, moving carefully to manage chronic pain. The work literally reshapes bodies, leaving permanent marks of the labour that was extracted. The knowledge that you'll likely spend your entire life doing physically destructive labour for someone else's benefit is psychologically demoralising. You're not building your own home or improving your own fields. You're building palaces and pyramids for nobles, carrying tribute goods to support their lifestyle, moving materials for projects that serve elite purposes. The meaning that might come from building something for yourself or your community is largely absent. You're a labour unit in someone else's grand project, replaceable and ultimately disposable, valued only for your capacity to work until you can't work anymore. The rare opportunities for skilled craft work offer some variation from pure physical labour, though they are also controlled by elite demands and don't necessarily provide better living conditions. Skilled stonemasons, sculptors and artisans who create the elaborate carvings and artistic works that adorn temples and palaces have specialised knowledge that gives them some status. But they're still working long hours, still subject to elite demands, still paid minimally, and their skilled work is often as physically demanding as basic labour, just in different ways. Carving intricate hieroglyphs into limestone requires hours of careful work with stone tools, ruining your hands and eyes over time. The contrast between the magnificent architectural achievements that Maya civilization produces and the brutal human cost of producing them is striking when you think about it seriously. Modern tourists photograph pyramids and marvel at the engineering. Archaeologists study the structures and praise Maya architectural sophistication. But underneath every impressive building is a foundation of human suffering. The thousands of people who destroyed their bodies quarrying stone, carrying materials, constructing the buildings. The monuments are magnificent, but they're also monuments to exploitation, visible evidence of a social system that could command and extract enormous amounts of labour from populations who received minimal benefit from their work. We've reached the final chapter of this journey through Maya life in the 8th century, and it's time to address something that's been building throughout this entire experience. The dawning realization that this civilization, which seems eternal from inside it, which has stood for centuries, which has created magnificent cities and sophisticated culture, is actually in the process of failing. The signs are everywhere if you know how to read them, though understanding what they mean and accepting the implications is psychologically almost impossible when it's your entire world that's collapsing. Welcome to the end of an age, played out in slow motion over generations, with people watching the foundations crumble, while being powerless to stop it, and sometimes unable to fully acknowledge what's happening until it's far too late to change course. The visions that priests and nobles report from their altered states increasingly feature abandoned cities, empty plazas, pyramids being reclaimed by jungle. These aren't comforting messages from the gods. These are warnings, prophecies, or perhaps just intuitive recognition of observable decline being processed through religious symbolism. When multiple religious authorities in different cities report similar visions of abandonment and collapse, when the prophecies cluster around themes of ending and dissolution, people start to worry. The prophecies might be self-fulfilling. If you believe your city is doomed, you might stop investing in maintenance, might flee rather than fight problems, might make decisions that hasten the collapse you're trying to avoid. Or the prophecies might be accurate readings of trajectories that are already set. Recognition that the combination of environmental degradation, resource depletion, warfare and social stress has reached a point where collapse is inevitable. The environmental decline that we discussed earlier is becoming impossible to ignore by the late 8th and 9th centuries. The forests that once surrounded cities are distant now, cut back by generations of deforestation. The soil in long cultivated fields is exhausted, producing lower yields despite more intensive labour. The water sources are less reliable, with droughts becoming more frequent or more severe. The game animals are scarce. The fish populations are depleted. Everything that sustains civilization is becoming harder to obtain, requiring more effort for less return. The older generation remembers when conditions were better, when forests were closer, when harvests were more reliable. The comparison between past abundance and present scarcity is stark enough that even without ecological science, people recognize that something fundamental has changed for the worse. The trade networks that connected Maya cities and brought exotic goods and information across long distances are fraying. When cities in distant regions collapse or decline, the trade routes that pass through them are disrupted. Merchants who once travelled freely between cities now face more danger from warfare, banditry, and simple absence of stable trading partners. The exotic goods that marked elite status become harder to obtain. The flow of information slows. Each city becomes more isolated, more dependent on its own resources, less able to call on distant allies or trade partners for support during crises. The integration that made Maya civilization a true civilization, rather than just scattered cities, is breaking down, and the breakdown makes each city more vulnerable. The warfare between cities intensifies as resources become scarcer and populations become more desperate. When there's abundance, wars can be ritualized and limited in their destructiveness. When there's scarcity, wars become more existential. You're not just fighting for glory and captives, you're fighting for control of diminishing resources, for water sources, for agricultural land, for survival. The violence becomes more brutal, less constrained by ritual niceties. The destruction of enemy cities becomes more complete. The taking of captives shifts from capturing high-status prisoners for sacrifice to just trying to eliminate rivals and reduce competition for resources. The escalation of violence is both a symptom of collapse and a cause of it, as warfare destroys infrastructure and disrupts agriculture and kills productive members of society. The first cities to be abandoned provide disturbing warnings of what might come to others. Smaller cities in marginal regions, places that were never particularly wealthy or powerful, start losing population. People leave when they can no longer survive, when the local environment is too degraded, when warfare makes staying too dangerous. The abandoned cities don't disappear overnight. Abandonment is a process that takes years or decades. First, the population declines as some people leave. Then critical functions stop being maintained. Temples aren't repaired. Elite buildings deteriorate. Public ceremonies become less elaborate. Then more people leave as conditions worsen. Eventually, only a remnant population remains. And finally, even they abandon the site, leaving empty buildings to be reclaimed by jungle. The people who remain in functioning cities watch this process happen to neighbours and have to wonder if their city will be next. The psychological process of recognizing that your civilization is ending is extraordinarily difficult and takes different forms for different people. Some people are in complete denial, refusing to acknowledge the signs, insisting that things will improve, that the gods will provide, that the drought will end and trade will recover and everything will be fine. This denial is psychologically protective because accepting the reality is overwhelming. Some people recognize the problems but believe they can be solved through more sacrifice, better leadership, divine intervention, or human effort. They're advocating for solutions even though the solutions they have access to are inadequate for the scale of problems they face. Some people, particularly those with knowledge of prophecies and visions, accept that collapse is coming and focus on trying to survive it or prepare for it as best they can. The rulers and elite class have particular difficulty accepting collapse because accepting it means acknowledging the failure of their leadership and the limitations of their power. Rulers are supposed to maintain cosmic order, ensure prosperity, protect their people, maintain relationships with gods. When the civilization they rule is failing despite their efforts, it calls into question the fundamental legitimacy of their authority. So rulers often double down on traditional solutions: more warfare to demonstrate power, more ritual sacrifice to please gods, more extractive demands on common populations to maintain elite lifestyle. These responses usually make things worse, but they're the only responses available within the existing ideological framework. The commoner population, which we've been experiencing this entire journey through, faces collapse with the fatalism of people who never had much control over circumstances anyway. Your life was hard before collapse, and it's harder now, but you've always been surviving at the margin, so the incremental worsening is terrible, but not necessarily qualitatively different from what you've always dealt with. You continue farming because that's what you do. You continue performing rituals because that's what's expected. You might flee if conditions become completely impossible, joining the growing population of refugees moving between regions looking for anywhere that might support life. Or you might stay until the end, working your fields even as the city around you empties, until finally even you recognize that staying as death and leaving might offer survival. The abandonment process when it comes to your city is both sudden and gradual. Gradual in that population decline happens over years. Some families leave, others stay, services deteriorate, the social fabric frays. Sudden in that there are tipping points where critical mass is lost and rapid abandonment follows. When the population drops below the level needed to maintain agricultural systems, when craft specialists can no longer find enough work, when religious ceremonies stop because there aren't enough priests and participants, when defense becomes impossible because there aren't enough warriors, these thresholds trigger rapid, final abandonment. The last people to leave are abandoning a place that's already partly ruined, already being reclaimed by forest, already more past than present. The decision to leave your city, if you make it, is one of the hardest decisions of your life. This is where you were born, where your ancestors are buried, where your entire life has taken place. The buildings, the temples, the fields, the paths, everything is familiar and meaningful. Leaving means abandoning your home, your history, your identity as a member of this community. It means becoming a refugee with no certain destination, no guarantee of welcome anywhere else, no resources beyond what you can carry. But staying means dying, from starvation, from violence, from the simple impossibility of surviving alone in a place that requires community cooperation to sustain life. So you leave, joining the streams of refugees moving through the region, and you try not to look back at the city that's dying behind you. The refugees fleeing collapsed or collapsing cities face terrible conditions as they travel and seek new homes. You're malnourished from the food shortages that prompted your flight. You're travelling with whatever family members survived and are capable of travelling. Children and elderly people who can't keep up might be left behind, which is a choice that will haunt you forever, but that seems necessary for the survival of those who can travel. You're following rumours of cities that are still functioning, of regions where rainfall is more reliable, of anywhere that might provide refuge. The journey takes weeks or months, and many refugees die along the way from hunger, disease, violence, or simple exhaustion. The cities that are still functioning when refugees arrive face impossible choices about whether to accept or reject these desperate people. Accepting refugees means sharing already scarce resources with outsiders, straining systems that are already stressed. Rejecting refugees means condemning desperate people to likely death and violating cultural values around hospitality and community. Most cities try some compromise, accepting some refugees, rejecting others, sometimes exploiting refugee labour while providing minimal support. The integration of refugees who are accepted is difficult because they're outsiders without land rights, without social connections, without status in the hierarchy. They become a new underclass, even below regular commoners, doing the hardest work for the least reward. The trade goods that once moved freely through Maya trade networks become rare and precious as routes collapse. Obsidian for tools, jade for jewellery and ritual objects, cacao for elite drinks, exotic feathers and other luxury goods, all of these become harder to obtain. The cities that depended on trade for significant portions of their economy face additional strain as trade revenues decline. The craft specialists who worked processing trade goods lose their livelihoods. The merchants who organised long-distance trade face ruin. The economic integration that connected distant cities dissolves, leaving each region more isolated and self-sufficient by necessity, but less wealthy and less connected. The knowledge systems that depend on intercity communication begin to degrade. The astronomical observations that require decades of careful record-keeping become less reliable as some cities abandon their observatories. The mathematical and calendrical knowledge that's maintained by educated elite becomes more fragmented as some centres of learning decline or are abandoned. The written records that document history and ritual knowledge are created less frequently as resources for scribes and materials decline. The civilization is losing not just population and physical infrastructure, but also the knowledge and cultural sophistication that made it distinctive. The forest reclamation of abandoned cities happens remarkably quickly in the tropical environment. Within years of abandonment, trees are sprouting in plazas and on pyramid steps. Within decades, buildings are being split apart by growing roots. Within a century or two, structures that took generations to build are reduced to mounds covered in forest, the limestone blocks scattered and overgrown, the elaborate carvings weathered and hidden by vegetation. The jungle reclaims everything with patient inevitability, erasing the physical evidence of human occupation and returning the landscape to something resembling its pre-civilization state. The monuments that were supposed to stand for eternity prove vulnerable to time and vegetation. The survivors in cities that persist through the collapse period witness the transformation of their world. The great cities that were rivals or allies are empty now, their pyramids visible through trees but no longer maintained or occupied. The trade routes are overgrown, the agricultural terraces are abandoned, the reservoirs are silted up. The landscape is filling with ruins, evidence of the civilization that was. The survivors might loot abandoned cities for building materials or valuable objects. They might treat them with superstitious fear as haunted places where gods abandoned humanity. They might simply note their passing and continue with the difficult work of surviving in a world that's changed fundamentally. The question of why the Maya Classic period collapse happened has consumed archaeologists and historians for generations, and the answers are complex and probably involve multiple interacting factors: environmental degradation, climate change, particularly drought, warfare, political instability, social inequality, trade disruption. All of these contributed. No single cause can explain why dozens of cities collapsed over the span of roughly a century, why populations declined dramatically, why a civilization that had flourished for centuries apparently fell apart. But from your perspective, living through it, the why matters less than the what. Your world is ending, your civilization is collapsing, and understanding the causes doesn't give you tools to stop it. The resilience and adaptation that some Maya populations show during and after the collapse is noteworthy, even as it doesn't prevent the collapse itself. Some cities persist, particularly in the northern Yucatan where conditions are different from the southern lowlands. Some populations adapt to smaller-scale social organization, living in dispersed settlements rather than dense cities, practicing more sustainable agriculture at lower population densities. The Maya people don't disappear. They continue, they adapt, they eventually form new political organizations. But the classic period civilization, with its massive cities and elaborate art and sophisticated knowledge systems, doesn't survive intact. What persists is changed, reduced in scale and complexity, adapted to harsher circumstances. The modern Maya descendants who live in the region today are living with the legacy of this collapse thousands of years later. The ruins that tourists visit are the physical evidence of the civilization their ancestors built and abandoned. The forest that covers the landscape is partly secondary growth reclaiming land that was once agricultural fields. The cultural continuity and change across the collapse period is complex. Some traditions persist, some knowledge is lost, some practices adapt to new circumstances. Understanding the collapse from inside it, as we've been doing throughout this journey, provides perspective on how civilizations end not with a bang, but with a gradual crumbling that people experience as a series of difficulties that accumulate until the entire structure fails. Your life in this collapsing world is filled with uncertainty and fear, but also with the stubborn persistence that humans show in difficult times. You keep farming even though yields are declining. You keep performing rituals even though the gods seem distant. You keep trying to maintain family and community bonds even as people leave or die. You survive day by day because that's what humans do. We persist, we adapt, we hope, we endure. The civilization may be ending, but individual lives continue for as long as they can, finding meaning where possible, maintaining dignity in circumstances that offer little, carrying on because the alternative is giving up entirely. The final message of this entire journey through Maya life in the 8th century is perhaps this: civilizations are fragile, more fragile than they appear from inside them, vulnerable to environmental degradation and social stresses that can accumulate over generations until collapse becomes inevitable. The people living through these processes are not fundamentally different from modern people. They're intelligent, they're capable, they're doing their best with the knowledge and technology available. But they're trapped in systems that create problems faster than they can solve them, and the eventual collapse, when it comes, is both shocking and in retrospect inevitable. So as we close this window into the Maya past, as you prepare to leave this world of hunger, pain, terror, and collapsing civilization, remember that you've experienced something profound, a glimpse into how our ancestors lived, what they endured, how they persevered against challenges that would break most modern people. The Maya built a magnificent civilization despite brutal conditions. They survived for centuries in an environment that was actively hostile. They created art, architecture, mathematics, and astronomy that still impresses us today. And when their civilization collapsed, they adapted and persisted, ensuring that their descendants would continue even as the cities emptied and the jungle reclaimed the pyramids. Now take a moment to appreciate your modern bed, your reliable food supply, your climate-controlled home, your medical care, your lack of obligatory bloodletting rituals. The gap between Maya life and modern life is almost incomprehensibly vast, and you've just spent several hours experiencing that gap in vivid detail. If this journey has made you grateful for modern conveniences, good. If it's given you perspective on human resilience and the fragility of civilization, even better. And if you're now exhausted from witnessing all this suffering and ready to escape into the comfort of sleep, well, that was always the point. You've earned your rest. Sleep well, wherever in the world you are. May your dreams be free of prophecies of doom, your sleep undisturbed by visions of collapse, your rest comfortable on surfaces that aren't reed mats. And when you wake up tomorrow, maybe take a moment to appreciate that you're waking up in the 21st century rather than the 8th, with all the miraculous improvements in human life that the intervening millennium has brought. The Maya endured so much with such grace and resilience. You've walked in their footsteps for an evening, and now it's time to return to your own time, your own life, carrying with you perhaps a deeper appreciation for both the suffering of the past and the gifts of the present. Good night, time travelers. Rest well. And remember, history is not just something that happened to other people. It's the story of humanity learning, failing, persisting, and somehow making it through to create the world you inherited. Sleep peacefully with that knowledge, and maybe dream of better futures we might still build. Sweet dreams.